Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
After completing her mission with the arms dealers, Natasha Romanoff, Black Widow, returned to S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. She didn't even take off her gloves before Director Nick Fury summoned her. "You want me to invite the Hulk?" she asked, arching an eyebrow. Fury shook his head.
"No, Natasha. Not the Hulk.
"We need Dr. Bruce Banner. It's his mind we need this time, not the monster." As they entered the briefing room, Fury gestured to a projection of a shattered facility. 3 days ago, Dr. Selvig ran an experiment on the Tesseract. Every 4 hours, it releases a surge of energy. During one of those bursts, someone came through.
A powerful individual.
He took the cube, brainwashed Selvig and Barton, and leveled the facility. Natasha's brows furrowed. And now he's missing, with a cosmic WMD. Fury nodded grimly. The Tesseract's energy is spiking.
Unstable.
It's giving off gamma radiation. Banner is our best shot at tracking it.
Natasha crossed her arms.
"With all due respect, Director, if Banner transforms, no one can stop him. Unless you're telling me Apocalypse is joining the mission." Fury's eye narrowed.
"We've taken precautions. You won't be going in alone, and you'll have a contingency."
He handed her a sealed envelope and a small recorder. "The R&D and psych teams developed this. Years of behavioral study. If Banner turns, this is your best shot at calming him down."
Natasha flipped through the file.
Her expression froze, then twisted in disbelief. "You're not serious."
This
is the secret weapon." Fury's voice was grave. "Success rates above 90%. Trust me, Romanoff, it's better than tranquilizer darts." Minutes later in the weapons bay, the elite 9th unit waited, 12 of the finest fully geared soldiers. The moment Natasha entered, they stood and saluted.
"At ease," she said coolly.
"This is a diplomatic mission, not a firefight. We're asking Dr. Banner for help. But if he transforms, you'll need to use this." She handed each of them a file.
A beat of silence. Then confusion. Then muffled laughter. Then panic.
Inside the folders,
a single glossy photo. Tianchi.
Smiling. Somewhere between bafflement and horror, the men exchanged glances. A few looked like they'd rather face the Hulk unarmed. "Ma'am, this is the secret weapon?" one of them asked hesitantly. "Yes," Natasha said without blinking. "The psychological data suggests it has a calming effect on the Hulk. If he turns, use it." The team grumbled under their breath. One hulking man, clearly the loser of some internal bet, was pushed forward like a sacrificial lamb.
"Questions?" Natasha asked. The big man raised a hand. Is this a joke?"
She shot him a look that turned his blood cold.
"This is war."
"Do I look like I'm joking?"
No one said a word after that. "Good. Move out." Kolkata, India.
Deep in the slums, Dr. Bruce Banner spent his days treating illness and saving lives. Dengue, cholera, infections. He wasn't that kind of doctor, but his mind made up for what his license didn't. A little girl rushed to him, frantic, crying.
"Her father was sick," she said.
He followed without hesitation, only to find himself in a deserted building outside the city. The moment Natasha stepped from the shadows, Bruce froze. "You led me away from the crowds." "Clever," he said, the tension building in his voice. "Let me guess. I'm surrounded." Natasha kept her hands visible. "I just want to talk. We need your help." "With what?"
"The Tesseract.
It's emitting gamma radiation. No one understands it like you do." "And what if I say no?"
Bruce's tone darkened.
"What if he says no?"
"I'll convince him too," she said gently.
That was the wrong answer. Bruce slammed his palms on the table.
"Liar.
You think you can cage me?" His breathing hitched.
His body tensed.
Natasha's instincts flared. She backed toward the window.
And jumped.
Inside the mobile perimeter outside, chaos was beginning.
"Status."
Natasha barked into the comms as she landed.
"He's turning," someone shouted.
A primal roar echoed across the slums. Hulk had arrived. "Deploy the secret weapon."
Now.
12 elite soldiers, scrambling behind cover, simultaneously reached into their pouches. In one smooth motion, they each lifted Tianqi's photo and placed it squarely over their faces like masks. Hulk, now towering and snarling, emerged from the rubble. He turned, fists clenched, muscles bulging, and stopped. Dozens of Tianqis stared back at him.
The Green Titan blinked. Ah! Hulk, confused. For a moment, the earth held its breath.
Then, to everyone's amazement, Hulk's breathing slowed. The fury in his eyes dimmed.
He tilted his head and sat down. Did it work? Someone whispered.
Natasha exhaled slowly.
So far.
Back at HQ, Fury smirked as he monitored the feed.
Told you, he muttered.
Sometimes, in a world of gods, monsters, and madmen, the strangest weapons were the ones that actually worked.
The photo of Tianqi radiated sunshine.
Handsome, confident, flashing a perfect grin with tilted charm. His teeth glistened like a toothpaste commercial. His eyes sparkled with mischief, as if he just spotted something hilarious off-camera. There was something strangely infectious about it. When the elite soldiers of the 9th Unit saw it, their first reaction was collective disbelief.
"You've got to be kidding me," one of them muttered.
"This is the secret weapon," another whispered.
"That smile."
It wasn't just any smile.
It was the smile.
If Tianqi were here, he would have recognized it instantly. It was what he once called the Yida smile, a grin immortalized by an old-world chewing gum commercial back in his previous life. The kind of smile that haunted commercial breaks. The kind of smile that said, "Hey, your gum fell."
"No, it's your gum."
Camera pans, cue the smile. Now, across universes and timelines, that very same grin had somehow been captured by a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent's lens, and printed on high-gloss paper as Earth's last line of defense against a gamma-fueled god of rage.
Meanwhile,
in the wreckage of the slums, the Hulk roared. Debris flew in all directions as his fists smashed the walls of the run-down building like papier-mâché. Clouds of dust billowed into the air as he tore down the ceiling, trying to make sense of what was happening.
Then he saw them. A dozen faces. The same face. Tianqi. Smiling. Everywhere. The Hulk froze.
All at once, the beast that had taken on alien gods, tanks, and warships, recoiled like a terrified child. His huge green body shrank into itself as the grin haunted him from every direction. It was less like facing soldiers, and more like being stuck in the worst dream of his life. "Roarar?" the Hulk whimpered, bewildered. This was S.H.I.E.L.D's classified weapon, the Apocalypse Smile. It seemed absurd, but the science behind it ran deep. Years of profiling had revealed a crucial truth: Hulk's fury wasn't mindless, it was reactive.
He lashed out at threats. People who ran. People who screamed. People who pointed weapons.
But he was, at his core, a misunderstood child with gamma-induced hallucinations and emotional trauma. And like a child, he was susceptible to fear and comfort. Which is where that smile came in. Apocalypse, during the Battle of New York, had not only beaten the Hulk bloody, but had also saved his girlfriend. That created a deeply embedded emotional association.
So now?
Surrounded by smiling Tianqis, his instinct screamed, "Do not engage."
"Friend," the Hulk muttered. "No fight, no fight."
The elite soldiers stared in awe. "It actually worked," one whispered. "We've been risking our lives for years, and all we needed was a smiling photo?" The Hulk hunkered down like a sulking child. He curled up, knees to chest, arms wrapped around himself. He looked less like a monster, and more like a 6-year-old sent to timeout. Then, one soldier, anxious, instinctively raised his rifle.
"Roar." The Hulk snapped his head up. His eyes turned molten green. Black Widow moved like lightning, stepping in front of the soldier with her arms wide. No weapons. Nobody moves. The team froze.
Natasha kept her voice low and steady. "The sun's getting real low, big guy."
The Hulk stood.
2 tons of muscle, rage, and confusion leaned toward her. His massive finger poked at her shoulder.
"You not friend." She held her ground.
One wrong move, and this whole street would be leveled. Natasha reached behind her back and quietly clicked a button on the recorder. Apocalypse's voice, low and calm, filled the air. "Come to me when you change back to Banner. If you don't change, who'll protect your girl?" The words hit the Hulk like a freight train. He turned in circles, panicked, as if trying to escape the dozens smiling Tianqis.
But they were everywhere. Watching. Judging. Reminding.
"Change back to Banner. Change back to Banner." The chant echoed inside his mind. Finally, the trembling roar faded to a whimper. The green hue melted away. The towering form shrank. With a series of bone-cracking snaps and groans, the Hulk vanished. And Bruce Banner slumped onto the ground. When he opened his eyes, a dozen Tianqis were still smiling at him. Gah! What is happening? If he hadn't just transformed, he might have done it again. A soldier gently draped a blanket over him. Natasha crouched beside him. You're safe. And we need your help. Still dazed, Banner muttered, I didn't hurt anyone. No, Natasha replied. We convinced the Hulk. He's coming with us. Confused, exhausted, and with no better options, Banner followed. On the extraction chopper. The 9th unit sat in a row, all flipping through Tianqi's photo like it was a sacred relic. You think he's a god? One murmured. He's Eastern. Could be. Hey, gods don't need to be Western. That's kind of the point. No, it's not about being a god. It's about this smile, another said, pointing. Look at it. That shine. That warmth. It's not human. They all tried to imitate it. One by one, a dozen grizzled soldiers bared their teeth at the photo. Why does mine look like I'm in pain? I look like I just smelled something bad. Mine's haunting. Maybe you need to shake your head when you smile? After a few rounds of debate, they agreed on one thing: this smile was magic. Eventually, they voted again, and the unlucky soldier named Zhuang was sent to ask the big question. He approached Natasha, sheepish. Boss, may I ask, who's the guy in the photo? Natasha smirked, almost proudly. That's my man. Collectively, jaws dropped. Audible gasps. The Black Widow had a boyfriend? And not just any boyfriend, that guy? Their silent awe turned to reverence. Welp, one said, if that smile can tame her and the Hulk, I'm printing 50 copies. Maybe I'll finally get a date. Just as Natasha was settling Banner into debrief, her comm crackled. Widow, said a familiar voice. We found Loki. A pause. No, the voice corrected itself. Loki let us find him. Natasha's eyes narrowed. The game had just begun.
Take him. If he accidentally transforms, we have prepared a secret weapon for you. What secret weapon? Black Widow was really curious now. She had read the Hulk's files in detail. Apart from the monster her husband is, I have never heard of any weapon that can truly suppress him in a monster-to-monster manner. What's more, he also has a talent. The angrier he becomes, the stronger he becomes. No one knows where his limit is. Maybe the secret weapon can withstand it one moment, but the next moment, it will be torn to pieces by the Hulk. Fury took out a document bag and a recording pen and handed them to Black Widow. This is the result of years of research on the Hulk by the Bureau's team of psychological experts. If he transforms, you use it. Black Widow opened the document bag and looked at the contents, and she immediately couldn't laugh or cry. Director, are you kidding me? Fury said seriously, this is war? I won't joke. The assessment of psychological experts shows that based on Hulk's psychological characteristics, the success rate of this secret weapon is as high as 90%. A 90% success rate is already an extremely high number for agents who often hover on the edge of life and death. In the original plot, Black Widow used some psychological techniques to guide Hulk. But the risk is still extremely high. Black Widow needs to pay attention to Hulk's micro-expressions at all times and adjust her tone, speech content, expressions, and even tiny movements in a timely manner. Let the angry Hulk slowly calm down and transform into Dr. Banner. This requires extremely high skills. As an agent and spy, Black Widow has professional training in this area, which ordinary people cannot learn at all. Later, Thor met Hulk on Sakaar and wanted to imitate him. However, he was beaten up by the Hulk because he couldn't smile enough. But now, Fury tells Black Widow that as long as she takes out the secret weapon and does nothing, there is a 90% success rate to turn Hulk back into Banner. Black Widow thought it was a bit fanciful, but after looking at the secret weapon, it seemed like it might be possible, right? I have prepared the 9th elite team for you. They are already waiting for you. You distribute the secret weapons to them. Fury said. Okay. There are more than a dozen big men in the 9th elite team, fully armed, already waiting in the weapons room. When he saw Black Widow coming in, he immediately stood up and saluted. Head. Well, sit down. Is the mission clear to everyone? This time we are inviting Dr. Banner, not Hulk. Don't anger him. A soldier stood up and said, Boss, this guy is extremely unstable. No one can guarantee that he will not transform. Many of them had participated in the hunt for the Hulk in their early years and knew best how terrifying this green monster was. Black Widow said calmly, the Bureau has taken this into consideration. We have prepared a secret weapon for you. If he transforms, you put on the secret weapon. Then, a dozen document bags were handed out. A dozen elite men took out the contents and looked at each other in shock. They almost cursed on the spot. Are you kidding me with my life? But seeing Black Widow's serious face, no one dared to really curse. Although the leader may be beautiful and sexy, the soldiers who often go on missions with her know best how terrifying she is. Finally, a dozen big men discussed quietly for a while and sent out a strong man who failed in the bet. The strong man is the heavy weapon player in the team. He is 2 meters tall and weighs over 400 pounds. At this time, he is like a little daughter-in-law, turning his head 3 times and looking at his teammates with resentment. He didn't know why he always lost in bets. Black Widow asked, "Any questions?" The strong man coyly said in a low voice, boss, let me ask you, are you kidding? We can't see where the joke is." Black Widow sternly said, "It's alert level 7 now, it's war, who has time to joke with you?" The big man trembled in fright, and Kikai said, "But, this secret weapon. Weapons have been issued to you. Use them as you like. If anyone doesn't use them, your family will just wait to receive the pension." In fact, Black Widow was also worried, but she had to be very confident in order to stabilize her military morale. Moreover, leading soldiers is not leading students. Many times there are only dead orders and not much explanation. Set off. The country of the third brother, Calcutta, slums. At this time, Dr. Banner was treating dengue fever infection for the poor, although he was not the other doctor. But with his IQ, it is not difficult to learn some basic medical treatment methods, which is better than waiting for death as a poor man who knows nothing. In order to avoid potential accidents and casualties, Black Widow used a little girl to trick Dr. Banner into the suburbs, just like the original plot. When Dr. Banner saw the little girl disappear and the Black Widow appear, he immediately understood that this was a trap. "You were smart and led me to the suburbs. I guess this place is already surrounded." Black Widow tried hard to create a stress-free image and whispered to Banner, "I just want to have a good talk with you. I have something to ask you for help." "What's your name?" "My name is Natasha." "Yeah, that's a good name. What if I refuse? This matter involves the safety of countless people's lives. I believe you will agree after understanding the situation." Banner paused and said, "What if the other side of me says no?" Black Widow smiled and said, "I will convince him to." Dr. Banner suddenly slammed his hands on the table and shouted, "Lie. I know you want to put me in a cage. If you can't catch me, you just want to lie to me." The Black Widow was startled, and instinctively stepped back, approaching the window, and then jumped out. In the original plot, she prepared a pistol under the table, but now that she has a secret weapon, she doesn't put the pistol away. Besides, everyone knows that bullets are useless against the Hulk. Dr. Banner was stunned. He originally just wanted to scare the other party, but he didn't expect that the other party jumped out of the window and ran away, which surprised him. "I haven't transformed yet, so that's not the case, right?" With his mind so relaxed, another personality began to revive. Dr. Banner looked at his arms that were slowly getting thicker and turning green, and shouted, "No, no, 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 no. But the situation is irreversible." Roar. Hulk appears. The beast-like roar shocked the entire slum, but many people just glanced at the direction of the sound numbly and continued to do what they were doing lifelessly. "Get ready, put on your secret weapon," Natasha shouted. After the voice fell, a dozen big men quickly took out a photo from their tactical bag and put it on their faces. This photo is exactly Tiankai's avatar. Tiankai in the photo, sunny and handsome, seemed to have seen something. He turned slightly sideways, showing his white teeth, and smiled while looking ahead. When the elite team members saw this photo, their first reaction was that the leader was kidding us. "Look, this smile and this look are so charming at first glance, ordinary people can't laugh at all. If Apocalypse were here, I'm afraid he would be able to recognize it at a glance. This is Yuda's smile." Apocalypse in his previous life was often brainwashed by these advertisements. "Hey, your Yuda fell off." "No, it's your Yuda." Then when he turned around, that sunny and handsome smiling face came from this. Coupled with the additional performance of Zhang Wei, the god of toilet war, in the previous life, this smile poisoned the hearts of many young people. Even after traveling through a universe, these imprints are still in Apocalypse's mind. He didn't even know when he smiled or when he was photographed by SHIELD agents. Roar, roar, roar. The Hulk smashed the small shabby house flat with random smashes. After he smashed all the things that blocked his vision, he looked around. The 2-story green body staggered in fright, and its wild beast-like rage instantly transformed into a frightened deer. A dozen apocalyptic faces were smiling at him. It was like a nightmare. To the Hulk, there is nothing more terrifying in the world. This is Fury's secret weapon, Apocalypse photos? It seems absurd, but there are actually extremely high psychological skills behind it. This is a decision that can only be made based on a complete and in-depth understanding of the personality of the Hulk. After years of tracking, they analyzed that the Hulk's personality seemed violent, but he was actually kind-hearted and didn't like killing. It's just that the gamma energy is too large, which can easily cause some hallucinations. In the original plot, Banner said to his girlfriend Elizabeth, "It felt like a hallucinogen magnified 1,000 times. If someone shoots or runs away, he will instinctively chase after him. Hulk doesn't know why. If you run away, I'll chase you. Why should I chase you if you don't run away?" As a result, the person being chased is in danger, and if he stays put, the Hulk may not attack. However, no one could stay calm when facing the Hulk and his tendency to roar whenever he had no problem. Secondly, despite the fact that the Hulk is so violent, Psychologists have analyzed various details of the Hulk and found that his personality is equivalent to that of a 5 or 6-year-old child. If you can't control him, he will become more troublesome and naughty. If there was someone who could suppress him, he would be obedient and not dare to mess around. In the original plot, the Hulk was beaten to the ground by several military punches by Thanos, and was left with a psychological shadow. Later, when he was needed to participate in the battle, Hulk's personality did not dare to come out at all, even if Thanos did not arrive. During the street battle in New York, Apocalypse beat the Hulk with his own hands until his teeth were all over the ground, which can be described as extremely frightening. If he was just afraid, Fury wouldn't dare to let Black Widow come over with the photo. However, Apocalypse saved his girlfriend again, and he has an instinctive closeness to Apocalypse. Who? Friend. No. No fight. I can't beat. No fight. Ho. Under the strong hallucination of gamma energy, the Hulk could not distinguish between reality and fantasy. Faced with more than a dozen apocalypses, he did not want to fight and did not dare to fight. The 9th Elite Team was very unsure at first, but they didn't expect it to be really useful. Suddenly they felt that this world was really absurd and could be solved by wearing a photo. Why did they risk their lives before? The Hulk's 2-story body huddled up, like an aggrieved child. He didn't understand. I didn't do anything bad, why would I have such a nightmare? One team member instinctively wanted to raise his gun, which suddenly alerted the Hulk. Roar. Black Widow hurriedly stood in front of the team member and ordered in a low voice, "Don't use guns, everyone, stay calm and don't move." Then, Black Widow stretched out her hands and comforted, "The sun is setting, big guy, you should have a good rest now." Boom, boom. In 2 steps, the Hulk's huge body came closer and looked down at the Black Widow. Seeing the Black Widow's well-developed chest muscles and exquisite figure, she curiously stretched out a finger, cut it off, and said doubtfully, "You don't look like a friend." Black Widow tried to stand firm. She must not fall to the ground at this time. Once she fell to the ground, Hulk's instinct to bully the weak and fear the strong would suddenly come out. He quietly took out the recording pen behind his back and pressed the play button. "Come to me when you change back to Banner. If you don't change and go back to Banner, what will you do with your girlfriend?" These were the last 2 words Apocalypse said to the Hulk during the New York battle. There is monitoring and recording equipment on the helicopter. The original sound is very small, but after the tuner repaired it, it is almost the same as the sound of ordinary people. Ho. The voice brought back memories of the Hulk, and the feeling of being dominated by Apocalypse probably came back to his mind. The Hulk was spinning around, trying to escape from this nightmare, but he was surrounded by Apocalypse's smiling face, and he felt like he couldn't get out, even though he could jump dozens of kilometers in one big jump. Then the voice of Apocalypse was still in his mind, "Change back to Banner, change back to Banner, change back to Banner, change back to Banner." After struggling for a while, Hulk finally gave up. The low roar slowly became inaudible, and there was a gurgle sound in the bones of the body. The body became smaller, the green color on the body quickly faded, and he turned back into Dr. Banner. Dr. Banner woke up faintly, opened his eyes, and saw a dozen identical smiling faces facing him. He was so frightened that his heart almost stopped. Ouch, oh my god. If he hadn't just transformed once, he would definitely have transformed after this scare. A team member came forward and covered Banner with a blanket. Black Widow said calmly, "We convinced Hulk to come with us." Banner had no choice but to follow Black Widow. Without Hulk, he couldn't even defeat an ordinary person. At the same time, I was wondering, what just happened? Looking at the surrounding situation, the house collapsed, and there were large footprints of Hulk on the ground. He must have transformed, but it seemed that no one was hurt, which made Banner relieved. Dr. Banner and the Hulk, the memories of these 2 personalities are not connected. On Sakaar, the Hulk and Valkyrie had known each other for several years, but when they transformed back into Banner, neither of them knew each other, but they just felt familiar. On the helicopter, the members of the 9th Elite Team took the photo and looked at it over and over again, but they really couldn't see any clue in it. "I think there might be a god up there. He is an Oriental. What's wrong with Easterners? Can't they be gods?" That's not true. The main reason is that we in the West don't believe in him. If we don't believe in him, it won't work. I think you are overthinking it. It should be this smile. Look, who of us can usually smile like this? It seems so. A dozen or so heavily armed men bared their teeth at the photo, but they felt it lacked some charm. Is it the head-shaking part that's missing, or is there something in front of me? After laughing for a while, someone said with emotion, "Well, this smile is a bit extraordinary. We can't even laugh." That's right. It's really magical. But we don't know where the magic is. How about asking the boss? After a small bet, De Zhuang lost again and was sent to talk to Black Widow. Boss, can I ask who the person in this photo is?" She didn't expect her man to be so impressive in every photo. Black Widow was naturally very proud. Plus, the photos were shown to the team members, so she didn't need to keep the confidentiality so tight. So he said, "He is my man." Hiss. The team members gasped with more than a dozen mouths. Unexpectedly, the Black Widow, who everyone in the world was afraid of, actually had a man, and looking at her, she clearly looked like a fallen little girl. Although they are Black Widow's subordinates and respect and fear her, not everyone wants to try to seduce Black Widow. However, none of them succeeded, and instead they were sent to training. Now, they believe even more that the smile in the photo is magical. Hey, even the Hulk and the boss can't resist the magic of this smile. Everyone says that if we learn how to pick up girls, wouldn't it be great to pick up girls? Sigh. If I had learned this smile earlier, maybe something would have happened to me, boss. When handing over the task, other colleagues saw the weirdest 9th elite team in history, a dozen big men with weird smiles who laughed at everyone, especially beautiful women. Black Widow arranged for Dr. Banner, but before she could rest, she received the news. S.H.I.E.L.D. discovered Loki's whereabouts. To be precise, Loki deliberately let them find out. After Loki arrived on Earth, he blackmailed a group of people, including Hawkeye, and carried out his own plans. At the same time, he appeared in major cities to vent his anger. When his father chose to save the Earthling, Loki completely hated the Earth. Even without Thanos' instigation, he would come here as soon as possible to cause a scene. In the original plot, he only made one public appearance at a concert, then pretended to fail and was caught on purpose. But this time, he simply stopped hiding it, appearing directly in many places, waving the sharp knife and scepter in his hand, using the soul gem embedded in it, directly blackmailing everyone present. Of course, Loki doesn't need these mortals, but wants them to take revenge on other Earthlings. Blackened people have no concept of good and evil, and are not even afraid. They are more terrifying than criminals. In a short period of time, many cities in Europe have experienced soaring crime rates and plunged into chaos. Black Widow Anne came to the conference room. Director Fury and Agent Hill were already waiting for her. There were several technicians next to them, waiting for instructions. Fury stepped forward and said in a deep voice, "Natasha, when you watch this video, you have to be mentally prepared." Black Widow looked confused. What should she do to prepare mentally for watching a video? Is it bloody or something? In their line of work, a lot of the blood is made by oneself, so it is a joke to say that you have to be mentally prepared. However, since Director Fury asked, Black Widow had no choice but to nod. Let's start. Fury ordered, and the technician played a video on the holographic screen. The above is a speech made by Loki standing in the middle of the hall while robbing a precious metals bank. In the name of the gods, I order you, kneel down. After kneeling down, the world becomes much clearer. Ha 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 ha, this is human nature, eager to be conquered and obey the strong. On the surface you desire freedom, but on the inside you are afraid of breaking the current boundaries. You follow the rules every day and live a rotten and moldy life. Chasing power, chasing desire, just hoping to be recognized by others. What a disgusting life this is. I, Loki, the god of trickery, in the name of God, grant you true freedom. As he spoke, he waved his scepter, and a beam of light fell on the people present. In the blink of an eye, these people's eyes turned black, like two black holes, and then they turned around and left numbly. Next, this group of people detonated crime throughout the city. Some people were killed, houses were burned, and there were screams everywhere. At the end of the shot, Loki glanced at the surveillance camera, smiled evilly, and disappeared into the air. Obviously, he left these images deliberately and didn't care about others knowing about his presence. He said his name was Loki, god of trickery. Black Widow's face suddenly turned pale. He stepped forward and pushed away the technician, operated the computer himself, and then opened an archive video. This video was shot by Coulson from a distance during the Battle of the Western Town. Black Widow fast-forwarded the video to the scene when Thor walked towards the destroyer. Loki, I know you're looking at me. Is this what you want? Killing civilians, hurting innocents, what good will it do to you? If you want to kill, kill me. Otherwise, when I return to Asgard, I will teach you a lesson, brother. Seeing this, Black Widow's face lost all color and she could hardly stand still. Agent Hill quickly stepped forward to support her. Fury said, Natasha, I'm afraid Apocalypse will never come back. I know you are very sad now, but we need you to stay rational and not be impulsive. Now, the crisis facing the Earth has not passed yet. Black Widow's eyes were dead, and all life seemed to have left her. Her words were as cold as iron. I will not be impulsive. My husband is so strong and I have never beaten him. I will not die in vain. I will use all means and strength to dig out his heart. As he said that, he turned around and left with some staggering. Fury motioned for Agent Hill to follow. Hawkeye, who has the best friendship with Black Widow, has been darkened. Now, Black Widow has no one she can talk to in S.H.I.E.L.D., so she has to send Hill, who is also a woman, to take care of Black Widow temporarily. In the two videos just now, according to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s reasoning, Thor and Apocalypse have been judged to have failed. No wonder there has been no news for more than 2 years. From the words of Thor roaring to the sky, everyone knows that the one who is fighting against Thor is Loki, the god of trickery. Moreover, it is a life and death feud. Otherwise, they would not have sent puppets to hunt down the people on Earth, and they would have been merciless and would have beaten them to death. In other words, when Thor and Apocalypse go to Asgard, it must end with the death of one of them. Now, there has been no news from Apocalypse, Thor, and others for 2 years, but the enemy they want to deal with, Loki, appears on Earth in a big way and does whatever he wants. The difference between victory and defeat can be determined at a glance. According to Fury's analysis, Thor and Apocalypse are inherently weak parties. Otherwise, how could Thor have been knocked off the Earth before? Going to the kingdom of Asgard, facing the gods on someone else's territory. Although Apocalypse is strong, the odds of winning cannot be said to be high. Now, it really failed. Fury sighed, and now Loki began to harvest the Earth as a victor. We really can't blame Fury, Black Widow, and others for thinking this way. Across the universe and with not much information, the current reasoning is undoubtedly the most reasonable. Who would have thought that the victorious Thor and Apocalypse would be trapped in Asgard due to the rupture of the Rainbow Bridge, unable to return for the time being? Loki, who failed, did not die, but opened a passage from another universe and came to Earth faster than them. Loki naturally deduced that the Rainbow Bridge would not be repaired so quickly, so he dared to be so arrogant. Therefore, it gives people the illusion of a winner. After waiting hard for 2 years, but for this result, Black Widow felt dead in her heart. She thought her heart had died long ago, and she stayed in S.H.I.E.L.D. just to find a little feeling of home. Unexpectedly, during a mission, I would encounter Apocalypse, and my cold heart began to regain its vitality. She even began to search for various advanced treatment options, looking forward to the day she would have children in the future. If he had never encountered Apocalypse and never had life ignited in his heart, then Loki would be nothing more than a powerful intruder. But now, he has taken away all his love and hope. In grief, Black Widow not only did not lose her mind, she became more ruthless than ever. Alas, Fury sighed, I have to be a villain again. After that, send the 2 videos before and after to Iron Man. Tony, I hope that after you watch the video, please don't lose your cool. The Earth needs you now. I watched the 2 videos quickly, and with Iron Man's IQ, I understood them instantly. Did that mysterious man who once delivered takeaways when he was in the most difficult situation, saved himself in danger time and time again, shouted for takeout fees all day long, but never asked himself to give him anything in return? Did he just die in a foreign land like this? Did he just disappear into his own world? Even his relationship with Pepper, it was his clever push that led to the love he has today. I couldn't even get his body, and I didn't even know how to hold a funeral or mourn for him. An unspeakable sadness surged from the heart of Iron Man. Apart from hearing the sad news about his parents, Iron Man never thought that he would lose such an important person in his life again. Iron Man pressed the call button on the phone on the table and said in a hoarse voice, Pepper, come in quickly, I need you. Pepper Potts could never resist Iron Man's words. He rushed in and saw Tony's extremely sad expression. He was frightened and at a loss and asked, what's wrong? Don't ask first, hold me tight and don't let me cry. I'm afraid that after crying, I will become weak and afraid to face. Pepper hugged Iron Man tightly, feeling his breathing, rapid and depressed. Pepper said, Tony, although I don't know what happened, if you want to cry, just cry and no one will laugh at you. I can't cry now. What he wants to do hasn't been done yet. I want to finish it for him. When the destroyer came to the western town, although everyone was not sure whether Asgard had any idea of invading the Earth, but objectively, it does endanger the safety of people on Earth. If it weren't for Apocalypse, I don't know how many people would have died in the entire town. Publicly and privately, Apocalypse goes to fight Asgard to protect the Earth. I don't know how long it took, but Iron Man's breathing finally calmed down. Thank you, I'm fine now. Iron Man's face was as dark as water and his eyes were bloodshot, which made Pepper panic. He gently pushed Xiaojiao away and said, I want to go out for a while. After that, he walked resolutely towards the laboratory where the suit was stored. Where are you going? Go kill a god. Fury here. He opened the computer and found a top-secret document with the title, Avengers Plan. This document was established as early as the last century, when Captain Marvel just left. SHIELD is monitoring more and more alien civilizations, and more powerful people are coming to the Earth. They don't take the Earth seriously at all, and they fight here at will, and even massacre. Fury has realized that traditional weapons and combat concepts can no longer cope with these powerful men. Only through force can we resist the alien enemies. They even have to counterattack to make them dare not underestimate the Earth. This is the original intention of the Avengers. The name comes from one of Captain Marvel's fighter planes. Now, on the document, there are simply a few names written. Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers. Captain of the United States, Steve Rogers. Iron Man, Tony Stark. Hulk, Personality, Dr. Banner. Hawkeye, Clint Barton. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff. War Machine, Lieutenant Colonel James Lord. Oriental Tang Tiankai. These are all added or deleted by Fury at any time based on the actual situation. Now, as if his fingers were extremely heavy, he placed them on the delete key and deleted the 3 words Tang Tiankai one by one. Fury took out an inconspicuous pager, and a golden red pattern appeared on it, with a golden star in the middle and red abstract wings extending out on both sides. It was the interstellar pager that Captain Marvel left for Fury. This pager was originally just a technological product of the people on Earth in the last century. Captain Marvel adapted it to local conditions and modified it with the technology of the Kree civilization. The signal can be transmitted throughout the galaxy. No matter where she is, she can receive it. As long as there is a big crisis related to the survival of the Earth, if you press this button, Captain Marvel will rush back to the Earth from other galaxies in the galaxy. Fury took the interstellar pager in his hand, hesitated for a moment, and then put it away close to his body. Although we are facing gods now, it seems that it will only cause chaos and casualties, but will not destroy the Earth. Fury decided to give it a try. At this time, the staff outside sent a message. Director, Iron Man, Captain America, and Dr. Banner are all here. Are you ready to take off? Let Hill command the liftoff. I'll go to the deck to greet them. In the original plot, it was Black Widow who handled the reception. Now that Black Widow is so heartbroken, it is naturally inappropriate to send her there again. Fury walked out of the office and saw a vast ocean outside, with many fighter planes parked on the huge deck. Many staff were constantly using tools to fix fighter planes and equipment. Hey, welcome, Steve, Tony, Banner. Fury greeted him. Iron Man nodded politely, while Banner looked indifferent. As for the American captain, he has just woken up from a 70-year slumber and is still in the process of adapting to this new era. Seeing the fighter planes around him, he sighed, if we had so many advanced fighter planes, we wouldn't have killed so many brothers when fighting the Nazis. We won after all, didn't we? Fury said. Let's go in first. There will be some lack of oxygen here. Just as he was talking, whirlpools slowly rose on the sea surface and appeared on both sides of the huge deck, 2 in front and 2 in the back, and the water sank one after another. Then, a huge motor roar came, and 4 huge turbine fans slowly rose from the vortex. The fan pages alone were more than 10 meters long. The water that has not yet had time to fall is like a waterfall. Under the beating of the turbine fan, it splashes water mist all over the sky. The deck gradually rose, and the huge hull appeared completely in the air. This is an offensive and defensive command center built by SHIELD the space carrier. Facing a threat that can destroy the Earth, it is obviously not suitable to stay in a dead place. The enemy has too many ways to invade. If a story like the last one at the West Side Rubik's Cube Institute happens again, everyone will be blamed and the accusation system will be completely paralyzed. The space carrier rose several hundred meters into the sky. Captain America and Banner had enough of the scenery and went inside. Hill, who was directing the flight, gave the order, prepare to become invisible. Then, the space carrier opened its simulated reflectors, and the entire huge mothership completely disappeared in the sky. Unless it passes through some clouds, some strange shapes will appear. Going inside, there is a huge command center, with people coming and going, and everyone is responsible for their own subsystem. He saw a lot of advanced technology after waking up. What surprised the American captain the most was not how advanced it was, but the photo of Apocalypse's Yuda's smile posted in many places. Because Dr. Banner is on board, the secret weapon that has been proven effective will naturally continue to be used to prevent accidents. One for everyone? Some people find it troublesome to carry it with them, or are worried that they will not be able to wear it in time when encountering the Hulk, so they simply stick it at their work location, at the door of their room, or in the corridor. Is this a big star? Or is he an Oriental? The captain of the United States is confused. He has recently made up a lot of knowledge about the era, but he has never heard of this star. Dr. Banner shrugged and said, this is their secret weapon to prevent another big guy. Fury, Black Widow, Iron Man, Captain America, and Dr. Banner held a simple meeting. Banner naturally arranged to analyze gamma rays around the world and search for the cosmic Rubik's Cube, while the others were ready. Iron Man and Black Widow gave each other a comforting hug. Only the captain of the United States was full of questions. He only knew who the enemy was, but he didn't know what happened. When I first got on the boat was either filled with weird photos or solemn expressions of other people. In the end, what happened? Could it be that something big happened while I was asleep? Soon, Loki appeared again. This time, he appeared at a concert in Europe. A big shot comes to listen to this musical feast, and Hawkeye has already found out that his eyeballs are the key to opening the vault. Loki wore a suit, walked up to the big man, and threw the big man onto an art platform with a single-handed throw. Then he took out an instrument and thrust it into the big man's eye, immediately gouging out his entire eyeball. Over in the vault, Hawkeye had already held the same instrument. Loki's instrument scanned the eyeball information, and Hawkeye simultaneously generated a simulated hologram. After a while, the eyeball verification passed and the safe was easily opened. There was a tube of iridium inside. Hawkeye tied it behind his back and disappeared into the night. Loki drove the crowd to the square outside and revealed his true form. The helmet has 2 horns, a cape is tied to the shoulders, and he wears armor. He has also expressed his stinking heresy. A dying World War II veteran stood up and said tremblingly, "We have defeated people like you before, but one will not surrender to you." Loki said coldly, "If this is the case, then I will kill the chicken to scare the monkeys." He raised his scepter and emitted a divine light. At this moment, a shield fell from the sky, blocking the divine light and bouncing it back to Loki, who was caught off guard. The visitor is naturally the captain of the United States. After seeing the image of the American captain clearly, Rocky couldn't help but laughed. "Hey, here comes an outdated veteran." At this time, the American captain was still wearing old-fashioned combat uniforms, especially the hood, which covered his eyes and hair. In today's era, he looked a bit silly. The American captain was unmoved and said calmly, "As long as we protect the people, veterans will never go out of style." Saying that, he attacked. The surrounding crowd screamed and fled. Fortunately, this was a square, so there was no stampede and people ran away quickly. Although Loki is weak in frontal combat, it is only compared to other gods. Facing the people on Earth, he beat the captain of the United States to the point where he was unable to fight back with just his physical strength. After a few moves, Loki pressed his head with a scepter, trying to make him surrender. "Don't think about it." Seeing that the surrounding civilians had run away, the captain smiled. The fight plan just now was successful. Just as Loki was about to kill him, a stream of light flew from the sky, and an energy laser cannon knocked Loki away. The person who came was none other than Iron Man. Loki fell to the ground and did not get up immediately. According to his plan, he would just make a few casual attacks, then pretend to be captured, find the space carrier, and destroy the Earthlings' command center in one fell swoop. Although his strength is not weak compared to the people on Earth, he doesn't like to do things that only barbarians do. As the god of conspiracy, he prefers to play tricks and watch humans being teased. In the original plot, Iron Man and Captain did what he wanted. When they saw him raising his hands to surrender, they put him on the fighter plane and took him back to the mothership. But he ignored the influence of one person, Tang Tiankai. Loki only deduced that the Rainbow Bridge in Asgard would not be repaired so quickly, and he could use this time difference to occupy the Earth. You can do whatever you want until Thor and Apocalypse return. Unexpectedly, S.H.I.E.L.D. had arrived early and deduced that he had killed Apocalypse. At this time, the Black Widow, who was hovering in the sky in a Quinjet fighter, said, "Steve, please stay away." The aircraft's machine gun fired 2 tongues of flame, and countless bullets poured out. The place where Loki was instantly splashed with dust. Following this, Iron Man's hand cannon laser and various micro-missiles were fired at Loki. Loki was caught off guard and looked confused. "Didn't I raise my hands and surrender? Why are you still fighting?" Could it be that his false surrender was discovered? Fortunately, as a god, his body was not weak, so he was fine. However, he was beaten so much that his whole body ached, his cloak was torn, and he was in a very embarrassed state. After all, with the destructive power of the Hulk, a severe beating on him would only knock him out of his wits, without even causing any substantial damage. One can imagine how strong his body is. However, the American captain was a little confused. The guy just raised his hands and surrendered, right? Why are Black Widow and Iron Man still working hard? But at this time, the 10-meter radius where Loki was already filled with bullets, artillery fire, and lasers, and the captain did not dare to approach rashly. Loki was angry and confused, and shouted, "Stop fighting, I surrender." At this time, the onboard machine gun had finished firing bullets, and the Black Widow lowered its flight altitude and allowed the Quinjet to enter autopilot. He jumped up and shot towards Loki from the sky. Loki was furious. "I even pretended to be defeated and surrendered. You still want to bully me?" So, he raised his scepter and stabbed Natasha. Just as he was about to assassinate Black Widow in midair, Iron Man accelerated and knocked Loki down. When the American captain saw it, he didn't have time to think so much, so he naturally stepped forward to help. As a result, Iron Man, Captain America, and Black Widow surrounded Loki and attacked. Iron Man can fly and naturally attacks from the air. The captain held a shield and faced Loki's divine light head-on. As for Black Widow, she seemed to be crazy, trying desperately to attack the fatal parts of Loki's body, even without regard for her own safety. But with her power, she couldn't do any harm to Loki. Fortunately, with the help of Iron Man and Captain America, it was no big deal for a while. The American captain shouted while fighting, "Hey, guy named Rocky, didn't you say you surrender? Why did you fight back?" Loki said angrily, "I have already said to surrender, why did you do it?" The captain said, "We won't do anything if you don't fight back." "Bah, it's weird to believe you. I won't fight back if you don't do it. You surrender, but you must first not fight back. You are despicable. You must stop taking action first. You surrender. You are despicable." For a time, the arguments fell into an endless loop, with no outcome in the quarrel, and no winner in the battle. Loki felt that the people on Earth were really unreasonable, and he tried to surrender without any disadvantages, but when he encountered these 3 idiots, it had no effect at all. Loki deceived and surrendered countless times throughout his life, and succeeded almost every time. Needless to say, he had deceived the god of thunder and the frost giant king before, including the things that had not happened in the original plot, such as pretending to surrender to the Dark Elves and pretending to surrender to Thanos to gain their trust. It was only with Thanos that the difference in strength was too great, which led to the failure of the plan. Unexpectedly, his first false surrender on Earth failed, and people simply ignored him. Loki felt aggrieved. If you raise your hands, you will just get beaten. If you fight back, you still have to be beaten. Fighting and killing was not in line with his style as a deceitful god. At this time, Loki and Iron Man were fighting back and forth, and they were really not pretending. His frontal combat power is limited, and he may not be able to beat Iron Man, not to mention Captain America and Black Widow. Fortunately, his divine body is strong and he can resist directly. Although his injuries are increasing, he is not serious yet. There was no way to go on like this. Loki saw the opportunity and resisted the captain's shield slap in the face, sending a divine light towards the Black Widow's abdomen. Zi. The divine light passed through the body, leaving a wound as big as a bowl of ocean on the Black Widow's body. She almost broke into 2 pieces and fell to the ground. Natasha. The American captain was shocked and hurriedly stopped attacking and came over to check. Iron Man said coldly, "Don't worry about her. Keep fighting. Don't let Loki escape." The captain said angrily, "Do you have any humanity that you don't even care about your teammates?" Iron Man kept his hands on his hands and whispered, "Humph, old antique." The captain half knelt beside Black Widow, held her hand, and said, "Natasha, you have to hold on." With this injury, the captain knew that there was probably no chance of survival, but other than these comforting words, he didn't know what to say. During World War II, he bravely killed the enemy and saved countless comrades, but countless comrades still died beside him. The captain felt sad for a moment, as if he had returned to the World War II era, and held the Black Widow's hand tightly. Natasha's face was twisted in pain, and she said, "You, don't worry about me." The captain said, "Natasha, how can I ignore you? Although we have known each other for a short time, I am your comrade. If you have anything to say, just say it and I will remember it for you. Let go quickly. If you don't let go, I will really die." "What?" The captain felt that Natasha was using her last strength to try to break free from her hand, so she quickly let go. With difficulty, she took out a bottle of green potion from her tactical bag and drank it. A green light lit up the wound, and in the blink of an eye, the missing flesh and blood at the hole grew back. However, the clothes were not restored. Black Widow reveals her firm and elastic belly and lower waist, and with the sweat and dirt on her face, she has an alternative sex appeal. Black Widow jumped up from the ground and continued to attack Loki. The captain was stunned. Well, I'm sorry just now." No wonder Iron Man told himself not to worry about her. It turned out there was such a magical potion. Instead, he came over and held her hand, almost killing his teammates. The captain felt a little guilty. Was he so far behind the times that he didn't even know about this magical potion? "Stop talking nonsense. Come and fight." Seeing Black Widow resurrected with full health, Loki was secretly frightened. Where did such a perverted potion come from? You're going to beat yourself up like this. If you continue like this, you will be able to resurrect with full health in an instant if you injure them, but your injuries will become more and more severe, and you may capsize in the gutter. After thinking about this, Loki decided not to fight anymore. With a flash of his body, he transformed into a dozen Lokis and fled in all directions at the same time. Black Widow waved her hand and shot 3 darts, and the 3 illusions disappeared immediately. The American captain's shield flew away from his hand, and flew back to his hand in a large arc, scattering the 5 illusions. Iron Man is much more efficient here. He uses his eyes to operate the position on the miniature screen. The lasers on his body are divided into more than a dozen beams, covering all Loki. Oops. Loki screamed, all illusions disappeared, and the last real body was hit by the laser. But at this time, he was already more than 10 meters away from the 3 Iron Man men. He jumped a few times, climbed over the outer wall, and disappeared from everyone's eyes. On the way back, Iron Man did not fly alone, the 3 of them sat together in the Quinjet. Black Widow said coldly, "With his strength, there is no way he can kill my husband." The captain asked, "My condolences? However, I still have to take the liberty to ask, who is your husband? Is he strong? The photo you saw on the mothership is him. As for his strength," Iron Man sneered, "if he were here, he wouldn't even dare to come to Earth to cause trouble if he gave Loki 100 courages. It turns out to be a fallen hero, no wonder so many people on the mothership posted his face everywhere," the captain thought to himself. But, is this avatar the wrong choice? The portrait of the fallen hero should be a solemn one, right? The smile in that photo always feels weird. Iron Man said, "If he is as strong as he is today, even if he adds the magic that can blacken others, regardless of whether apocalypse is there or not, it will definitely not be enough to occupy the Earth. Unless..." The 3 of them looked at each other and thought at the same time, he has helpers. The Quinjet accelerated and flew towards the mothership. They wanted to go back and discuss with the director to find out what Loki's conspiracy was. According to the original plot, Loki should have pretended to surrender on this fighter plane, but due to the invisible influence of Apocalypse, the timeline here has been seriously deviated. In the unknown time and space, the time variation manager looked at the sacred timeline and found another branch, and couldn't help but feel dizzy. The mysterious man who made the Guardian of Time appear in person and was designated as an outlaw, caused serious interference to the Earth's timeline even though he was far away on the other side of the universe. If this continues, the sacred timeline will collapse sooner or later. A group of employees of the Space and Time Bureau are discussing hard to see if they can come up with a plan to stabilize the sacred timeline without offending the noble outlaw. Black Widow, Iron Man, and Captain America soon returned to the space carrier. He immediately reported the battle to Fury and the speculation that Loki might have helpers. Fury gathered everyone for a meeting to discuss. "Hill, please immediately list the places Loki has robbed these days and see if there is any correlation." "Yes." Detailed reports on the cases are listed on the screen, and then the computer program automatically analyzes them, constantly looking for correlations from locations, people, casualties, etc. Dr. Banner suddenly said, "There's something strange here. Loki robbed precious metal banks, and the stolen metals were all iridium." Iron Man frowned, thought for a while and said, "Iridium has many uses. As far as I know, there are at least dozens of industrial applications that use it. However, these are probably not what Loki wants. He doesn't want to come to Earth to open a factory, does he? Then, there is only one more reliable possibility left. Particle physics uses iridium in the production process of antiprotons. High-intensity proton beams are directed at a conversion target that must be very dense. It can more stably withstand the temperature rise caused by the radiating particle beam. Shockwave. Banner's eyes lit up when he heard this. If there is enough energy to open the Einstein-Rosen bridge, then iridium will be an essential element, and it can be used as a stabilizing buffer. Ahem. Fury gestured, "Speak humanly." Dr. Banner and Iron Man looked at each other, and Iron Man said, "You are an expert in this field, so let's talk about it." Dr. Banner was not polite and said, the Einstein-Rosen bridge is what most people call a wormhole. Opening it requires an astronomical amount of energy. Moreover, during the opening process of the wormhole, antiprotons will be generated. If not processed, these antiprotons will cause the wormhole to be unstable. The captain of the United States said, wait a minute, I don't understand the theories you mentioned. If I understand correctly, if Loki wants to open a wormhole and let helpers from another world come over, then, two conditions are needed. One is energy, the second is stability. Energy can be provided by the universe Rubik's Cube, stability can be achieved by the iridium element. In other words, he already has all the conditions. That's right. Everyone fell silent suddenly, realizing that something was in trouble. Just one Loki caused chaos in major cities in Europe. There were many casualties and it was already a headache. If his helpers come again, I'm afraid the earth will fall completely. According to Fury's reasoning, Loki's helper may be the peerless powerful man who killed Thor and Apocalypse. Once he comes, no one on the earth can stop him. Fury ordered, Hill, I want you to do everything possible to find traces of Loki. Use all surveillance, cameras, and spy satellites on the earth if necessary. Dr. Banner, Tony, the task of tracking gamma rays and finding the cosmic cube will be left to you. I will requisition all gamma ray detection instruments within my authority for your use. Steve, Natasha, you are always on call. Yes. However, the more anxious they were, the less fruitful they were. After Loki was beaten 3 times by Iron Man, Black Widow, and Captain America, he suffered a huge loss and did not dare to show up again. Even the blackened Hawkeye, who had been robbing iridium elements everywhere under Loki's instructions, has now lost his trace. Fury became increasingly uneasy, indicating that they had taken enough iridium. There must be arrangements being made at this time, and when he is discovered again, it may be the time when the wormhole opens. For 2 days, the entire Earth suddenly returned to calm. Fury knew that this was the calm before the storm. Once broken, it would be a devastating disaster. At this moment, the space carrier's alarm sounded. Do. Level dash alert. Attention, all teams, there is an unknown object descending on our mothership. Weapons at the ready. Staff on standby. I saw 2 figures standing in the void above the sky mothership, surrounded by thunder and lightning, accompanied by dark clouds. It's none other than Thor and Apocalypse. Because one more person needs to be teleported, it takes longer for God King Odin to prepare the dark energy, which results in a delay of several days compared to the time in the original plot when Thor arrived alone. In the original plot, Thor arrived when Loki faked his surrender and took the Quinjet fighter back to the mothership. Because of a misunderstanding, he even had a fight with Iron Man and Captain America in the mountains. Now, at Apocalypse's request, they located the space carrier and descended directly to the sky. The space carrier is invisible to Earth's technology, but to Heimdall, it is no different than a light bulb. Apocalypse stretched forward with one hand and emitted a divine light shield, blocking all the bullets and warheads of the defensive automatic weapons. There was a nervous look below, and the cannon muzzles were raised and pointed at them. Although Apocalypse is not afraid, he is one of his own, so there is no need to destroy his own weapons, otherwise the stingy Fury will yell again. Soon, surveillance cameras located their images. Ah, it's the Oriental man in the photo. Already some of the nymphomaniac technicians started screaming. When the alarm was lifted, Apocalypse and Thor slowly descended. Thor flies with the help of Thor's hammer, while Apocalypse flies completely physically, a skill that even Thor is envious of. You know, although many gods and powerful men are powerful, they have never been able to learn to fly. Physical flight is not as simple as it seems. Loki, who often told mortals that he was a god, could not fly. When Thor did not have a hammer, he could only use the power of thunder and lightning to soar briefly, and he could not fly. Most of the superheroes are unable to fly physically, including the Scarlet Witch, a heaven-defying powerhouse, who can only briefly rise into the air with the help of the power of the ground, not fly. Only a few strange people, such as Vision and Captain Marvel, possess the ability to fly physically as soon as they appear in the world. As soon as the two landed, people who heard the news gathered around them. Iron Man wore a suit and flew the fastest. When he saw Apocalypse, his eyes turned red and he stepped forward to give Apocalypse a solid hug. Man, I didn't expect to see you again. Tian Kai sighed. Yes, it's been a long time since I left. It's been a long time, it feels like a century. Gradually, Apocalypse felt something was wrong. Iron Man, why did you hold me for so long? Everyone around is watching. If you don't think it's embarrassing, I still want to save face. The American captain lowered his voice and asked Fury, Director, are you sure? This person named Apocalypse is married to Natasha. Seeing the jealous Black Widow beside him, Apocalypse couldn't bear it any longer. I had returned from afar, and my beloved wife hadn't even hugged him yet. Hey, Tony. Get out of here. Seeing Apocalypse push Tony away, Black Widow pounced on him without saying anything, kissing her until she almost suffocated. It lasted so long that even if the people around me were Westerners, they couldn't stand it anymore. Ahem, Fury said, Dawn, welcome back. Apocalypse had no choice but to separate from Black Widow. When they came back this time, everyone seemed to be particularly enthusiastic. Long time no see, Director. Fury said, let me introduce him first. This is Dr. Banner. I believe you know him. Banner was polite, shook hands and said, Mr. Tang, I finally see you in person. Your smile is normal. What the hell is a normal smile? Tian Kai didn't have time to ask, so he shook hands. This is my deputy, Agent Hill. Hill is a tall and slender beauty with a refreshing and handsome temperament, capable and dashing, and a heroic appearance. She is a completely different type from the Black Widow. This is Captain America, Steve Rogers. This was the first time Tian Kai saw the Captain of the United States in person. He looked carefully. He was tall, handsome, and upright. He was wearing an old-fashioned tight-fitting combat uniform, exactly like the Captain in his memory. At this time, Thor came closer, tilted his head, glanced sideways at the Captain, and whispered, "Tang, is this the American buttocks you are talking about? It doesn't seem very good. Who are all the people present?" No matter how low the voice was, I listened to every word. The Captain of the United States had a dark look on his face. "Who are these people? Do you know them yourself? Why are you suddenly discussing your butt?" When the people around heard what Thor said, they all turned their attention to the Captain's butt, wondering if it was really that up. Suddenly, the Captain felt itchy and hot in the back. In full view of the crowd, he couldn't touch it, so he had to pretend to be careless and block it with his shield. Ahem, hello, everyone. Tian Kai took a few steps away from the God of Thunder and greeted everyone. "I'm not very familiar with this guy." Entering inside, I found that my profile picture was posted everywhere, and some photos also had some small flowers posted on them. Tian Kai was confused now. Isn't his information confidential, or is it that when I traveled through the universe, I took the wrong timeline? Thor envied. "Dawn, I didn't expect you to be so popular on Earth. I don't have anyone posting my photos in Asgard." Then he said to Agent Hill, "Hey, beauty, can you ask who is responsible for the photo?" "I, the Prince of Asgard and the God of Thunder. May you consider putting my photo up?" Hill rolled his eyes at him and said, "Everyone thinks Mr. Tang is dead, and the photo is to commemorate him. Are you sure you want to hang it up?" It's not impossible." After the two sides exchanged information, all the doubts were solved. Fury knew that Loki didn't have a strong man who could kill Apocalypse, so he felt relieved a little. Now that there were two more powerful men, Thor and Apocalypse, Fury finally let go of his worries. As long as Loki dares to show his head, Fury dares to tell him why the flowers are so red. Since they have nothing to do, Apocalypse and Black Widow are busy having fun and replenishing their passion over the past 2 years. "Dawn, keep your voice down. The rooms here are not soundproof. What are you afraid of?" "It's not me who screamed." "Humph, you are so bad." The two adhered to the concept that as long as I am not embarrassed, others will be embarrassed, and created a magical sound all night. This area was filled with women's rooms. Hill, who lived nearby, tossed and turned, covering his ears and enduring the torture all night. After the exercise, Tian Kai rarely had a sweet sleep. Suddenly boom, boom. There were two loud noises, and the space carrier shook violently. The alarm sounded, and everyone ran out at once. "Everyone, be careful, Loki invades." Apocalypse opened his eyes and thought to himself, Loki is really a ghost. When they came out, there was already chaos outside, with Fury and Hill giving constant instructions in the control hall. Fury said into the intercom, "Tony, 2 turbine fans have been blown up. You go to repair them, otherwise the mothership will crash." "There's no problem with me. Is that guy Tian Kai still awake in Rura Township?" "Ahem, hey, Tony. I'm here." "Then I'll leave it to you, Loki." Hill quickly called up the surveillance camera, and saw Loki slowly appearing from the side of a Quinjet on the screen, smiling evilly at the camera, and then disappeared. Hill said, "The Quinjet that came back a few days ago must have been manipulated by Loki, and now he is sabotaging it inside the mothership. Mr. Tang, I'm sorry to bother you. Don't let him go to the power reactor. Give it to me." Tian Kai nodded, closed his eyes slightly, and began to sense every move on the mothership. Suddenly a gust of wind suddenly rose and disappeared in front of Hill's eyes. At this time, Loki was in a state of invisibility, and his purpose was indeed what Hill had guessed, which was to detonate the nuclear power reactor. Once successful, it is equivalent to exploding a nuclear bomb inside the mothership, and the damage can be said to be devastating. In the original plot, Loki had a teasing mentality and preferred the pleasure of watching everyone being manipulated by him without knowing it. But now he failed to pretend to surrender, and he suffered a lot from Apocalypse to Black Widow's mixed 3-person attack. His heart was full of resentment, and he no longer felt like teasing, so he just sabotaged it and taught S.H.I.E.L.D. a lesson. The nuclear power plant was right in front of him, and a cold smile appeared on Loki's lips. Just as he was about to take action, a voice suddenly came. "Loki, long time no see. It's you?" Loki was shocked. The person who came was none other than Tian Kai. Since he was here, his brother must be here too. Loki never expected that the original estimate of repairing the Rainbow Bridge would be as short as 1 year or as long as 3 years. Such a long time is enough for him to beat the Earth to pieces. When the time comes for the Earthling whom my father saved to return, it will be so satisfying to see his desperate expression. My father is really willing to spend his money and actually use dark energy to send you back to Earth. Okay, I surrender." Loki slowly raised his hands, and as soon as the scepter in his hand reached his chest, there was a sudden G sound and a yellow light emitted. The yellow light was not directed at Apocalypse, but at the nuclear reactor. A proud smile appeared on the corner of Loki's mouth. There is a high temperature of tens of millions of degrees in the center of the nuclear explosion, which can melt all materials. No matter how strong you are, they will all be turned into elementary particles. It's a pity that he met Apocalypse. Of course, the moment he said he wanted to surrender, Apocalypse was already on guard, and instantly transformed and blocked the yellow light. I thought it was just an ordinary divine attack, but I didn't expect a powerful force to press down on me, as if I was standing in front of a star, with boundless power. Apocalypse was caught off guard, and his feet carved 2 long iron grooves on the hard alloy floor. He didn't stop until his back touched the nuclear reactor. It's not your power. He has gone through 9 times of eternal fire refinement and 9 repairs, and his divine body has been completed. In the past 2 years, his cultivation has made rapid progress, and he has become many times stronger than before. Even if Loki has made some progress, he cannot be so exaggerated. Apocalypse looked at it and saw that the light on Loki's scepter was dim, and the place where the Mind Stone was originally stored was empty. It turns out to be the power of the Mind Stone. Although the Mind Stone is not known for its destructive power, it is an infinity stone after all. Loki only borrowed part of it and it is already so powerful. If it weren't Apocalypse who came to intercept, but if Thor came instead, he might have succeeded. However, looking at the holes in his scepter, it was obvious that he only borrowed power and did not bring his true body. As expected of the god of trickery, he is indeed cautious. Loki looked up to the sky and laughed, "Do it again, let's see if you can catch it." As soon as he finished speaking, another ray of yellow light shot out. But the people suddenly transformed into a dozen or so people and ran towards the surrounding passages. Apocalypse patted away the yellow light. This time, it was just Loki's disguise of divine power, not the real power of the Mind Stone. Apocalypse had already sensed it. Seeing a dozen Lokis running away at the same time, Apocalypse did not chase any of them, but grabbed the void ahead with his right hand. A human figure gradually appeared from the air. Needless to say, it was of course Loki. A few days ago, Loki fought against the Black Widow trio and suffered a big loss while escaping. This time he learned a lesson and transformed into more than a dozen avatars while becoming invisible at the same time. Unexpectedly, Tiankai saw through it at a glance and was caught. Loki was about to cry, but he couldn't help but wonder why he hadn't won against the Earthlings once. From the time when the destroyer was sent down, to when the father chose to save the Earth instead of saving himself, and then the subsequent attempts to surrender, escape, and destroy the space carrier, all failed. Apocalypse looked at Loki, with murderous intent hidden in his eyes. This Loki seemed to have done nothing good from beginning to end, and countless people on Earth died at his hands. It's better to kill him now, since he's not afraid of changing the timeline anyway. Thinking of this and just about to take action, Loki seemed to sense this murderous intention and shouted, "I am Thor's brother." I have to say that Loki really understands human nature. Tiankai sighed secretly after hearing this. Thor regards himself as a brother, and Asgard makes him a prince, and uses the eternal fire to refine his body. Although it is utilitarian in nature, the favor is real. It's really unjustifiable to kill their relatives rashly without repaying them now. Thor, in particular, still regards Loki as his younger brother. Now that he has been captured, it is expected that he will not be able to start another New York war. Catch him first, and then ask the god of thunder. As a result, a divine force blocked Loki's ability to move, and he was lifted onto the deck like a chicken. At this time, the other approaches have basically been solved. Some miscellaneous fish soldiers can naturally be dealt with by the escort force on the mothership. Because of Loki's deliberate sabotage, one more engine was destroyed this time than in the original plot, attracting the power of Thor, Iron Man, and Captain America. As for Hawkeye, Black Widow was being tied up while panting. Hawkeye's strength mainly lies in arrows. In frontal close combat, he is weaker than the modified Black Widow. Whether in the original plot or now, he loses to Black Widow without any suspense. Throwing Loki on the deck, Apocalypse rushed forward, took Hawkeye, and said to Black Widow, "You take a rest for a while, leave Barton to me." As he spoke, he gently pressed his fingers on Hawkeye's forehead, and a surge of divine power slowly seeped into it. The power of the Mind Stone that controls Hawkeye is very weak, and it is very different from the one he just fought in the nuclear reactor, but this power is entangled in his brain, and Apocalypse has to be extremely careful. After a while, Hawkeye's dark eyes returned to normal, and his consciousness had returned. "Thank you, you're welcome." Black Widow supported Hawkeye and said, "Barton, do you remember what happened?" Hawkeye nodded. "I remember, I seem to have hurt a lot of people." Tiankai said, "You don't need to feel guilty about this. You are controlled by the Mind Stone, and these crimes should not be placed on you. The culprit is over there." At this time, the problems of all parties were resolved. Thor, Iron Man, Captain America, Fury, Hill, etc. all gathered around and looked at Loki. Fury was secretly frightened. If Apocalypse hadn't returned in time, the space carrier would never have been spared, and everyone would have died in a nuclear explosion. The god of trickery is still the god of trickery. Although he did not fake his surrender to the mothership, he still left his mark on the Quinjet. Thor sternly said, "Loki, you are really too willful. What qualifications do you have to teach me a lesson?" Loki said with a sad smile, "My father would rather save that Earthling than save me. You, Odin, and Frigga are not my relatives." Thor was speechless for a moment. He felt deeply guilty about this matter. He would rather his father save Loki than him, which made him feel better. Hill kicked him and said, "Loki, right? You are suspected of causing a large number of casualties on Earth. We will try you in accordance with the law, up to the death penalty." "Hey!" Thor shouted, "He is my brother, please be respectful." The number of deaths on Earth caused directly or indirectly by him is probably more than 3,000. Well, he's adopted, and we're not that close. Even so, it is impossible for Thor to really let Loki die here. No matter how kind Thor is, he still has selfish motives. He still regards Loki as his younger brother and cannot let anyone kill him. At this time, Iron Man looked around and said, "Are we missing one person here?" When everyone took a look, Dr. Banner was missing. No, it should be said, Hulk. Roar. A dull roar came from below, followed by a chaotic ping-ping-pong-pong sound, and I don't know how many equipment were damaged. Fury stroked his braised egg head and felt a headache. He was about to ask Apocalypse to stop the Hulk. Suddenly there was a loud boom, and the Hulk crashed through the deck and jumped up from below. There are pictures of Apocalypse everywhere below. The Hulk has no way out but the ceiling, so he crashes through the floors and jumps up. Oops. Loki screamed. He was right at the Hulk's foothold, and his huge feet pressed his face into the steel plate of the deck. Damn it! You savage guy, ugly beast, take your feet away quickly. The Hulk glanced down and said in the voice of the subwoofer, "Huh, reptile. Enough, I've had enough of you earthlings. I am a god, of the bloodline of frost giants, and the adopted son of Asgard's god King Odin. The lowly bloodline of earthlings is not worthy of." Boom, 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 boom. The Hulk stomped on him and growled, "Little reptile, you are very noisy, you are very noisy." The Hulk's random stomping did little physical damage to Loki, but the mental insult was tens of millions of times greater than the physical damage. If crotch humiliation is the ultimate humiliation for a man, then what is 10 times worse than this is crotch humiliation without pants? As soon as the Hulk transformed, the green thing underneath him came out again. Originally, apart from being a little jarring, it was nothing serious. After all, this is the West, so everyone is not surprised. But Loki's vision at this time was going to end his life. Lying on the ground unable to move, looking at that big pile of things looking down at me and dangling around, my spirit completely collapsed. Loki's face turned pale, feeling that the insults he had received over the past 1,000 years combined were not as harmful as today. You, kill me if you can. Who, little reptile, then I will kill you." The Hulk seemed to understand Loki's words. He stretched out his hands and lifted Loki's legs up. Roar. He tore him in half forcefully. Thor shouted, "Loki. Although Loki is known as a god, he will still die if he is torn in half." In the original plot, he was killed by Thanos after his neck was strangled. Thor rushed over, only to find that Loki, who was torn in half, did not have a drop of blood coming out. Instead, he slowly turned into a puff of ash and disappeared into the air. "It's a clone," Thunder God shouted. "The clone is different from the illusion. The illusion is just a false light and shadow, but the clone exists in reality, like a real person, and has a certain strength. Of course, the level of strength depends on the specific strength of the subject. The clone is controlled by the main body, and thoughts and perspectives are shared with the main body. The enhanced version of crotch humiliation just now was truly transmitted to Loki's main body. This feeling can never be washed away. No wonder Loki just asked the Hulk to kill him. He couldn't bear the humiliation and hurriedly cut off the perspective with the clone. I didn't expect Loki to make such rapid progress in the past 2 years and become a clone. Thor was both happy and troubled. The dead one is a clone, which means that Loki is not dead, but it also means that he is still hiding in some corner and continues to harm human beings. Apocalypse stepped forward and suppressed the Hulk personality, and then a staff member immediately brought a blanket over. Looking at the Hulk's naked body, Apocalypse thought, it seems like he has to find a chance to make a pair of super elastic underwear for the Hulk, so as not to be so eye-catching every time he transforms. As for Loki's clone, Apocalypse has no memory of it. This is the first time he has seen it. Could it be his own butterfly effect? I was originally confused as to why Loki dared to attack the nuclear reactor at such a short distance. Not to mention Loki, Apocalypse himself had no confidence in surviving at such a short distance. It turns out that he is a clone and is not afraid of death. At this moment, a huge blue light suddenly shot up into the sky in the distance. The blue energy pillar shot into the sky, and a hole slowly opened, revealing the dark background of the universe on the other side. It's the wormhole that connects the other side of the universe? Loki saw the arrival of Apocalypse and Thor, and the clone's sneak attack failed, so he knew it was time to activate the cosmic cube and let Thanos' army come over. Countless Chitauri troops, who had been waiting for a long time, swarmed in like locusts. The Chitauri soldiers rode in their personal airships, passed through the wormhole, and carried a strange long energy gun, killing everyone on sight. Coupled with the energy cannon on the airship, cars on the ground were blown away with one shot. Suddenly, screams continued throughout New York, explosions occurred, and people fled one after another. After a while, the blue energy pillar became larger and larger, the wormhole opened wider, and a huge mechanical dragon slowly entered. The entire body of the mechanical dragon is made of unknown alien metal and is dark copper in color. Buildings are knocked down wherever it passes, and half of the building can be shattered with a flick of its tail. Its body also contains many Chitauri soldiers. When it passes a building, it immediately jumps out and attacks the humans inside. The God of Thunder murmured, "Brother, you are in big trouble now." The alarm was immediately sounded on the mothership, and everyone was ready for battle. Tiankai said, "I'll go find Loki's real body first. The infinite gems in his hand are the key to closing the wormhole." You are responsible for the rest. After saying that, Apocalypse took off from the space carrier and flew towards the wormhole. In the original plot, the Infinity Stones were embedded in Loki's scepter, but now that the scepter has fallen on the helicarrier, the Mind Stone has disappeared, and it must still be in Loki's hands. Iron Man and Thor were able to fly by themselves and took off first. The remaining Black Widow, Hawkeye, and Captain America quickly boarded the Quinjet and prepared to set off. Fury said anxiously, "Wait, bring Dr. Banner with you, we don't need him now." Banner originally wanted to find the Cosmic Cube through gamma rays, but now the Cosmic Cube is swaggering under the energy column, and the search is meaningless. Banner said gratefully, "Thank you, Director. However, there is a war going on there, so I'll stay on the mothership. After the war is over, I will return to the country of my third brother. The mothership is huge and does not fly very fast. It is not suitable for entering the war zone directly. It is similar to an aircraft carrier at sea and is more suitable as a fighter platform and command center." Fury smiled and said, "We don't need Banner, but we need Hulk." With that said, he took the reluctant Banner onto the Quinjet. The fighter jet soon arrived over the war zone, and Black Widow opened the hatch. Banner, who was sitting by the door, realized something was wrong and shouted, "What do you want to do? Don't do this again." Black Widow said coldly, "Barton, throw him down. Do not do this." Then, there was a loud boom, and when he landed on the ground, it was the Hulk. Roar. The Hulk's roar attracted countless nearby Chitauri soldiers to attack. Thor, Iron Man, Black Widow, Hawkeye, Barton, Captain America, and others all used their own abilities to continuously eliminate the Chitauri soldiers. Hawkeye ascends high and focuses on airships. Thor has a hammer and lightning group attack, blocking the wormhole and launching his ultimate move. Captain America went around rescuing civilians. Black Widow can only use guerrilla tactics on the ground, targeting lone Chitauri soldiers to kill them. As soon as these superheroes entered the battlefield, they immediately stabilized the situation and civilian casualties were immediately reduced. But at the same time, it also attracted more Chitauri soldiers and mechanical dragons to attack. On Tiankai's side, he flew directly under the energy pillar, which was on the roof of a building. However, it is not the Stark Tower where Iron Man is located in the original plot. Apparently after Loki was beaten up by the Iron Man trio, he knew that Iron Man was not easy to mess with, so he did not dare to blatantly come to Stark Tower to cause trouble for fear of being discovered. What emits the blue energy column is a strange device. The cosmic Rubik's Cube is placed inside the device and serves as an energy source. Eric was watching over him. Apocalypse went up and put his hand on Eric's forehead to expel the control energy of the Mind Stone. "Is it you?" Eric woke up. "Oh no, what have I done?" Tiankai said, "It's not your fault, Dr. Eric. Where is Loki?" "I don't know. He just asked me to activate the device and then disappeared." "Then get out of here quickly." Before leaving, Eric pointed at the device and said, "It generates a protective energy shield that cannot be closed. Only energy from the same source can break through the energy shield." "I know this." However, Tiankai still wanted to try and stepped forward slowly. Punch towards the device. A blue energy shield blocked Apocalypse's fist. The energy shield is invisible and has no quality, but it is like hitting Hong Zhongdalo. There is a huge collision sound and a huge sound wave is stirred up. The surrounding dust is like a wave, sweeping away in all directions. Huge energy was transmitted to the building, and the whole building suddenly shook violently. Apocalypse frowned. The Infinity Stones were indeed extraordinary. Although he was only throwing a tentative punch and his strength was less than 1/10, judging from the strength of the energy shield, even if he punched with all his strength, he could not break it. Besides, there are many ordinary people in this building now. Another punch, but if the energy shield is not broken, the building may collapse first. It seems that we have to go to Loki. At this time, Loki had long lost the arrogance in the original plot. When he saw the apocalypse coming, he didn't know where to hide. However, Apocalypse was sure that Loki must be near the energy column. With his twisted mentality, he must see all this with his own eyes, see people wailing, and see the earth being destroyed, before he can be happy. Apocalypse randomly chooses a direction to fly and adjusts his divine power to his 5 senses. As long as Loki is within his sensing range, he absolutely cannot hide. Although Loki's invisibility technique is magical, it must have fluctuations in divine power. Loki's cold divine power characteristics are really easy to identify. Many Chitauri soldiers fired at Apocalypse. Apocalypse turned his palm lightly and shot out countless rays of divine power in all directions. Wherever they passed, Chitauri soldiers fell one after another like bugs under the lamp, and the streets were densely covered with them. Seeing how powerful Apocalypse was, Chitauri immediately mobilized 2 mechanical dragons to coordinate with countless soldiers to attack. Seeing this, Tiankai stopped using his divine power. When the mechanical dragon pounced on him, he punched him head-on. 10 times the power of the Hulk. Boom! The body of the mechanical dragon weighing several thousand tons stagnated and seemed to be stationary in the air. Then, starting from the head, metal pieces all over the body broke and flew, and the explosion extended to the tail in an instant. The Chitauri soldiers on the mechanical dragon were penetrated by countless metal fragments and fell to the ground with the metal rain in the sky. The other mechanical dragon was obviously controlled by someone, and it quickly turned around. Now that it's here, how could Tiankai let it go again? He accelerated his body and reached the tail of the mechanical dragon in an instant. Pushing his hands down, the hard alien metal penetrated directly like paper soaked in water. Apocalypse held the core keel of the mechanical dragon in his hands and spun 3 times in the air. Roar. Under the huge force, the mechanical dragon weighing thousands of tons could no longer control its body shape and flew towards the blue energy column. The mechanical dragon's body passed through the energy pillar, and any part it touched was melted into nothingness and immediately broke into 2 pieces. Seeing this situation, Apocalypse shook his head. It seemed that it was impossible to use something to forcibly block the energy column. However, Apocalypse didn't expect to succeed, but since the mechanical dragon was delivered to his door, he just gave it a try. Suddenly, Tiankai sensed something strange. He immediately turned around and flew towards a remote street. The streets here have just been cleared, and there are basically no people and Chidori soldiers. Apocalypse looked down and saw 4 strange people below. Hulk, Iron Man, Captain America, and a yet-to-be-appeared Ant-Man. The Hulk looked the same at this time, but his face lacked the eternally angry expression, as if he was a different person. The key is that he is wearing pants. As for Iron Man, his face has changed a lot. The American captain no longer wears the old-fashioned hood and has a handsome haircut. As for Ant-Man, wearing a dark red battle suit, this was the first time Apocalypse saw him in person, and he was no different from what he remembered. Apocalypse knows that they should have traveled through time in Avengers 4. Didn't you change the future? It shouldn't be. Thanos isn't that hard to fight. Apocalypse descended and suddenly appeared in front of them, asking, "Where am I?" The 4 people were startled, and then breathed a sigh of relief when they saw it was Tiankai. Ant-Man said, "Hey, Don, I didn't expect to see you here." Iron Man said, "Don, I knew it, you could tell that we came from the future. Anyone who can ask where am I is either a fool or a philosopher or prophet." Obviously, when Iron Man heard this, he knew it was the apocalypse of this time and space. Hulk Banner said, "Don, time travel is not going back to the past, but traveling in different times. Telling you where you are in our timeline has no impact on your time." Tiankai frowned. Could it be said that there was a new fork in the sacred timeline? In this branch line, he didn't defeat Thanos? But where were they separated? Since I traveled through time, it seems that not many key nodes have changed. Iron Man said, "Tang, you should leave. If we have too much contact and reveal too much information, I am afraid that at this point, a new branch will be born. In the future, no one can say which branch we will take." Superior. Apocalypse doesn't know much about timelines, time travel, etc. But judging from the original plot, traveling through the past does not change the future, but creates a new timeline. For example, in the timeline in the original plot, Hulk Banner snapped his fingers and brought back all the people who had been turned into ashes. The people who came back were missing 5 years. This is completely different from the imagined change in the past. If there is only one timeline, then it should be like in the movie The Butterfly Effect. Going back and changing any tiny fact will directly cause future mutations. In this case, Apocalypse doesn't want to interfere too much. He trusts what Iron Man says. Since it is not convenient for him to say it, it must be for the sake of the current reality. Just be more careful when facing Thanos in the future. Well, I wish you all the best. Can I help you with anything? It would be great if you had PIM particles. We seem to be on the wrong timeline. Now if we want to travel back to the original timeline, PIM particles are not enough. Ant-Man said. Tiankai didn't have the PIM material in his hand. After thinking about it, he scratched his hand on the roof of a car a few times and said calmly, "I don't have it in my hand, but I believe you will find a way." Then, he turned around and flew away. Ant-Man shrugged. This guy Don is always so mysterious. Only the American captain, who had been silent, noticed Tiankai's movements on the roof of the car. Everyone took a closer look and saw that it read, 1970. In the original plot, they were in a dilemma because they failed to get the gem they wanted in New York. Either admit defeat and go back directly, or take a risk and go to the time in 1970, not long after Dr. Pym discovered the Pym particle. Apocalypse didn't know which timeline they belonged to among the 4 people in front of him, but it seemed like they hadn't thought of it yet, so he reminded them. Seeing that the wormhole in the sky is getting bigger and bigger, if it is not closed in time, it will be even more troublesome when the space battleship passes through. At this moment, I suddenly heard the roar of the Hulk. "Ha ha 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 ha, little reptile. I see you. Ha 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 ha." Tiankai hurriedly accelerated to take a look. I saw Loki running away in front, and the Hulk chasing after him. Loki kept moving and changing directions, but the Hulk didn't care at all, and hit the wall directly through it. But Loki couldn't fly, so he couldn't get rid of the Hulk for a while. He had to turn into more than a dozen illusions and become invisible at times, but the Hulk seemed to have an intuition and could always find Loki's true whereabouts. Is this the destined fate between the two of them? Tiankai secretly asked. Loki's heart was really racing. He originally wanted to take revenge on the Hulk, but he didn't expect that the Hulk seemed to have a special intuition for him, and he suffered a big loss as soon as he came up. At this time, a Chidori airship flew by. Loki shouted to the sky, "Come here, take me up." A Chidori airship lowered rapidly. Loki made a feint, avoided the Hulk's attack, and jumped onto the airship. Roar. The Hulk roared and jumped dozens of meters high, but missed the target. Loki was secretly feeling proud when suddenly there was a bang sound, and the airship seemed to hit something and fell from the sky. Then his neck tightened and he was picked up by Apocalypse. "Where is the soul gem?" Tiankai asked. Loki's face was ferocious. Ha 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 ha. I won't tell you. You will never be able to close the wormhole. The Earth is just waiting to be destroyed. Ha 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 ha. Tian Kai said angrily. Don't think that I won't dare to kill you as long as Thor is here. An imperceptible smile appeared on the corner of Loki's lips, and he said, you don't need to kill me. I'll die for you. What? Boom. With a muffled sound, Loki in Apocalypse's hand turned into a ball of divine power and exploded. However, apart from blowing Apocalypse's clothes, it did no harm. It's actually a clone again? Tian Kai knew that this was a bit of a problem. Loki used his clones twice. Although the clones had little strength, it showed that he was now very vigilant and had hidden his true body and the Mind Stone deeply. It was probably unlikely that he would be found in a short time. When the wormhole expands to a wide enough level, alien warships will come over, and then the Earth will suffer catastrophe. Obviously, Loki also knew this, so he made such a noise just now. Although he is strong, he is not as perverted as Captain Marvel, who can destroy an entire fleet by himself. At this time, on the other side of the wormhole, countless space battleships were vaguely seen preparing to go out, densely filling the entire universe. At this moment, all the Avengers received Fury's message. Attention everyone, there are 2 nuclear bombs flying towards you. Tian Kai subconsciously said, isn't it 1? 2? Repeat, it's 2. Fury added, the committee overstepped my authority and activated nuclear bombs. One bombed the wormhole and the other bombed the cosmic cube. They will arrive in 1 minute and 30 seconds. You, retreat. Obviously, what Tian Kai saw and thought, the politicians on the committee also understood, the space battleship must not be allowed to come. Directly activate the nuclear bomb, the most powerful killer weapon in the hands of the Earth, and destroy the wormhole at the expense of a city. Otherwise, with the level of science and technology of the people on Earth, how could they possibly deal with these interstellar space battleships without even landing on Mars? In the original plot, 2 nuclear bombs were indeed activated, but one of the fighter planes was hit by Fury with an RPG and was unable to take off. Now, under the butterfly effect of the apocalypse, Fury did not stop one like the original plot for some reason. Iron Man said angrily, there are millions of people in New York City now. If a nuclear bomb explodes, 10 people may be turned into ashes immediately. How dare they? Then he said to Tian Kai, I'm going to intercept one of them, Tang. I'll leave the other one to you. No problem. I saw 2 missiles in the distance, flying at twice the speed of sound, dragging long white exhaust gases, towards the center of New York. Iron Man used his suit to stick to the missile and held the missile towards the wormhole. Although Apocalypse can destroy the nuclear bomb on the spot, I don't know if it will detonate accidentally. Already in the city at this time, Apocalypse did not dare to take the risk, so he could only take the nuclear bomb to the wormhole like Iron Man. The 2 missiles quickly crossed the wormhole and rushed towards the Chitauri space battleship. Then, 2 fireballs lit up in space. The intense light was like 2 suns, illuminating the entire city through the wormhole and making it almost invisible. When the fireball disappeared, looking from a distance, I saw that except for the front one of the space battleships, which was slightly damaged, the entire fleet did not suffer any damage. Tian Kai thought to himself, this is normal. In many science fiction movies and TV shows, nuclear bombs are regarded as the ultimate weapon of the Earth. As long as aliens come, no matter how big the warship is, they can be solved with nuclear bombs. But think about it carefully, how is this possible? The people on Earth have not even left their home planet, and their technological level is far behind those of the races that roam the universe. Nuclear bombs are a major killer in low-level civilizations, but alien races should have already had defense methods. They don't use nuclear bombs, maybe because nuclear bombs are too backward. Just like humans eliminated black powder. Alas. Fury's voice came, full of helplessness, you'd better retreat. New York City can't be saved. If New York is not sacrificed, I'm afraid humanity can't be saved. Protect yourselves first. In the next wave, there will be more than 10 nuclear bombs coming, which cannot be stopped. Currently, the only people who have the ability to intercept nuclear bombs are Apocalypse, Iron Man, and Thor. It is possible to deal with 3 or 5. Even Tian Kai is unlikely to control more than 2 nuclear bombs at 5 times the speed of sound at the same time. Do we really want to watch an entire city with millions of people die at the hands of our own human weapons? Everyone felt a sense of sadness and a sense of powerlessness in their hearts. But given the current situation, this cold-blooded decision seems to be the most correct one. Even Iron Man and Captain America were silent. Just as everyone was preparing to retreat in tears, suddenly the voice of Apocalypse came from the headphones. Fury, give me 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, if you don't see hope, let the nuclear bomb take off again. Fury was silent for a moment and said, I will try my best. Whatever you want to do it as soon as possible. Thor yelled, brother, what do you want to do? No one can penetrate the energy shield of the Infinity Stones. Tian Kai said, I have to give it a try. With that said, he rose into the air and came to the side of the cosmic Rubik's Cube device. Apocalypse pressed his hand on the universal Rubik's Cube and slowly felt the energy shield of the Rubik's Cube. Although the energy shield is tough and indestructible, it has no offensive power. As long as you control your power, you will not be harmed. What Apocalypse wants to try is to absorb the energy of the cosmic Rubik's Cube. Ever since he became a god in Asgard and was able to practice divine power, magic and spells, he has been thinking about whether the infinite stones can be used for himself. After all, Captain Marvel just crashed once and accidentally absorbed part of the power of the space stone to become so abnormal. Tiankai is extremely greedy. If you could directly draw energy from the infinite gems, you wouldn't have to work so hard to find a way to break through the bottleneck. Moreover, the cosmic Rubik's Cube also has a special feature. It can also use appropriate scientific and technological instruments to derive energy, indicating that it can be utilized. As for whether the human body can absorb and strengthen it, it depends on the individual's nature. Apocalypse operates the method of cultivating divine power, and strives to find the frequency where his divine power resonates with the energy of the cosmic Rubik's Cube. 1 minute passed. 2 minutes passed. 3 minutes passed. Even with Apocalypse's strength and abnormal physique, he was sweating profusely and veins popped out. The energy level of the Infinity Stones is so high that it far exceeds Apocalypse's imagination. Black Widow, Thor, Captain America, Iron Man, Hawkeye, Fury, and even the Hulk are all looking anxiously at Apocalypse from afar. 4 minutes passed. The committee behind the scenes has put its finger on the red button, watching the countdown seconds, ready to launch a nuclear bomb at any time. Suddenly, Apocalypse's tense face suddenly relaxed. A burst of blue energy passed from the energy shield to Apocalypse. The energy is getting stronger and stronger, and Apocalypse is exuding blue light. It is worthy of being an infinite gem. The energy is so surging that there is no time to refine it. Tian Kai looked up to the sky and smiled, pressing the energy shield with one hand and making a fist with the other hand. Roar! A blue energy fist print flew out from Tian Kai's hand. When it first left your hand, it was only the size of a basketball. It became bigger as it flew upwards. By the time it crossed the wormhole, it was as big as a football field. The space battleship blocking the entrance of the wormhole was unable to hide, and the blue fist print silently covered it. In the universe, there is no sound transmitted by matter. Under the silence, the space battleship was silently melted by the blue energy and turned into cosmic dust. With one punch, a space battleship was destroyed. The second punch. The third punch. Apocalypse punched a dozen times in a row, and the space battleship blocked on the other side of the wormhole suddenly lit up in a silent sea of fire. Many battleships were only hit in half of their hulls, and the other half exploded, and then the explosion caused the hulls to crash into other space battleships, causing panic. No one knows how many ships were destroyed, but the Chidori finally reacted and moved the warships away from the wormhole. For a moment, looking from the Earth's side, the wormhole was completely empty, leaving only sporadic debris. Everyone who is paying attention to the battle situation here is almost speechless. Just now I was abandoning Xiao Beida. Why did such a fierce person suddenly appear? Especially on the committee side, looking at the big screen, their fingers were stuck on the red button and they forgot to take it away. Just now, 2 nuclear bombs couldn't blow up the alien warships, but he actually punched them one by one, like hitting a toy ship. What kind of heaven-defying boxing technique is this? After a moment of reaction, he couldn't help but curse fury in his heart. You have such an incomparable strong man under your command. Please inform us as soon as possible. It will make us want to launch a nuclear bomb over you, and we will become a great villain. What's even more disgusting is that this peerless strongman said it would take 5 minutes, but the first 4 minutes really whetted our appetite, and we had to wait for the final countdown of 5 minutes before taking action. Could he be dissatisfied with our committee? Are you dissatisfied with our launch of nuclear bombs and disregard for civilian lives? The members of the committee couldn't help but shudder secretly at the thought of a strong man of this level being dissatisfied with him. However, it's not our fault, it's just that guy Fury kept secrets here and there, keeping secrets all day long. We didn't know you were there. The more senior members of the committee thought about it, the more they became confused. Anyway, they absolutely don't believe that 5 minutes ago, they had no ability to counterattack the space battleship, and 5 minutes later, they suddenly transformed and became a powerful person. Even mutation must have a process, right? It's not like they haven't seen some superpowers mutate. But this is not the end. The energy of the universe Rubik's Cube seemed to have found a way to vent, and it continued to flow towards Tian Kai's hands. Tian Kai naturally did not dare to let the energy be held in his body, so he had to punch it out one after another. Because the warships on the other side of the wormhole had all dodged, all the subsequent punches were in vain. Tian Kai secretly thought, could this fist seal be able to turn freely like his own divine power? The reason why the divine power can turn around to attack the opponent is because it has its own divine consciousness and can be flexibly controlled to a certain extent. In this case, Tian Kai tried to attach some spiritual consciousness to the fist seal. The next huge punch mark rushed through the wormhole and turned slowly, but only slightly, without hitting anything. It should be that there is too little spiritual consciousness, the fist seal is too strong, and the driving force is not enough. One more punch. With this punch, Apocalypse tried his best and finally made the blue fist mark turn in a slight arc, hitting a battleship next to it, and immediately annihilated another one. The Chidori, after panicking, finally fought back. A small spaceship quickly passed through the wormhole, dropped into a round black sphere, and then quickly moved away. The dark sphere fell silently towards the earth. Apocalypse's heart palpitated immediately. This ball is not simple, and it must not be allowed to pass through the wormhole. With 2 boom punches on his hand, 2 huge fist seals were fired simultaneously, completely sealing the wormhole. Boom. The sky is a drum, the fist seal is a mallet. A peerless loud noise sounded at the entrance of the wormhole. The power of the blue fist seal was blocked for the first time, mixed with a dark energy, exploding in the sky. Fortunately, the energy level of the Infinity Stones was very high and the dark energy was not suppressed. It just turned into a dark cloud that spread out in the sky and extended to hundreds of kilometers away. The entire New York City suddenly fell into darkness, as if the end was coming. The only light is the blue energy pillar rising into the sky from Tiankai. At this moment, it is no longer a pillar of light that destroys the world, but a hope of salvation. People who were inexplicably trapped in the darkness saw a small figure under the Tianzu. It seemed that they had sustenance in their hearts, and they did not become too disturbed and watched silently. In the explosion just now, most of the fist marks were blocked on the other side of the wormhole, and only a small amount leaked to the earth. Even so, it was already so terrifying. Apocalypse couldn't imagine what kind of hell it would be like if that ball fell to the earth. This power has far exceeded that of a nuclear bomb and has reached the level of planet destruction. As the explosion on the other side sounded, Apocalypse's eyes moved and he sensed the energy of another Infinity Stone. This energy is exactly the same as the one on Loki's scepter. It turns out that Loki's true body has long been hiding in the wormhole and is looking down at the earth through the hole. If it hadn't been for the explosion of the star-destroying bomb, which forced him to use the energy of the Mind Stone to protect himself, Apocalypse would not have noticed it. He is indeed the god of trickery? What a good choice of hiding place. Now even if Tiankai knew that he was on the other side, he would never dare to cross the wormhole and kill him. Loki had obviously long ago deduced that if he stayed on Earth, it would be difficult to avoid Apocalypse's search, so he left another clone to cause trouble on the ground. The real body had already escaped the moment the wormhole opened. He was indeed hiding near the wormhole to watch the show, but he didn't expect that Apocalypse's infinite divine fist would destroy a space battleship. Loki was so frightened that he ran away in a hurry. When the star-killing bomb was blocked in the hole and exploded, the backlash energy swept away the remaining battleships. Fortunately, he had the Mind Stone given by Thanos, otherwise he would have turned into ashes. Now, he is the only one left alive as the Chidori fleet prepares to conquer Earth. After the explosion, a spaceship flew from a distance and took Loki inside. Loki entered and was greeted by a slim alien that looked like a mummy. The skin is shriveled, and there is a sparse layer of white hair on the head. At first glance, it looks like the moldy hair of a mummy. The nose is raised high, but there are no nostrils. The person coming is none other than Thanos' most powerful general, Ebony Maw. How powerful is Ebony Throat? In Avengers 3, he came to Earth and faced the three powerful men Iron Man, Doctor Strange, and Master Wong, who joined forces and forcibly tied Doctor Strange onto the spaceship and took him away. Ebony Throat looked at Loki with sinister eyes and said, "Is this the Earth you said you can easily take down by one person?" Loki trembled, his thoughts changed quickly, and he said, "When I came, he was not here yet. He just came back from Asgard." "Isn't Asgard your home? I suspect that you colluded with Asgard to cause Thanos to lose an entire Chidori army. Although the Chidori are only the lowest level of the army under Thanos, someone must be responsible. You, just let Thanos decide life and death." Loki shouted, "It's none of my business, it must be my brother Thor." Ebony Throat didn't listen at all. With a wave of his hand, Loki was immediately tied up by an invisible force, floating in the air like a rice dumpling, and was taken away by Ebony Throat. Apocalypse here. After waiting for a long time, the dark clouds covering a radius of hundreds of miles gradually dispersed, and when there was no movement in the wormhole, he slowly adjusted his divine power and injected the energy of the extracted space gems back into the energy shield. Then with a slight movement, the metal device inside suddenly shattered into pieces, leaving only the cosmic cube in the middle. The energy column soaring into the sky dissipated instantly. The wormhole was slowly and finally smoothed out by the surrounding space, leaving behind a gray sky. The Chidori soldiers on the ground seemed to have lost their lives the moment the wormhole closed, falling to the ground and making no move. Holding the cosmic Rubik's Cube, Apocalypse took a closer look at the battle just now. This punch, powered by infinite gems, can be called the Infinite Divine Fist. Unfortunately, Infinite Fist currently has a lot of limitations. Firstly, there must be infinite gems as the energy source. Secondly, the energy is too huge and I cannot control it flexibly. Once he takes action, it will definitely be earth-shattering. If fighting on the ground, I am afraid that a single strike can destroy a city, so it cannot be used indiscriminately. We can only see if we can refine the energy of the infinite stones in the future and become as flexible as Captain Marvel. At this time, the staff on the space carrier and the civilians on the ground finally realized that the danger was over, and they burst into cheers. Countless people looked at the figure on the top of the building. They couldn't see clearly from a distance, but they were so majestic. Some religious people have even begun to pray for him. However, what most people, including Apocalypse, did not notice was that when the two infinite divine fists blocked the star bomb, a small amount of energy was outside the hole, crossed the wormhole, and flew into space. This ray of blue energy seemed to hit something in space, and a huge piece of metal suddenly appeared from the void. Then a huge spaceship emerged from stealth. The corners were cut off, causing the spacecraft to temporarily lose its stealth ability. Inside, a group of blue-skinned aliens with pointed ears and wrinkled faces screamed. Fortunately, someone took control of the spacecraft, and the spacecraft immediately returned to stealth. But at this time, many satellites have already observed the anomalies here. This spacecraft is known to only a few people on Earth, and Fury is one of them. They are the Skrulls who came with Captain Marvel more than 20 years ago. At this time, an adult Skrull looked at the Earth with lingering fear, thinking to himself, when did the Earth have such a peerless man besides Captain Marvel? Apocalypse, on his side, left with the cosmic Rubik's Cube. This behavior caused a headache for the Time Variation Administration. Originally, the original plot was that after the victory of the war, Thor returned to Asgard with Loki and the Tesseract. The spiritual scepter stayed on the Earth, and finally became Vision. Now, the timeline has changed drastically. Apocalypse himself has comprehended the infinite divine fist, and it is impossible to hand over the cosmic Rubik's Cube to anyone else, and no one is more qualified than him to keep the cosmic Rubik's Cube. As for the Mind Stone, with Loki going to the other side of the wormhole, we don't know if Vision will be born in the future. However, these Apocalypse are too lazy to care. Just give the Time Bureau a headache. In addition, the system also gave Tiankai a new surprise. At the moment the wormhole closed, a series of ding-ding-ding beeps reminded him of the number of people he had saved, as well as the increased trust of all superheroes in him, which brought about the sharing of luck. The trust level of the Captain of the United States, who was still very unfamiliar to him at first, immediately reached 50%. In the system, the number of recovery potions exceeded 1, and a golden potion was automatically synthesized. When the quantity reaches 1 million, 1 purple potion is synthesized. In the end, Tiankai got 1 purple potion, 50 gold potions, and thousands of scattered ordinary potions. New York house. Having said that, Tiankai has not come back to see this house since he purchased it. As soon as he entered the door, Tiankai discovered that there were many hidden mechanisms. If you force your way in, you will either be knocked down or stunned. Needless to say, it is naturally arranged by the Black Widow. Of course, these things didn't bother Tiankai, so he went straight in, took a comfortable bath, and lay on the sofa watching TV. He instantly seemed to have returned to the homebody life in his previous life. The impact of this war was so great that the superhero could no longer hide it. Fury simply gave up his previous methods and turned to guiding the audience's opinions. Captain America is the most popular among the people because he saves many lives and has been popular for more than 70 years. Many beautiful women also told news interviews about how they were rescued by the Captain, and how they were unabashedly nymphomaniacs, a bit like Daisy watching the apocalypse. Not to mention Iron Man, who was already a super celebrity, but this time his fame has reached a higher level. From the original Playboy, he seems to have become a savior. Even the Hulk has gained a large number of fans. After all, in the West, there is never a shortage of fanatics for muscular hunks, let alone oversized hunks like the Hulk. Since Thor was revealed to be a god, countless religious figures and various forces have flocked to him. However, he was not interested in these people, so he shook his hammer and flew away. There is only one person, the figure under the sky pillar, with almost no information. In addition to Fury's secrecy, Apocalypse has indeed never had contact with ordinary people. When he came here, he was mostly flying in the sky. The cameras couldn't catch him, and ordinary people couldn't see him clearly. When we got to the back, the battle center near Tianzi had already been evacuated. The people who were safe could only see a human figure from a distance, and it was impossible to distinguish the appearance. As a result, this most powerful god-level hero has become an unsolved case in the eyes of the public. However, I don't know if Fury deliberately released the news. Everyone heard that this man came with Thor, and many people subconsciously regarded Apocalypse as the god of Asgard. Apocalypse doesn't care about this. In the past, I was afraid that I would be targeted by supervillains if I became too famous, but now I am too lazy to deal with such trivial matters. Whether it's heart or strength, as long as a person is strong to a certain extent, public opinion no longer matters. After Black Widow finished her chores, she returned home and jumped directly on Apocalypse. Her legs were like a snake, tightly wrapped around Apocalypse. As a result, Tianligo was on fire, and after a long time, to show respect, there should be more space in between. Black Widow rested her head on Apocalypse's arm, her fingers unconsciously drawing circles on his chest. Tiankai took out a bottle of golden recovery potion and said, "Natasha, this bottle should be able to restore your physical defects, so that you can have children in the future." Black Widow's face was filled with joy. She took it and was about to drink it when she suddenly hesitated and said, "Apocalypse, there are frequent wars now, so I don't think it's the right time yet." Then he glanced at Tiankai cautiously, "You won't blame me, will you?" Tiankai laughed, "How could it be possible? I actually never thought about becoming a father so suddenly. I feel like I am still a child. As a man, you will never grow up until you have no need to take on responsibilities. What's more, Black Widow is indeed right. The next few years will probably be the most turbulent time, and it is indeed not appropriate to have children." Iron Man also gave birth to a daughter, Morgan, in the post-Thanos era. Within a few days of such happy days, Black Widow began to go on missions every 3 days. Tiankai secretly cursed that this guy Fury didn't have any eyesight. Next time he would charge his consulting fees severely until he went bankrupt. Since he was bored alone, Tiankai simply went for a stroll. While drinking coffee in a shop, Tiankai never expected that he would meet this old acquaintance in New York, the smuggler of the stowaway shop. The snakehead and his 2 boys were also eating burgers here. When they saw Tiankai, they couldn't help but laugh. "Hey, Oriental, I didn't expect to see you here." Tiankai remembers him because he robbed him of $2. The snakehead remembered Tiankai. In addition to the $2, there was also the reason that Tiankai was an Oriental. He was deeply impressed. The snakehead and the two horsemen came over carelessly, sat down next to Tiankai, and surrounded him. Oriental, look at you dressed like a human and a dog, are you doing well? Apocalypse was too lazy to talk nonsense to these people. 3 drops of brown liquid slowly rose from the coffee cup, preparing to kill these 3 people on the spot. The snakehead didn't notice anything strange in the coffee cup, so he came over and put his arm around Tiankai's shoulders and said, "Ha ha 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 ha, Orientals, just smile. You are doing well now. You should be thanking me if I helped you sneak here. Still thinking about that $2? In the world of martial arts, everyone depends on their ability, and be open-minded. I recently bought a batch of horses, including white ones, black ones, and oriental ones. Do you want to pick one? Buy one give one free and you can fly together." Saying that, he winked at Tiankai. Hearing that there were Orientals, the water in Tiankai's cup stopped and asked, "Where are the Orientals from?" The United States is full of opportunities to make a fortune, and countless people want to come here every year. Those in our line of business can always come across some good products, you know. Snakehead is not a passenger transport company and has no services or restrictions at all. Tiankai was robbed of $2 before, but in the eyes of the snakehead, it was nothing. Among the many stowaways, some young and pretty women will be singled out and sold into slavery and prostitution in various parts of the world if they are not protected. This is not even the worst part. Smuggling is not about sitting on a sleeper berth with the air conditioner blowing and enjoying the world. It is often packed in a stuffy tank and traveled across the ocean. News about people dying of starvation, heat, or thirst inside almost every year. This was only discovered on the surface. Behind the scenes, it is impossible to count how many people died on this dark road. Tiankai secretly sighed. Although he was strong, he still seemed so powerless in the face of the evil in the world. There are many crimes and endless killings. Perhaps, this is the original sin of mankind. However, now that we have met him, especially if there are Orientals inside, we cannot ignore him. So, Tiankai said, "Okay, you take me to see it." The smuggler showed a proud smile and said, "According to industry regulations, we need to pay a deposit of $1 first. Can I swipe my card?" "Brother, what are you thinking about? In our business, transactions are always cash." Apocalypse originally wanted to follow the smugglers to their lair, then kill them and rescue the hostages. Now I have to collect a deposit. Regardless of whether this is a rule or not, it is a bit troublesome because I don't have so much cash with me. In this case, let's just stop doing these things and leave professional things to professionals. If you kill them yourself, you will only be able to destroy one of their dens. There are countless criminal networks out there. You can't interrogate, track, or kill them one by one. That's a grueling job. It's better to let SHIELD take over, follow the clues, use the power of the military and police to eliminate this criminal group in one fell swoop. Thinking of this, Tiankai picked up the phone and dialed a number. "Fury, I'm at the Ice and Snow Honey City coffee shop on Th Street in New York. I ran into a little trouble. Send a few people over to help." With that said, he hung up the phone and continued drinking coffee leisurely. The 3 smugglers suddenly became alert. They pulled out 3 pistols in unison and hid them under the table, holding them against Tianqi's waist. "You dare to call someone? I don't have cash with me. What can I do if I don't ask someone to bring it to me? You fucking think I'm stupid, don't you? In your phone call just now, you didn't mention getting money at all. Besides, you have a card on you, and there are ATM machines all over the streets here." As he said that, he pretended to shoot. Tiankai spread his hands and tried to control his temper, fearing that he would beat these 3 people into a pulp and cause the clues to be lost. "Okay, you found out. What do you want?" The 3 snakeheads looked at each other and smiled, thinking that the Eastern man in front of them was timid, so they pushed even further. "Hand over the card and password." Tiankai threw the card on the table and said, "The password is 6 zeros. Don't play tricks on us. If the password is fake, I will kill you immediately." The smuggler sent a boy out with the card. "Fury here. When I received Tiankai's call, I couldn't think straight for a while. Dawn is in trouble. Do you want us to send someone over to help? Could it be Loki?" "No, Loki isn't that strong and can't possibly cause trouble to a pervert like Tang." "Could it be the peerless strongman on the other side of the wormhole? Did they send someone over so quickly?" With Tang's strength, he could blow up an entire space battleship, so he might not be afraid of them. However, Fury looked at the location. 18th Street was right in the center of the city. The previous wormhole war only affected some streets, and other streets quickly reopened for business. From this point of view, no matter whether Tang Nang can beat him or not, he must be an extremely strong man. Once the fighting starts, even if the victory is final, I am afraid that the entire city will be destroyed and all life will be in ruins. Where could such a perverted guy come from? Even Tang was not completely sure about it. You know, before they thought the Hulk was the one who destroyed the ceiling of power, a few photos made him behave like a kitten. Now that Tang himself is here and wants our help, you can imagine how terrifying our opponent is. This guy Tang is just as arrogant as that guy Tony, and he asks for help in such an understatement. Fortunately, I am smart enough to hear the implication between your words. Thinking of this, Fury wiped the sweat from Lu Dantu and suddenly pressed the red button on the table. Suddenly, a shrill siren spread throughout the base. Alert level 7. Alert level 7. All personnel are dispatched. Suddenly, countless personnel poured out from shield and tanks and fighter planes began to roar into action, entering a state of combat readiness. At the same time, Iron Man, Captain America, Black Widow, Hawkeye, War Machine, and Dr. Banner, who had not yet left, all received the news. Only Thor, who doesn't like to wear the Earth's communication equipment, is having a romantic and happy relationship with Jane at this time. Fury was so anxious that he couldn't notify him. He just hoped that he would come over quickly after seeing the news. For a time, a tense atmosphere enveloped the entire city. Ordinary soldiers, a dozen blocks away from the th street, began to evacuate the crowd to prevent a possible war from affecting innocent people. A large number of civilians screamed and fled obediently following the soldiers' guidance. Given the unruly character of the American people, it is really difficult to evacuate so many people. But the wormhole war had not passed a few days when alien soldiers rushed down and countless people died. In addition, the final shocking battle was witnessed by the whole city. At this time, the military issued a warning, and no one dared to disobey. For a time, a large number of civilians fled the nearby streets with unprecedented efficiency. On the contrary, the th street at the center of the storm was calm at this time. Some people heard some commotion in the streets in the distance and thought there was another shooting and ignored it. After all, in free America, shootings are part of their lives every day, and they are not used to it. Apocalypse is a little impatient here. Is that guy Fury so inefficient? Is it difficult to send a few agents over? I've finished a cup of coffee and still haven't seen anyone. The smuggler's brother soon came back with a brown paper bag and opened it for the smuggler. It was filled with US dollars. The snakehead's eyes widened. He thought he was just robbing a small fortune, but he didn't expect that he had robbed a big fish. Boss, the ATM limit has been reached. We can only withdraw so much today. Boss, guess how much money is left in the card? The snakehead slapped him and said impatiently, if you have any trouble, hurry up. How much money do you have left? The younger brother stretched out his fingers and counted them one by one. Finally, he counted all 10 fingers and said, Boss, there are 10 digits in it. I don't know how many it is. The smuggler didn't believe it. How is that possible? He just came here a few years ago. Did you include the decimal point in the calculation? As soon as he finished speaking, he realized that even if the 2 digits after the decimal point were included, there were still 2 digits. This was a huge number in the tens of millions. The eyes of the 3 snakeheads suddenly turned red and they stared at Tiankai greedily. At this time, they have never thought about what kind of person can accumulate more than 10 figures of wealth in just a few years. Can they afford it? At this time, the evacuation work outside had reached th street. Roar. Suddenly a huge roar came. The Hulk had rough skin and thick flesh. With a boom, he broke through the wall first and rushed in. When I saw the 3 smugglers pointing guns at Tiankai, I didn't even think about whether this was reasonable or not. Anyway, the one who pointed guns at my friend was the enemy. Then, he opened his big mouth and let out a long roar at the 3 snakeheads. The airwaves aroused by the sound blew the hair of the 3 snakeheads into a straight line, and their faces changed shapes under the high-pressure airflow, as if the windows were opened on a high-speed plane. Meanwhile, other superheroes have arrived. Iron Man and War Machine are on the left and right. Fire is spraying from under their suits, 3 meters above the ground. The laser cannon in their hands has been lit and can be fired at any time. Captain America used a shield to protect employees in the store as they fled, while Black Widow cooperated to divert the crowd. The eagle eye is knocking an arrow in the distance, and the bow is bent like the full moon, aiming here. Wait, Hulk, don't do it. In front of him, the Hulk was about to attack these 3 unlucky men. Apocalypse hurriedly stopped them and wanted to keep them alive to extract confessions and destroy the entire criminal network. Under the roar of the Hulk, the 3 snakeheads almost suffered cardiopulmonary arrest and did not dare to move. Looking around, he was surrounded by superheroes, and suddenly there seemed to be BGM ringing in his ears. They knew all the superheroes around them. It had only been a few days since the wormhole war. All the news these days was reporting on this group of people. Everyone knew them. Seeing so many superheroes seemingly targeting him, the snakehead was completely confused. Who I am? Where am I? Are you here to catch me? Are today's superheroes so boring? I'm just a human trafficker. That's not it, right? The smuggler's first reaction was not fear, but confusion. Also confused was Apocalypse, who asked everyone in Iron Man, why are you here? Iron Man said, Fury said you asked for help and the level 7 alert has been activated. The civilians outside have been evacuated and the fight can start at any time. What are you fighting for? Hulk, stop. The Hulk was stopped for the second time and was very unhappy. Who? They are not friends. They can fight? Ho. The 3 snakeheads were forced into a corner by the Hulk and huddled together, as helpless as little white rabbits. The snakeheads felt that they had done too many immoral things and were now having nightmares. The Hulk is not the strongest of all superheroes, but he is the most oppressive. His violent temper would scare even an ordinary person, let alone such a huge man staring down at you. After some communication, Tiankai suddenly couldn't laugh or cry, and then he realized that he had made a big mistake. Fury, you guy, come out quickly. Fury rushed over from afar, panting, and said, Dawn, did you defeat the enemy so quickly? What enemy? There are just 3 human traffickers. I asked you to send people over to arrest them. Fury, who understood the cause and effect, was not happy. Tang, this is unkind of you. You didn't speak clearly and caused such a big misunderstanding. I made it very clear. It's a small problem. Just send a few people over. Fury was speechless. It seems that the original words are like this, but for a strong person like Tiankai, it is a small trouble. Who knows how to define this small? The Hulk is also a little trouble for you, but who dares to ignore it? Fury had no choice but to say, having said that, why don't you just kill them casually? If we destroy it, we won't be able to find the criminal network behind it. You can call the police. Why don't you call me for such a trivial matter? When you asked me to be a consultant, you said you would help me settle small things. This is just a small matter. What, do you want to turn your back on me? Fury was speechless. He seemed to have promised this at the beginning. After all, it's still my fault? Fury turned around and unleashed all his anger on the three snakeheads, and said sternly to the soldiers, get the strongest lock. This is the supervillain who was personally ordered to be captured by King Apocalypse. Everyone must be extremely careful. Then, several tire-thick locks were used to cuff the snakehead and others. The snakehead wanted to cry but had no tears. He shouted in his heart, heroes from all walks of life are not like this. Is this lock for the Hulk? I do not deserve. It's a pity that he couldn't scream. Not only was his mouth sealed with a metal buckle, but his eyes were also covered with special goggles for fear of any radiation. After being put on such a super torture device, the three snakeheads could not move. Finally, they were carried into an armored vehicle and escorted by powerful firepower. They were transported to an unknown destination with great momentum. The whole process was not because Frisia was childish, but because he had to do it. There was such a big movement ahead, most of the civilians in New York City were evacuated, and all the superheroes were dispatched. But you fucking told me that you were just trying to catch 3 ordinary traffickers? If the truth gets out and Apocalypse doesn't care, Frico will be drowned in the spit of everyone from civilians to high-level officials. Now, we can only treat fakes as genuine, and we must give the public a reasonable explanation. Many times, what the public wants is not the truth, but the truth that seems reasonable. This was the first time Apocalypse learned from Fury that he had the nickname Apocalypse King, and he didn't know who gave it to him. However, this nickname uses the English word, Heaven's Revelation. It is completely different from the Chinese pronunciation of his name Tiankai. In the eyes of Western people, this nickname could not be more appropriate. Back then, the whole city was shrouded in dark clouds of star-destroying bombs, and the only light was the energy beam where Apocalypse was. His unshakable figure seems to be shining a flashlight from heaven on the world, giving enlightenment to the people. Tiankai doesn't really care about accidental numbers, as long as they don't sound bad anyway. Now that other superhero friends are here, let's have a party together and have fun. Hulk, in particular, rarely eats in his transformed state. He is extremely surprised by everything he eats. From time to time he lets out a roar, and yells like a child. If Apocalypse hadn't been sitting next to him, few people would have dared to stay by his side, including Thor. It's happy here, but it's miserable over Fury's side. As soon as the so-called war ended, countless bosses and news organizations called SHIELD to inquire about what happened. How big is the threat? How high is the level? Is it an alien powerhouse or an Earthling? What precautions need to be taken to prevent next time? Fury originally wanted to make up some excuses to excuse him, but in the end he got so bored that he just gave it up. At the press conference, he said bluntly, no comment, this is the supervillain captured by King Apocalypse himself. If you have any questions, you can ask him directly. Don't tell others that they don't know who the real Apocalypse King is. Even if they know, they don't dare to ask. In the end, amid the perfunctory applause of the crowd, Fury tried his best to pretend to be proud and slowly left the stage. Since the number of people affected by this incident is second only to the Wormhole War incident, too many big bosses and forces are paying attention, so it is difficult to kill the snakehead directly. Fury thought for a moment and decided to put on a whole show and transport the smuggler's head to the super prison to avoid the limelight first and then kill him later if he had the chance. The official name of super prison is Island Prison. It is a man-made underwater metal building, and its location is highly confidential. During normal times, it sinks under the sea water, and no one knows where it will float. It will only briefly surface when receiving prisoners or receiving supplies. General Ross is now in charge. General Ross is the old general who captured the Hulk. He has spent half his life fighting superhumans like the Hulk. In addition to developing various weapons to deal with superhuman beings, this super prison was also specially built to hold supervillains. In the later Captain America 3, superheroes such as Hawkeye, Ant-Man, and Falcon were briefly imprisoned. General Ross looked at the prisoner information sent by Fury, which read, Level unknown. The hazard is unknown. Skill unknown. A series of unknowns. Only in the last line of the file was a note written in a very small font, as if for fear of being seen. King Apocalypse arrested him personally. General Ross's hand that was supposed to receive the signature kept shaking, and he couldn't sign it. Finally, he got so angry that he simply stopped signing and called Fury's phone number. Fury, you old bastard, why are you locking such an awesome prisoner here with me? Do you want to kill me? General Ross, don't worry. He's just an ordinary prisoner. You can lock him up as you please. General Ross said angrily, you think I am too blind to see that line of fine print, do you? Can the person captured by King Apocalypse himself be an ordinary prisoner? Fury secretly thought to himself, damn, I thought the same way at the beginning, but ended up being tricked into being unable to step down. But I would not say these words to General Ross. Fury said, you are the only one in the entire Western Hemisphere who has a super prison. If you don't accept him, do you want King Apocalypse to tie him to his waist? Otherwise, why don't you explain to King Apocalypse? General Ross is so angry, are you using King Apocalypse to suppress me? Okay, hold it down. Then you can't know this or that. Without level, skill, or degree of harm, how can I achieve targeted detention? Superhumans have too many incredible skills. If they are not imprisoned in a targeted manner, they may escape, or even be killed. For example, to imprison the Hulk, all one needs to do is find a cell that is strong enough although it has not yet been found. Some mind control criminals need to be locked in a cell that blocks their mental power. Those who enter must wear a mind-suppressing helmet to prevent their mental power from being exerted. Fury said in his heart, I hope he has some superpowers so that he can explain to the public. If he was not an ordinary person, I would not send it to you. But when the words came to his lips, they became, don't worry, it's okay, just find a place and close it. The perfunctory tone of his voice made General Ross's veins jump, and he said angrily, why the hell are you asking me to imprison you casually? This is a supervillain captured by King Apocalypse himself. Are you responsible for anything that happens? Okay, nothing will happen, don't worry. Okay, I'm busy, so that's it. General Ross looked at the hung-up phone blankly, feeling angry in his heart. How did Fury become the director of SHIELD when he was so irresponsible? How to protect the Earth? I can't be perfunctory like him. So General Ross activated the highest level cell in the super prison and locked the smuggler in it. The snake had committed evil all his life, thinking that he might not die a good death, and thought about 10,000 possible ways to die, but he never thought that he would end up with such a fate worse than death. Not only was he wearing the most perverted torture device, making it difficult to move, he was also locked up in the most heavily guarded prison, and his eyes were blindfolded when he entered the cell. Except for eating, he never unsealed his mouth, forcing himself to cover up the bad breath in his mouth. Even if you fart normally, someone will come over with a gas mask to check in case it is a poisonous gas-type super attack. Apocalypse, after following up on the hostage rescue situation, stopped paying too much attention and continued to search other dens. Naturally, professional people would do it. Now every day I'm either spending time with the Black Widow or studying the Rubik's Cube. Isn't that pure? As the impact of the wormhole war spreads, people not only know that there are threats from alien races in space, but also know that superheroes are so awesome. What's more, it's as if becoming a superhero isn't hard enough. For example, if you own an Iron Man suit, any ordinary person can immediately become the second Iron Man, or the next War Machine. As a result, the rich and talented began to tinker with all kinds of strange equipment. There are also people who want to seek mutation like the original Blinsky, and it would be nice to become the Hulk. As for Captain America, his super serum has been passed down for more than 70 years, and many top companies have been quietly researching it for a long time. Unfortunately, there are some effects, but they can never be perfectly replicated. More people try, and there are always some results. However, the character of Westerners has never been related to duty. If they have some ability, they have to do something earth-shattering. For a time, there were a lot more super crime cases in various places. Although most of these super criminals are half a bucket of water, far inferior to even the Black Widow, they are superior to most ordinary military police and are difficult to guard against. As a result, as one of the few superheroes that Fury had at his disposal, Black Widow began to appear frequently. The advantage of being with a woman like Black Widow is that she is not clingy, and the disadvantage is that she is not clingy. Just after the tenderness was over, the mission came. I just said I'm going out to work and set off. This made Apocalypse feel like he was being used, which made Fury's teeth itch with hatred. This morning, Black Widow received the mission, but instead of leaving directly, she came to the bedside and kissed Apocalypse gently to wake her up. Tang, let's see if this mission is related to you. Apocalypse took the tablet and looked at it. The suspect on it was a rough man named House. His main crime was selling super protective gear and creating a large number of super criminals. Although these super criminals are ordinary people themselves, with the help of super protective gear, their destructive power is far beyond that of ordinary people. You know, in the United States, there are so many people who dare to rob supermarkets and convenience stores if they have a broken gun in their hands. Now that they have super protective gear in their hands, their ambitions are simply inflated. For a time, a large number of cases involving people wearing similar super protective gear appeared. After an investigation, S.H.I.E.L.D. quickly found House's head. Black Widow drew out a photo and said, "Is this the mark of Asgard? I've seen it in Jane's information. This guy named House has such a mark on every set of protective gear he sells." After Apocalypse was made a prince, he learned some knowledge about Asgard. He still recognized such an obvious mark. It was indeed the mark of Asgard. These marks can be seen everywhere in Asgardian items and are a symbolic pattern of the kingdom of God. So it seems that the criminal is an Asgardian? If he doesn't call Heimdall back to the kingdom of God, why is he staying on Earth? If they were really Asgardians, given their physical fitness, Black Widow might still be in some danger. Thinking of this, Apocalypse nodded and said, "It is indeed the mark of Asgard. I will go with you to see it." After all, in the name of the prince, if the people of Asgard do bad things, they will always be punished. I need to help supervise it. Black Widow was so happy that she didn't wear the black tight-fitting combat suit. Instead, she wore a set of casual clothes. She held Apocalypse's hand and went out, as if she was going on vacation. If Tiankai takes action, all he has to do is drink milk tea and wait for the criminals to come to his door. With S.H.I.E.L.D.'s intelligence network, House's location was quickly located. House is not tall and thick, has a thick curly beard on his face, and wears suspender jeans. At first glance, he looks like a simple working man. At this time, he was feasting on fried chicken in the Golden Arches. When he saw Black Widow and Apocalypse coming in, sipping milk tea, he looked stunned, then let out a strange cry of awe, threw away the fried chicken in his hand, turned around and ran away. It crashed directly through the glass door of the Golden Arch, screamed like a frightened rabbit, and disappeared in front of Tiankai and the two people. Black Widow asked, "Did he recognize you?" Tiankai shook his head. "I have no impression of him anyway, but I don't rule out that he knows me. Everyone in Asgard recognizes Apocalypse, the new prince, but it is impossible for Apocalypse to know every Asgardian. Ignore it for now. We'll find out once we catch him and ask him." At such a close distance, Apocalypse sensed his bloodline aura, and was certain that this house was an Asgardian. Apocalypse hugged Black Widow's waist, taking 10 meters at a time, and chased after House slowly. When House saw this, he felt like he was dead. He took out a tattered hammer from his waist and smashed something in front of him. He went in a straight line, smashing cars and walls, but nothing could stop him. Seeing this, Apocalypse couldn't continue playing like this, otherwise he didn't know if House would hurt ordinary people. He let go of Black Widow's hand, and in a flash, she stopped in front of House in a remote back alley. He gently put his hand on House's shoulder, and House suddenly froze on the spot, as if there was a huge weight on his shoulders, making him unable to move. House swung the hammer in his hand and hit Apocalypse on the chest. Apocalypse pinched it gently with his other hand and grabbed the hammer. The hammer has an ordinary appearance, not as dazzling as Thor's hammer, and it doesn't look special among a bunch of ordinary tools. It may not seem big, but it weighs over 100 kilograms. It is impossible for Earthlings to swing such a heavy hammer. There are still some magical properties left on it, so no wonder it was so fun to hit all the way. When House saw that his special weapon was useless, he immediately knew that he had met a strong person. "Brother, if you have something to say, do you want money or protective gear? As long as you let me go, it's easy to talk." Tiankai smiled and said, "I don't want anything. Someone will interrogate you later." House's face quickly turned pale and he shouted, "Brother, you can beat me or kill me, but never hand me over to the Black Widow. Please." Just as he finished speaking, he turned around and saw that Black Widow had followed him, and suddenly screamed strangely, "Brother, if you don't let me go, kill me. I don't want to fall into the hands of the Black Widow." As he said that, he bumped his head against Tiankai. At the same time, a faint light of divine power appeared on his body, as if he had gathered all his strength. But Tiankai doesn't allow it. How could he move? Apocalypse shook his hand slightly, and the light of divine power on House was immediately scattered and could no longer be condensed. House begged with runny nose and tears, "Brother, please, you can beat or kill me, but don't let me fall into the hands of the Black Widow. I'm afraid." Tiankai frowned when he heard this. How could this guy look like a girl despite his huge size? Is Black Widow that scary? Just as he said that, Black Widow had already followed. House was trembling all over. He originally cried in front of Apocalypse, but when Black Widow came, he didn't even dare to cry anymore. "What's going on? Dawn, you beat him to tears?" Black Widow asked. "No, it looks like he was scared to tears by you. How could it be? I am so gentle." With that said, he turned his back to Apocalypse and winked at House, suggesting that you say something nice to me and don't let me embarrass myself in front of my man. But how could a rough guy like House understand such a delicate hint? Instead, he shouted, "You lied. You caught many criminals, but you didn't interrogate or kill them. You tortured them until they were worse than death, and they couldn't even surrender even if they wanted to." A cold light flashed in Black Widow's eyes, which made House shrink even more in fear, and said weakly, "What do you want to do? Is there any more?" Black Widow asked through gritted teeth. "They also said that you are immortal and that you like to cut off men's penises when they are happiest." Black Widow said angrily, "Where did you hear this rumor from? Immortality naturally refers to the recovery potion. What the hell is that at the end? I have never done anything so disgusting. I don't know which guy it was that passed the dirty jokes between men as information. Just what my brother on the road said." "Which brother? What's his name? Where is he?" A cold light flashed in Black Widow's eyes, and she had already sentenced this brother on the road to death. House said, "You can't say that. Those who come out to fool around still have to show some loyalty. Since you don't say it, there's no need to say it." Black Widow took out a roll of black tape and was about to seal House's mouth. House saw that he was going to follow in the footsteps of his brothers on the trail. With this black tape, he couldn't surrender even if he wanted to. He shouted hurriedly, I say, there is a bar called Night Dance in the west of the city. The owner is called Chad, who specializes in selling information. There is also an underground casino on 29th Street, where you can also buy your information." Tiankai smiled and said, "Natasha, I didn't expect your name to be so intimidating. I was worried all day long that you were not safe outside." There is an old saying in the East, there is only the wrong name, but there is no wrong nickname. Black Widow is already very powerful, but because of her beauty and previous behavior, people have the illusion that men who fall into the hands of Black Widow are not capable enough. The stronger the criminal, the more serious his machismo. If others can't conquer this poisonous beauty, it doesn't mean that you can't. As long as he takes the stage, he can definitely instigate her rebellion, and then there will be a double harvest of beauty and pornographic information. The result is obviously that people who have this kind of fantasy will not end up well in the end. Later, when she encountered Apocalypse, Black Widow could no longer use her beauty skills, so the only way left was to torture her. In addition, during the 2 years that Apocalypse stayed in Asgard, Black Widow turned her worries into strength and was particularly ruthless. Anyway, the criminals who can dispatch the Black Widow are not little shrimps themselves. They are full of crimes. Even if they are killed, S.H.I.E.L.D. will not say a word. Slowly, Black Widow also discovered that it was more efficient to go straight in this way. Before, it was too slow to pretend to be weak and use beauty. As a result, the style became more vigorous and resolute. When many criminals were being tortured, they tried to struggle and refused to answer when asked for the first time. As a result, they never had the chance to answer again. It's not like there weren't criminals who wanted to resist and designed traps and ambush, causing some harm to the Black Widow. If it were other agents, even if they didn't die, they would have to recuperate for at least a few months, and they wouldn't dare act too arrogantly in the future. As a result, as soon as the Black Widow drank the recovery potion, she was resurrected with full health in the blink of an eye, and the criminals could not escape even if they wanted to. In the end, he will only enjoy more severe torture. Therefore, with the spread of the underground intelligence network, the Black Widow became particularly terrifying. Underground intelligence is inherently true and false, and cannot be as rigorous as national agencies. It's a bit like gossip news. Don't exaggerate or fabricate it to show that you have exclusive inside information and others won't buy your information. As a result, the notoriety of the Black Widow spread underground. Apocalypse always sides with Black Widow whether it is now or in his past life memories, so he naturally doesn't feel that there is anything scary about her. Only by standing on the opposite side of her can one feel the horror of this sexy stunner. Hearing Tiankai's question, Black Widow was afraid that Tiankai would know how she acted when handling the case, and her tone instantly switched to a little girl mode, saying, "Tang, it's not what you think. Some criminals just accept the tough but not the soft. Just reason with them. It's useless, so I hit harder." House was stunned. Is this the legendary Black Widow? At this moment, she was holding a cup of milk tea and dressed in sexy casual clothes. She was afraid that the men around her would misunderstand her, so she explained softly, just like a little woman. He just barely shook the man's arm and called brother. This face-changing technique is really terrifying. If I hadn't recognized your face, I would have been fooled by you. At the same time, I feel one contempt, and you didn't give us a soft choice. Tiankai smiled and said, "I would like to see what your hard methods are like." When House heard this, his heart skipped a beat. Sure enough, they were in the same group, maybe a male version of Black Widow. He quickly said, I will say anything, please don't block my mouth. Why do you put this mark on your equipment?" Speaking of this, House showed a proud expression on his face and said, "This is a symbol of a great kingdom of God. You people on earth don't understand." Really? Tiankai said lightly, with his divine power running around his body, a dark golden mark appeared on his chest. "So, do you recognize this mark? Prince's seal? This is impossible. I have never heard of any prince in Asgard. Are you saying that my royal seal is fake?" House struggled internally. Although he had never heard of any prince in Asgard, the powerful man in front of him could turn himself into a pulp with just one slap. It seemed that there was no need to get a fake power seal to deceive him. Moreover, fake power seals are not easy to obtain. Except for Asgardians, outsiders may have never seen them, and counterfeiting is out of the question. Thinking of this, House knelt down on one knee and performed an Asgardian etiquette. "How long have you been on Earth?" Tiankai said. House originally wanted to lie, but when he saw Apocalypse's majestic eyes, his heart was shaken and he immediately became honest. 1,000 more than 200 years. How did it come about? At that time, the Kingdom of God had a batch of equipment that needed some metal from the earth, so it sent a team to mine in northern Europe. I am a blacksmith and came here at that time. Humph, it seems that you have lived quite comfortably in these more than 1,000 years. House said, "I don't dare, Prince. I am just a small blacksmith in Asgard, and my talent in cultivating divine power is not good, so I can only be a blacksmith for the rest of my life. I am a small person, and no one will find me if I am lost, otherwise Heimdar wanted to find me, but how could he not find me? So you just do whatever you want on Earth and dominate, right? Do you know how many people have been hurt by the divine protective gear you sold? Prince, I just made those protective gears randomly, and I didn't inject much divine power. I just wanted to make some money. After the Wormhole War, there were suddenly more people who wanted to buy these protective gears, so Tiankai has seen those protective gears in the information, some of which are gloves, which can penetrate thick reinforced concrete with one blow. Some are armors. After wearing them, the whole body is protected by a divine shield. Before the divine power is exhausted, it is not afraid of any ordinary bullets. These protective gears are not very strong for superheroes, but for ordinary people, they are already very magical. This is still a defective product that was made casually. You can imagine how magical armor and the like that were made carefully would be to the people on Earth. Humph, what do you mean by putting our Asgard mark on each set of protective gear? Aren't you afraid of losing Asgard's face? House murmured, a person is actually quite lonely here. The wife I found couldn't stay with him for long, and I never found him again. I hope some Asgardians say the mark on the protective gear, so that I won't be so lonely on Earth. In fact, there are far more Asgardians on the Earth than the blacksmith house. As for whether he has been discovered or not, it is hard to say. Even if he finds out, he may not want to pay attention to him. After all, he is just a low-level blacksmith, and the Asgardians who can freely enter and exit the Earth may not think highly of him. If the case hadn't been handed over to Black Widow this time, even if Apocalypse himself knew about it, he probably wouldn't bother to come find him. The blacksmith's crime was not punishable by death, but it was not okay to leave him outside and let him do whatever he wanted. Apocalypse pondered for a moment and asked, Natasha, does S.H.I.E.L.D. need someone like him? If necessary, let him go to S.H.I.E.L.D. If not, lock him up first. When I return to Asgard next time, I will take him away. I'll contact the director and ask. Black Widow reported the situation to Fury. When Fury heard about it, he realized that he could use super protective gear. Naturally, the more the merrier. Moreover, with Tiankai personally suppressing him, Liang House didn't dare to mess around. House asked cautiously, Prince, from now on Black Widow and I will be colleagues, right? Can I use her name with my brothers on the street? Black Widow said fiercely, what? Do you want to say bad things about me again? I don't dare. Under the banner of Black Widow, it will be easier to get around on the road in the future, and I won't be afraid that someone won't pay me. Black Widow smiled and said, you are really blind, do you know who he is? He is our Prince of Asgard, but apart from Odin and Thor, he is not famous on Earth. Besides, others don't believe me when I say that he is related to a god. Giggle, giggle, he's not famous? Where does all the information on your road come from? What reputation does the prince have on Earth? How can I? Suddenly, House came to his senses. Previously leaked news said that the god-level man under the beam of light came from Asgard. Could it be that? King Apocalypse, so you are King Apocalypse. House's eyes suddenly widened, and he was a little scared. He actually dared to swing the hammer at him just now. If he hadn't been an Asgardian, he might have died countless times. Now that the matter is settled and it's still early, Apocalypse and Black Widow simply go shopping. Along the way, House worked as a moving boy for the Black Widow. Looking at him working hard and without complaint, he didn't seem to be uncomfortable at all. After all, he was just a blacksmith at the lowest level in Asgard, and now that he could work as an errand boy for the prince, he seemed to have been promoted. Apocalypse hadn't played with Black Widow for long when a message interrupted their shopping fun. Happy was injured and hospitalized. Apocalypse was a little surprised when he received this news. Although he did not directly give Happy the recovery potion, Iron Man did. After all, there is a layer of separation between me and Happy is not a superhero, so I don't need his luck. Some favors would be better from the hands of Iron Man. After all, no matter how good their relationship is, they are still bosses and employees in name only. As a result, Apocalypse and Black Widow had to separate. Black Widow took House back to S.H.I.E.L.D., while Apocalypse went directly to the hospital to visit Happy. Apocalypse comes to see Happy. Not only are they half friends, but they are also related to the plot of Iron Man 3. As soon as he entered the ward, he found that Iron Man and Pepper were already guarding the room. Seeing the arrival of Apocalypse, Happy was a little flattered and wanted to struggle to get up. I didn't know where I got the courage to challenge him in the ring. No wonder he said he wanted to find a weak person to practice with, fearing that he would just beat the person to death. It turned out to be true. Tianqi pressed her hand softly, signaling him not to move, and asked, why don't you drink the recovery potion? Happy said, it's nothing serious. I'll just lie down for a month and I'll be fine. We can't waste such precious medicine. Restoration potions are not uncommon for Apocalypse, but the relationship between Happy and Apocalypse is, after all, separated by a layer, and they cannot be like Iron Man and Black Widow, who can ask for anything at will. Apocalypse is not a good person either. No one will cherish things that are too easy to obtain. Anyway, Happy is not fatally injured. How did you get injured? I saw two suspicious people outside the mall. I wanted to follow them to see what was going on, but I was discovered by a person. Later, Happy was a little confused. I don't know if I was dumbfounded by the explosion. In my memory, I saw one person exploded, another person's leg was broken, and then it grew back, and then ran away. Human bomb. Apocalypse thought for a moment and realized that this was indeed the plot of Iron Man 3. This is a human medicine developed by a scientist named Aldrich Killian. It can repair defects in the human body, regenerate broken limbs, and also has high-temperature superpowers. The body can emit temperatures of several thousand degrees and can melt most metals. The materials used in Iron Man's suit are definitely not bad, but they still can't stand in the face of this high temperature. Its disadvantage is that it is extremely unstable. A person injected with this drug may turn into an oversized suicide bomb anytime and anywhere. Killian naturally knew this problem, and in order to make a profit, he recruited a group of remnant soldiers who had been abandoned by the government. These disabled soldiers were physically disabled on the battlefield, did not receive due pensions, and were full of hatred for the US government. Now that Killian's potion can restore limbs, I am naturally grateful. I can let them do some suicide attacks without additional brainwashing. Iron Man said, S.H.I.E.L.D. has been asking me for help recently. There is a terrorist leader who calls himself the Mandarin and claims to be responsible for many bombings. Their suicide bombings were extremely destructive, but there were no traces of explosives. They wanted me to analyze whether there were new ingredients. If it was a suicide bomb, then the person who carried the bomb should have residual limbs left behind. Apocalypse shook his head and said, Tony, open your eyes a bit. The human bomb I am talking about is not a human carrying a bomb, but the human body is a bomb. Iron Man was startled and stood up. How is this possible? If this is the case, then the explosion scene can be explained. Has the Mandarin already mastered such high technology? The prototype of the Mandarin is an Eastern evil villain created by Americans in the early days. He has a sharp mouth, hanging eyes, a thin beard, and wears the official uniform of the Qing dynasty. Just one look at him can give people nightmares. In the United States, it can be said that the Mandarins are known to everyone. But the Mandarin mentioned by Iron Man is a Westerner, and not the real leader. This so-called Mandarin was just a puppet arranged by Killian. He used beautiful women and drugs to control him, and then asked him to shoot some threatening videos to make the world think that he was behind all this. The first thing I want to do is to use the name Mandarin to create a sensation, and secondly to divert the attention of S.H.I.E.L.D. and other departments. This Mandarin actor is a fool. After becoming this puppet, he was always attended by beautiful women when he came in and out. Apart from being under house arrest, he lived a very happy life. What's even more amazing is that for such a big thing, not only did he not die, he didn't even spend a few days in jail. In the later Shang-Chi, he also appeared and became good friends with an Eastern mythical beast De Zhang. Thinking of this, Apocalypse asked Pepper, has Killian been looking for you? Little Pepper asked strangely, you also know this? He did come to see me. I was afraid that Tony would misunderstand, so I haven't told Tony yet. He showed me a neural network technology. However, I feel that this technology is too weaponized. Now that Tony won't let the company develop weapons, I will send him away. Ha 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 ha, Tian Kai laughed. Do you know that he is the leader behind all this? The Mandarin is just a puppet he introduced to divert attention. Iron Man, Pepper Potts, and Happy looked in disbelief. Iron Man asked, how is this possible? Why is he doing all this? What good does this do to him? Apocalypse glanced at Iron Man and said, aside from wanting to plunder more money, the most important thing for him is revenge. This Killian was a lame and down-and-out scientist more than 10 years ago. At a cocktail party, he finally had a chance to talk to Iron Man in the elevator. But at that time, Iron Man was flirting with a beautiful doctor and was about to go to the room to discuss science and technology in depth, so he naturally had no time to pay attention to him. So I lied to him and said, go to the rooftop and wait for me for 5 minutes. As a result, Iron Man and the beautiful doctor had a happy night, but Killian drank the northwest wind on the rooftop all night. From then on, he hated Iron Man. Seeing Apocalypse looking at him, Iron Man wondered, why are you looking at me? Is he seeking revenge from me? I don't know him. No, you know him. Tian Kai said, it's just that you don't remember him. This matter started more than 10 years ago. Tony, do you remember a beautiful doctor named Maya Hansen? I don't know. Iron Man quickly winked at Tian Kai. This guy, I know you are very mysterious and know everything, but why are you bringing up these old things? Didn't you see that little Pepper is around? Tian Kai ignored it and continued, if Maya is scheming, you and her child may be 13 years old. Iron Man's face suddenly turned pale, and Pepper's expression began to turn evil. She stared at Iron Man, angry and aggrieved, with tears welling up in her eyes. You know, with Iron Man's net worth, it is really possible for a beautiful woman to secretly give birth to a child without telling him for a huge alimony. After all, it is really his own blood, and Iron Man cannot ignore it. Even if he wants to default on the debt, the laws of the United States will enforce it. Iron Man has been so romantic all his life that he can't even remember how many women he has had relationships with. It's not impossible if 1 or 2 fall for him. Looking at Iron Man's face, you can tell that he didn't take any protective measures at all back then, otherwise he would not be scared, but suspicious. Don't worry, I'm just saying if. Iron Man breathed a sigh of relief and said, Tang, you guy, don't scare people casually, okay? If you fart, hurry up. Do you still remember that when you were in the elevator with Dr. Maya, there was a lame man trying to sell you a technology? When you mention it like this, it seems that there is indeed such a person. What happened next that I forgot about him? I think I sent him to the rooftop. He's Killian. With Iron Man's IQ, when he mentioned this, everything immediately connected. The once down-and-out kid now wanted to show off and take revenge on those who had humiliated him before. Iron Man suddenly became uneasy when he thought that this man had also been to Stark Company and looked for Pepper Potts. Don, are you here to help eradicate them? No, Tian Kai shook his head. Happy is my friend, and I mainly came to see him. I believe that with your ability, you can easily handle these small things. By the way, that beautiful doctor named Maya is working for Killian now. If she comes to you, you must be careful. Also, the current vice president has colluded with Killian. In the plot of Iron Man 3, the opponent's strength is actually not very strong, but Killian's layout is good and there are too many ways to confuse him. As a result, Iron Man wasted a lot of time just tracking down the Mandarin. Later, Pepper was tricked into being a hostage by Dr. Maya, and she fell into a passive position. Now Apocalypse has revealed everything to him. With Iron Man's strength and connections, even with the support of the vice president, he can easily destroy this criminal group. Before leaving, Tiankai took the pen and paper, wrote a line of words, folded it, and said to Iron Man, "When you and Pepper come to the hospital, there are countless reporters waiting outside. When you go out later, what are you doing? If you have anything to say, I suggest you read this note first." Iron Man said, "Is this a clever trick from Eastern legends?" "It's not a clever idea, just a little reminder. I'm leaving now, Happy, have a good rest." "Where are you going?" "Though Soul and Jane discovered something interesting in London, the kingdom of Big Fart. I want to go and see it myself." As soon as Apocalypse left, Happy finally couldn't suppress his mood and his heart began to beat wildly. Little Pepper was so frightened that she wanted to call the doctor, but Happy quickly stopped him and said, "No need to call the doctor, I'm fine, I'm happy. King Apocalypse said I was his friend. Ha 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 ha. I even had a fight with him. When we drink from now on, let's see who is better than me." Little Pepper put her hand on her forehead and was speechless. It was really hard for her to understand that if a man drinks, he drinks. Why should bragging be regarded as such an important thing, as if bragging and drinking are meaningless? Iron Man, who is also a man, can understand Happy's thoughts and said, "It's awesome, but you have to have people believe it." In one sentence, Happy was thrown into troubles of happiness. If Iron Man said that he was a friend of King Apocalypse, no one would believe it. After all, they were comrades fighting side by side in the New York Wormhole War. "But, how can you be so virtuous? You can't even get close to me. If King Apocalypse can even look at you, I'll think I'm a loser." Happy thought to himself, otherwise, he might as well say that he had a fight with King Apocalypse. This seems to be slightly less credible. Well, no one would believe it. Iron Man and Pepper Little finished their visit. As soon as they left the hospital entrance, they were blocked by reporters who had been waiting for them. Iron Man was originally angry and afraid of Happy being bombed. Even if he had the recovery potion given by Apocalypse, if he was killed on the spot like other innocent people, no matter how magical the potion was, it would be useless. Now I am annoyed by reporters. I just wanted to announce my address to the public and make a fight with my enemies like in the original plot. Suddenly I remembered the note Tiankai gave me. When I opened it, I saw it said, "Do not publish your address." Iron Man was shocked. How powerful is this guy Tang? What he just wanted to say was just an impulsive thing that came to his mind less than 10 seconds ago. How could he know it in advance? So, when the words came to his lips, they became, "Mandarin, if you have the ability, come to me. My home address is, number 880, lane 365, Malibu Highway. If you are a man, don't be timid." As expected, Killian sent a helicopter to attack on the second day. Who would have thought that this was originally an idle villa, and Iron Man didn't live here at all? As soon as Killian's armed aircraft flew over, it was killed by the remote-controlled unmanned suit ambushed here. Killian, who was so angry that he was hiding in the dark, flew into a rage. He had been fooled by him once more than 10 years ago, and now he was fooled again. Therefore, he had to follow the original plot and send Dr. Maya to get close to Pepper. Unexpectedly, as soon as Maya appeared, she was detained by people from the relevant departments contacted by Iron Man. Then he sent a false message to Killian, saying that he had caught Little Pepper and got the address of his lair. In less than half a day, Killian's lair was surrounded by a sky full of remote-controlled suits and countless soldiers. Killian never expected that his carefully designed plan could be so fragile and be seen through by others. Apart from killing a few innocent people, not even a decent wave was produced. He even began to doubt his own IQ. Was he too stupid in terms of conspiracy? On Tiankai's side, he walked out of the hospital and jumped into the sky. The physical body flew across the Atlantic Ocean and soon arrived in London, the kingdom of Big Fart. This time, he came for the ether particles, the reality stones. It's just that these infinite gems are hard to get. When Apocalypse arrived, the abandoned building was already surrounded by police. There were several police cars nearby that overturned and fell to the ground, with glass fragments scattered all over the floor. The big-assed policeman hid behind the police cars and nervously pointed his gun at the open space in the middle. Thor was watching over Jane and had no time to pay attention to the police around him. As long as they don't shoot, Thor will not take the initiative to harm them. At this time, Jane was lying on the ground, her eyes closed tightly, and she had passed out. There is a faint dark red liquid flowing all over the body, which is another form of the reality gem, ether particles. Judging from this situation, it seems that Jane discovered the gravity anomaly in this abandoned building and came to detect it. Just like the original plot, she accidentally entered the space-time gap and obtained ether particles. After coming out, because Daisy saw that she had been missing for too long, she called the police, and the police came to check. As a result, the two people came into contact, causing the energy of the ether particles to rebound, not only overturning the car, but also knocking him out. Now, the etheric particles were flowing endlessly and seemed to be transforming her body. If she can become the female Thor in the future, I am afraid that the contribution of this etheric particle will be indispensable. However, Jane is a native of Earth after all, and the ether particles remain in her body. If she does not learn how to control them, her life will still be in danger over time. This is why Thor is worried. He could sense that Jane's vitality was slowly disappearing. Tian Kai stepped forward, crossed the police, and said, "You should leave, this is not something you can handle." Seeing that he was an Oriental, the policeman naturally could not listen to him. Just as he was about to stop him, he found that Tian Kai simply walked forward, passing among more than a dozen people, and no one could touch him. Suddenly, they understood that a superhuman had arrived. Since the New York Wormhole War, police around the world have become aware of the existence of superhuman beings, and as supercrimes increase around the world, ordinary police officers have realized that there is nothing they can do. The best way to deal with supercriminals is to report them to specialized departments, including SHIELD. What's more, these people in front of them are not considered criminals. At most, they are super powerful and out of control. Naturally, it is impossible for the police to look for trouble and take the initiative to shoot. Dawn, you're here. Well, how is Jane doing now? It's okay for the time being, but these strange things remain in her body, causing her to lose vitality. If it goes on for a long time, I'm afraid she won't be able to bear it. Tian Kai checked the situation. Jane seems to be in some pain. As long as the contact force is slightly stronger, the ether particles will immediately react and push away the external force. At the same time, the force of the rebound will also hurt Jane. This is also the reason why Thor dares to forcibly extract ether particles. The ether particles are now entangled with Jane, and unless she has the control method of the Dark Elf King, she can't extract them unless she dies. Thor, I have a method that I can try, but I don't know if it will succeed. Tian Kai said. As long as it ensures that Jane is not in danger, feel free to give it a try. Okay, I'll start. Apocalypse put his hand against Jane's dantian and slowly mobilized the power of the universe Rubik's Cube. A stream of light blue energy slowly seeped into Jane's body. Under the guidance of Tian Kai's spiritual consciousness, the dark red ether particles were patiently entangled. The energy of the Infinity Stones has the same origin, and the ether particles do not seem to reject the energy of the cosmic cube. Slowly, Jane's body forms an intertwined color of dark red and light blue. Seeing that the entanglement was almost complete, Tian Kai mobilized his consciousness and pumped blue energy, trying to pull out the ether particles. As soon as he moved, a huge counterattack energy suddenly burst out. With a muffled sound of bang, with Jian as the center, two waves of dark red and light blue energy swept out in all directions. Suddenly, the police cars and policemen surrounding him were overturned to the ground. Fortunately, Jane had exploded before, so they had taken precautions and only caused minor injuries to a few people. The police officers retreated one after another, and then retreated another 20 meters, calling for support. But Jane's situation was dire. Two huge energies exploded in her body, and her internal organs were shattered. She vomited blood and her life hung on a thread. Tian Kai hurriedly took out the recovery potion and poured a bottle into it before repairing the injury. At the moment when the ether particles and the energy of the cosmic cube exploded, there was a remote and desolate dark space in the vast universe. The energy light of a spaceship slowly turned on, and in the blink of an eye, the entire spacecraft turned from darkness to dark red. A pale-skinned dark elf opened his eyes. This person was the Dark Elf King Malekith. He seemed to be talking to himself or to others. Ha 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 ha, ether particles are waking us up, the celestial body convergence has begun again, and our era is coming. Immediately afterwards, the huge cabin inside the spacecraft and the dormant cabins of countless dark elves lit up with dark red light. Then, all the sleeping dark elves were waking up. Thor naturally doesn't know what happened in the dark place of the universe. He only cares about Jane now. Dawn, you can't try again. Apocalypse nodded. This time, it was just a slight attempt and almost killed Jane. Fortunately, there was a recovery potion. If the energy is increased, Jane may be shocked to death on the spot. In that case, no amount of recovery potion will help. After all, not even the purple recovery potion can bring the dead back to life. I'll take her back to Asgard to see what my father can do. Okay, this can only be the case for now. Tian Kai knows that Asgard has no way to remove the ether particles, but according to the original plot, the appearance of the ether particles means that the Dark Elves have awakened. It won't take long for the Dark Elves to follow the energy of the ether particles, and a battle will be inevitable. The Earth's technology is too backward and there is no defense. Facing the Dark Elves, I am afraid there will be heavy casualties. It would be better to go to Asgard. After all, as the kingdom of God that once defeated the Dark Elves, it still has a lot of means. Thor was about to call Heimdall, and then a voice came, wait a minute. Apocalypse looked over and saw that it was Daisy. Take me with you. Tian Kai frowned and said, what are you going to do? Seeing that Apocalypse seemed unhappy, Daisy spoke weakly and said, I can take care of Jane. Do you two grown men know how to take care of people? He said he was taking care of Jane, but in fact his eyes were on Tian Kai the whole time, and even a blind man could see his affection. The God of Thunder said, that's fine. You are her friend and a human being from Earth. It is indeed easier to take care of her. Ahem. Apocalypse wanted to remind Thor. Asgard is so advanced, can't it even take care of an individual? Don't you know what Daisy means to me? Are you giving me this trouble? However, Thor didn't understand his hint at all. At this time, he was extremely anxious. As long as he could help his girlfriend a little bit, he could not wait to arrange everything. Tian Kai had no choice but to signal Daisy to come over. Daisy suddenly smiled like a flower, walked over and hugged Apocalypse's strong arms, as if she had hugged him countless times before. As soon as Daisy hugged me, Apocalypse felt the warmth, softness, and elasticity, but he still couldn't help but ask, ahem, why are you hugging me? I'm afraid of falling out when the rainbow comes down. Well, that's indeed a good reason. In Thor 3, Thor and Loki were knocked out of the rainbow energy channel by Hela, and finally fell to the planet Sokka. After all, Daisy is an ordinary person. If she is frightened and falls out, let alone falling into space, even if she falls from 2 or 3 floors, it may be fatal. Seeing that she seemed to have convinced Apocalypse, Daisy hugged her tighter. Tian Kai sighed secretly, I don't know how to deal with this comfortable trouble. Thor hugged Jane and called Heimdall. Soon, a rainbow fell from the sky, and the 4 disappeared in the open space, leaving only an ancient rune. After arriving in Asgard, Daisy still held Apocalypse's arm, so Apocalypse had to remind, we're here. Seeing the Asgardians coming to greet her in the distance, Daisy reluctantly let go of her hand. Thor settled Jane down and asked Daisy to stay with her. Medical staff from the Kingdom of God came to check. Feeling relieved, he came to the temple and gathered with Apocalypse, God King Odin, God Queen Frigga and others. Seeing everyone gathered, Tian Kai got straight to the point and said, King God, the ether particles have awakened the Dark Elves. I'm afraid it won't be long before they come to find Jane and take her away. Odin was a little surprised, thinking that Apocalypse called everyone here to discuss how to save Jane, but he didn't expect that they were discussing the Dark Elves. Prince Tang also knows about the Dark Elves. Know a thing or two? Thor asked in confusion, what does this have to do with the Dark Elves? The God King sighed slightly and said, this is a long story, and it goes back to your grandfather's generation. The ether particle was once a sacred object of the Dark Elves. Its body is the reality gem, which can turn people's ideas into reality. Dark Elves naturally like dark and cold places. The light of the universe is as uncomfortable as hell for them. At the beginning of the universe, many stars had not yet formed, and the universe was dark. At that time, it was the golden age of the Dark Elves. But with the emergence of the Celestial Clan, a large number of stars were created in the universe, allowing light to shine in this ancient universe. Speaking of the Celestials, not to mention distant gods like Seeing Lord's father, Apocalypse remembered that there is one currently gestating under the earth. Once born, the entire earth will burst like a placenta and turn into wasteland, and all humans will die. However, Apocalypse still doesn't know how to solve this problem. I only hope that in the future, if we become stronger and unite with the Eternals, we can prevent this tragedy from happening. Odin saw Tian Kai's expression was different and asked, Prince Tang also knows about the Celestial Clan. I know a thing or two. However, let's solve the problem at hand first, and think of a solution later. Immediately, a thought flashed across his mind. Did Asgard deliberately create the structure of the flat continent to prevent the Celestials from breeding inside the planet? However, this matter is not urgent. We will discuss it with Odin when we have the opportunity in the future. Just listen to Odin continue. The Dark Elves can only shrink under the light and live in the country of Wathium. Thousands of years ago, the Dark Elf King Malekith obtained the ether particles from nowhere and wanted to use the energy of the ether to extinguish the stars and return the universe to darkness. My father, Thor's grandfather, King Bauer, after learning about this, started the first war against the Dark Elves and prevented this catastrophe. Since then, there has been peace in the 9 kingdoms for thousands of years. Wait, Thor interrupted, you didn't tell us how we won. Odin glanced at the god of thunder and said slowly, King Bauer, kill them all. Thor's breath was suffocated. He was kind-hearted by nature, but he still couldn't bear it, even though thousands of years had passed. Why did Tang still say they would come after killing them all? All the Dark Elves who participated in that war were killed. However, the Dark Elf King Malekith is not dead, and there are still some descendants left in the dark places of the universe. Since Prince Tang said they would come, they will definitely come. Odin then said, this is just one of the troubles. At this point in time, it is when the 9 kingdoms are wandering in the cosmic tree and connecting in a line. They meet once in 5,000 years. During this period, the boundaries between the 9 kingdoms will be blurred and they can easily cross each other. If Malekith obtains ether particles, he can use this moment of celestial bodies to gather to enhance the ether energy and plunge the 9 kingdoms into darkness, which may then affect the entire universe. Until now, Apocalypse has not been able to figure out what the world tree mentioned by Odin and Thor looks like, but judging from the original plot, the major event of connecting the 9 kingdoms did happen. Is there really an invisible world tree? In the original plot, Asgard was unprepared and was invaded by the Dark Elves invisibly. It was caught off guard and even the energy core of the protective shield was destroyed. But now with the reminder from Apocalypse, it is naturally impossible to give the Dark Elves any chance to succeed. The 3 men were discussing the matter of guarding against the Dark Elves, while Queen Frigga on one side remained silent and kept silent. However, her hands rubbed the hem of her skirt from time to time, looking a little restless. Just when Apocalypse was about to persuade him not to worry about the Dark Elves, his mind changed and he suddenly understood. In the original plot, when the Dark Elves invaded, it was the day the God Queen Frigga died. The God Queen Frigga actually foresaw her own death a long time ago. Later, the fat Thor with a beer belly came back in time and tried to inform her of her fate so that she could avoid it. Frigga just responded calmly and declined Fat Thunder God's kindness. It's not that I don't want to change, it's not that I'm open to it, it's that I don't dare. Being able to peer into the long river of time, she has become aware of the existence of the sacred timeline and the unpredictable power that maintains it. Frigga did not dare to change without authorization for fear of bringing more terrible consequences to Asgard. Or, she may have tried to change it before, but the result was the miserable ending of the original plot. If she changes it again, Asgard may be completely destroyed. No matter what, Frigga accepted her fate anyway, even in the face of her own death. Now, because Frigga agreed to the apocalypse, she no longer peeps into the flow of time, and wonders whether she will develop according to her original destiny. In the face of life and death, no one can be completely indifferent. Tiankai thought for a while and said, Queen God, the results you saw in the long river of time may not become reality. You have been with Jane and the others these 2 days, and I will stay by your side. I will not go to the war outside. The Queen of Gods was overjoyed. With Apocalypse standing by her side, she was not just an extremely powerful man. Apocalypse is the key person to change the fate of Asgard. Now that he personally protects himself, he is very likely to change his fate and cross this life and death barrier. As for the battle outside, the original plot was just about being caught off guard, and the Dark Elves were actually not very strong. With the defensive power of Thor and Asgard, and the deployment of defenses in advance, it was enough to easily cope with it. After all, the race that was once wiped out is now just some remaining troops. What kind of trouble can it cause? In the original plot, if Loki and Thor hadn't set a trap for the Dark Elf King to take out the ether particles in order to save Jane, he might not even be able to touch the edge of the ether particles. Thunder God was deeply moved when he saw Tiankai caring so much about his family. He put his arm around Tiankai's shoulders and said, Brother, I leave my mother and girlfriend to you. It's a pity that you can't participate in such an exciting thing as fighting the invaders. You might not even be able to see a single enemy inside, and I'll wipe them all out. Odin said, Thor, my life is over. I'm afraid I won't be able to help in this battle. You have to have an overall view and don't just rush and kill like a warrior. Otherwise, how can you convince the people when you become the king in the future? The god of thunder was non-committal. He didn't care whether he was convinced or not. Being able to fight was the most satisfying thing. In the next few days, Tiankai sat quietly outside Jane's room, letting go of his sensors and closely monitoring the surroundings. The Queen of God also stayed in the room with Jane. This greatly moved Jane, who thought she was immortal and would be discriminated against here. Unexpectedly, her boyfriend's mother came to accompany her in person, and her boyfriend's best friend guarded the door day and night, fearing that she was not safe enough in the kingdom of God. What made her angry was that Thor didn't come to see him much in the past 2 days. However, it was inconvenient for Thor to tell him that a group of dark elves are coming to kill you and steal the ether particles in your body. I want to set up defenses outside. This will only make Jane needlessly worried. As Jane's friend and a native of Earth, Daisy naturally stayed with her in order to strengthen the protective power. The Queen of Gods called Sif to guard the room together. This gave Tiankai a headache. Although Daisy never had any overly intimate behavior after arriving in Asgard, the two women seemed to have a natural connection. There is a vague hostility between them, and even a straight man like Tiankai can feel their secret rivalry. Unfortunately, neither of them has any formal relationship with Apocalypse. Neither of them can declare their sovereignty, so they can only face each other in vain. Suddenly, Tiankai, who was sitting quietly, opened his eyes, faced the direction of the rainbow control room, and said softly, "Here we come." Although it was as soft as a whisper, Heimdall heard it even though he was miles away. He immediately inserted the big sword into the rainbow base, activated his divine power, and scanned the space around Asgard with all his strength. A dark spaceship slowly approached Asgard. Not only was this spaceship completely invisible visually, it was even invisible to Heimdall's eyes. But just because you can't see it, doesn't mean you can't detect it. Fluctuating air, disturbed clouds, and even raised dust all mark its trajectory nakedly. In the original plot, Heimdall didn't notice it, he was just unprepared. Now with full reconnaissance, the Dark Elf spaceship is naturally invisible. Beep. There was a long blast, and Asgard's alarm sounded. The divine turrets scattered around were raised one after another, and their black muzzles were aimed at the coordinates provided by Heimdall. In the center of Asgard, the main body of the temple, a golden energy shield slowly rose. However, the temple is too big and it will take some time for the protective shield to rise from the bottom. Boom. A divine cannon accurately hit the invisible Dark Elf spaceship. Ripples rippled through the air, and the spacecraft suddenly emerged from invisibility. The huge hull is like a star, full of oppression. The rainbow control room in front of it is as big as a fruit core on a giant. Now that it had been discovered, the spacecraft was no longer invisible, and immediately the low hum of the engine sounded, and countless small combat ships flew out from the mothership carrying Dark Elves. The goal of these battleships is very clear, it is the Asgard Temple. Along the way, the battleship completely ignored the divine turrets on the ground and rushed towards the temple with all its strength without dodging, or attacking. They have to rush in when the golden shield is completely raised, so that this mission can be successful. For a time, the ground turret fired countless yellow magical shells, and the battleships were hit one after another. Thick smoke streaked across the sky, falling and hitting the buildings on the ground. Finally, after the Dark Elves paid a heavy price with dozens of battleships, a dozen ships rushed into the temple before the golden energy shield was fully raised. One ship directly broke through countless huge pillars and rushed into the middle of the temple, causing a commotion among the guards inside. The battleships outside began to attack around the temple, looking for opportunities. At the same time, a strange minotaur imprisoned in the dungeon seemed to sense the movement in the outside world, with a strange smile on its face. He dug out a piece of jet black crystal from his body, with blood as black and shiny as petroleum on it, which turned out to be embedded in his body. When the minotaur squeezed it, the crystal suddenly shattered and turned into a strange energy that seeped into his body. Then, his body glowed red like lava. When the other criminals of the alien race in the same cell saw this, they were so frightened that they retreated until they reached the honeycomb-shaped energy wall before they could no longer retreat. When all the magma-like energy in the body was transformed, the minotaur grew in size. It originally had only 2 horns, but now it had 4 more horns, 4 on the head and 2 on the lower jaw. The whole person's aura increased greatly. The minotaur stepped forward with 2 steps, grabbed an alien prisoner with one hand, and threw it hard towards the energy wall. Circles of honeycomb-like structures suddenly appeared on the energy wall, but it did not break. The minotaur seemed to have expected it, and without stopping, he smashed the alien prisoner's brains to pieces. The energy wall was finally overwhelmed, and it flashed a few times before disappearing completely. This mutated minotaur was the secret hand of the Dark Elves ambushing Asgard in the original plot. At that time, Loki was still watching the fun and showed him the way. "You'd better take the stairs on the left." This sentence led the minotaur to break into Jane's room, eventually leading to the death of the Divine Queen who was guarding it. This time, he didn't have Loki to guide him and went straight to the energy core of the Golden Shield according to his original plan. At this time, capable generals such as Fandral were sent outside to participate in the battle, and naturally there were not many guards left in the innermost energy core. The hexagonal minotaur passed through all the obstacles and easily came to a golden energy ball. This energy ball is 5 meters in size and rotates slowly, showing the battle situation of the Golden Shield outside in real time. As long as there is an attack, the core will immediately mobilize energy to replenish the attacked area to ensure that the Golden Shield is not broken. Without even thinking about it, the minotaur pounced with its entire tall body. The energy core was disrupted and exploded with a boom, and the minotaur was also blown away. But he still got the result the Dark Elf wanted. The Golden Shield lost its energy supply and slowly disappeared. Seeing the energy shield disappear, the Dark Elf mothership released more small warships, like wasps, attacking the temple. Thor, who was fighting outside, had no time to think about why the energy shield disappeared. He waved Thor's hammer and flew towards the battleship with thunder and lightning shining all over his body. With one blow, a battleship was often destroyed. However, the battleships were too small and numerous to be killed by the thunder god, and soon many of them crossed the defense line and approached the temple. "Sif, no matter what happens outside, don't come out to protect the Queen and Jane," Tian Kai said. "Understand." Sif was wearing a yellow leather armor and holding a long sword, staring closely at the window. The door is guarded by Apocalypse, so she doesn't have to worry. She only needs to be careful about the windows that might slip through the window and sneak in. In the eyes of the Dark Elves, the ether particles on Jane's body were like torches in the darkness. There was no way to hide them at such a close distance, and all the battleships began to surge in the direction of Apocalypse. Jane's room is above a loft. Looking out, you can see the panoramic view of Asgard. It was originally a room with a wide view and excellent scenery. But now, this openness is conducive to the attack of the Dark Elves. More than a dozen battleships fanned out and emitted dark red light bombs at the same time, densely covering the entire attic. Apocalypse opened his hand forward, and with a buzz sound, a yellow divine power shield enveloped the entire attic. All the light bullets melted on the divine power shield, without any effect. The Dark Elves saw that conventional attacks were useless. A battleship seemed to have received the order, broke away from the formation, and crashed directly into the attic. I saw a sudden red light behind the battleship, and the engine made a huge low roar. The sharp bow in front was pointed at Tiankai, and it rammed directly into it without hesitation. Haha, good time. Originally, they were guerrillas outside, and Tiankai couldn't leave the place. It was really difficult for a while. Now there is actually a ship that dares to come to the door, Tiankai laughs. The other hand slowly retracted back, waiting for the battleship to approach, calculating the right moment, and punched forward. 20 times the power of the Hulk. The fist passed through the divine power shield, exposing half of the arm, just in contact with the front of the battleship. Boom. A white shock wave of air surged up in the divine power shield, and swept wildly around along the surface of the divine power shield. The battleship's more than 10-meter-long hull suddenly came to a standstill. The engine at the back was still spraying to provide huge thrust, but the terrifying power of the apocalypse came from the front. Under the simultaneous action of the two forces, the hull of the ship was squeezed toward the center, as if it had turned into a pancake. Then the pancake finally couldn't bear it anymore, and countless metal fragments shot out in all directions like shrapnel. The metal fragments hit the surrounding battleships, making a dinging sound. And a small part of the force returned from the rebound caused the entire attic to sway, as if it was about to collapse. Fortunately, Apocalypse knew what he was doing, and most of the power was borne by him. In the end, Pavilion still withstood it. The attacks of all other battleships suddenly stalled, and they even forgot to launch light bombs. The Dark Elf thought that he might not be able to succeed at once, but he never expected that he would fail in such a way. The physical power can actually blow up a battleship with one punch. This time, the battleships no longer dared to rush into each other. Since the divine shield guarding the attic could not be broken, direct collision would not work, so they simply attacked the surrounding buildings. As long as the surrounding area collapses, the attic will become a rootless place and collapse naturally. Fortunately, Thor arrived in time and restrained some of the battleships, otherwise the attic would collapse and apocalypse would be really difficult to deal with. If he wanted to wipe out all the battleships, he would have to let go of the divine shield. With so many cannons, if he made a mistake and was hit by a shell in the room, the few people inside, except for Sif, would probably not survive. With the addition of Thor, Fondrel, Hogon, Volstagg, and others, as well as the support of ground turrets, Apocalypse suddenly felt relaxed. At this moment, there was a boom, the wall in the room was broken, and a strange man ran in. It's the hexagonal Minotaur. He was not killed in the explosion that destroyed the core of the energy shield. At this time, he sensed the energy of the ether particles and broke through the wall directly. The hexagonal Minotaur picked up an Asgardian giant axe from somewhere in his hand and chopped it down directly at Jane and God Queen Frigga. Sif was originally guarding the window, but was caught off guard and barely had time to block the sword in front of the God Queen. But the time was too hasty and there was no accumulation of energy. Under the huge force of the hexagonal Minotaur, she was quickly pressed down. The axe was coming before her eyes, and the Queen of Gods was about to die at the hands of the Minotaur like in the original plot. There was a sudden clang, and the giant axe suddenly stopped in front of the Queen of God, unable to move an inch. In front of the sharp blade was Tiankai's palm, and the body of the giant axe was pinched by Tiankai's fingers to make 5 fingerprints. The Minotaur was startled and was about to withdraw his axe and attack again, but Apocalypse would not give him another chance. He made a mistake and turned sideways to the Minotaur. With Apocalypse's height, he only reached the Minotaur's shoulders. It was inconvenient to pinch the neck, so Apocalypse simply stretched out his hand and directly grasped the Minotaur's spine through the scales that were as hard as steel. Lifting it with his hand, he threw the Minotaur outward. Just when a dark red light bomb hit, the Minotaur didn't even have time to scream, and was blown into pieces of flesh and blood. Apocalypse quickly held up the divine shield to avoid being sprayed with flesh and blood. Just when Sif thought the danger was over, she was about to turn around and look outside, when suddenly a few grenades were thrown into the hole in the wall that the hexagonal Minotaur broke. If it were a grenade thrown by an earthling, Sif would just treat it as a toy and dismiss it. But now it was thrown by the dark elf hiding behind. Sif didn't even think about it and instantly stood in front of the God Queen. Fortunately, Apocalypse did not let down his guard. With a bang, a strong wind suddenly rose in the room, and Apocalypse used a supersonic movement technique that he had not used for a long time. In an instant, he threw several grenades back from the original path. The grenade exploded with a dong sound. However, no explosives popped out, but instead formed a small black dot. This small black dot produced a violent gravitational force, and the hair of the God Queen, Jane, Sif, Daisy, and others behind Apocalypse rose in the direction of the grenade. The 2 closest dark elves screamed and tried to escape, but it was too late. They were sucked up into the air and sucked in by the small black dot. Finally, they turned into a speck of dust and fell to the ground. This is the extremely weird gravitational collapse bomb of the dark elves. At the moment of explosion, the energy of the grenade will be used internally to generate a miniature black hole. Although this black hole is very small and its existence time is extremely short, it is enough to suck people and objects with a radius of 3 meters into it. Under the gravitational pull of a black hole, any substance can instantly destroy its structure. The electrons on the periphery of the atom will be sucked into the nucleus, neutralizing the charge of the proton. You must know that 99% of the space of an atom is empty. With such a compression, no matter how tall a person is, it is no more than the size of a grain of rice. The average strong person is simply unable to resist this instantaneous gravitational force. Once sucked into the micro black hole, he will die. Seeing the strange killing effect of the grenade, Sif had a frightened expression on her face. If Apocalypse were not here and these gravity bombs were allowed to explode around him, even the God Queen might not be able to survive, not to mention himself. However, Queen Frigga did not have a fearful expression on her face, but instead breathed a long sigh of relief. She glanced at the direction where the hexagonal Minotaur was broken into pieces of flesh. This was the killing star she hit, and it was now shattered into pieces. Regardless of whether there will be disasters in the future, it at least shows that with the help of Prince Tang, it is indeed possible to change fate against the odds. Sif, don't be distracted. Yes. With most of the battleships wiped out, the Dark Elf's raid could have been declared a failure. But instead of escaping, the mothership in the distance suddenly strengthened its protective shield and rushed directly towards the attic. The star-like huge hull, coupled with the mothership's powerful shield, was bombarded by divine cannons along the way, only causing circles of ripples, and it was unable to break through the defense for a while. However, this toughness is only temporary. The mothership penetrates deep into the hinterland of Asgard, and the firepower inside is getting stronger and stronger. When the people of Asgard come to their senses, they will definitely destroy it on the spot. However, the Dark Elf mothership is obviously not planning to go back. As long as you get the ether particles and use the power of the ether particles, you can easily escape back to Waithium. Seeing that the mothership is getting closer and closer, ordinary firepower cannot stop the mothership, and the energy cannon of Rainbow Bridge cannot be prepared so quickly. Upon seeing this, Thor shouted, Fandral, Hogon, Volstagg, tell everyone to stay back. What? The queen is still up there. Can't go back. Fandral, Hogon, Volstagg, and others couldn't believe their ears. Is this an order from Prince Thor? The Queen of Gods and your girlfriend are still in the attic. Not only did the three of them not retreat, they continued to attack. They wanted to block the mothership with their bodies and buy some time for the attic. Thor was so angry, he cursed in his heart, these idiots. He had no choice but to swing the hammer, accelerate instantly, and drag the three people away. Fandral and others were so angry that they yelled, Thor, do you even care about your mother? How do you deserve to be a prince? The god of thunder knocked them on the head and cursed, who said you don't care? Mother's life is naturally protected. I am saving your life. However, the mothership is so big, Prince Tang's divine shield cannot possibly block it. Just as he was talking, an inexplicable fluctuation spread throughout Asgard. The entire kingdom of God fell silent. Infinite divine fist. A huge blue fist mark shot out from the attic. It was only the size of a human head when it first appeared. It became bigger as it got closer to the mothership, as if the sun was shining on the Dark Elf's mothership with its vast and unparalleled divine power. Boom. A loud noise spread throughout Asgard. The protective shield of the Dark Elf mothership could not even block the fist seal for 1/10 of a second before it was broken by the fist seal. The overloaded energy furnaces on the mothership exploded one after another, and dark red firelight faintly emerged from the ship. However, the force of the fist seal remained unabated, and before the explosion on the mothership fully exploded, it was directly destroyed by the fist seal and swept away. The huge fist mark passed through the middle of the star-like mothership, smashing most of the hull into nothingness, leaving only a donut-like outer shell. The fist mark was not destroyed, and after passing through the mothership, it flew towards the starry sky in front of Asgard, and finally disappeared from everyone's sight. Fandral, Hogon, and Volstagg were frightened for a while, and looked at the direction where the fist print disappeared, dumbfounded. No wonder Sol told us to leave it alone. It turns out that Prince Tang is such a pervert. If he had stood in front of the mothership and the mothership had not hit him to death, he would probably have died from this terrifying punch. If Prince Tang had come out earlier and punched twice, would we still have had to work so hard? In the attic, even the well-informed God Queen opened her eyes in surprise. She knew that Prince Tang had completed the unprecedented 9 refinements of the divine body, but there was also a process to cultivation, right? How long did it take for him to be able to destroy a starship with one punch? On the contrary, Jane and Daisy reacted better. Although they were not in New York during the New York Wormhole War, after the war, almost everyone on the planet had seen the video of Apocalypse destroying a starship with one punch. Although the video was shot far away, that feat is etched in everyone's heart. However, watching it in the video and watching it up close are completely different, and the shock is simply indescribable. At this moment, the entire Asgard was silent, looking at Zhang Zhang in the direction of the huge fist mark in trance. Some older Asgardians began to whisper in their hearts, wondering if the God King could have punched this punch when he was at his peak. I'm afraid not, right? For a race that can run rampant across the universe, the mothership cannot be ignored by any enemy. Not only does it have many weapons, but the most important thing is that it also has a super strong energy shield. Normal attacks cannot even break through the outside. However, such a mothership has already turned into a donut with just one punch. Seeing the remaining fragments of the mothership falling to the ground, Apocalypse was unmoved and still guarded the attic. Now inside the temple, I don't know if there are any remaining fish that have slipped through the net, so it's better to be cautious. Thor flew over and gave Apocalypse a firm hug. Brother, thank you. As long as you are here, I am not worried at all. Fandral, Hogon, Volstagg, and others saluted Apocalypse from a distance, feeling faintly guilty for their distrust just now. Then go with others to clean up the battlefield and remove the remaining remnants. Apocalypse did not leave Jane's room until all locations had been swept and the few hidden Dark Elf soldiers had been cleared out. This time, with Tiankai's reminder, there were not many casualties, but more of them smashed some buildings. After the war, Apocalypse, God King Odin, God Queen Frigga, Thor, Jane, Sif, Daisy, and others held a simple banquet. Odin expressed his gratitude to Apocalypse many times, and even Frigga frequently toasted to Apocalypse. This time, it was not just as simple as repelling the Dark Elves, but it also meant that the God Queen had changed her destiny. Since the fate of the God Queen has changed, it means that the fate of Asgard has also changed. This is why Odin and Frigga are so grateful for the revelation. After saying the polite words, Tiankai asked Frigga, Queen God, have you seen a fat Thor with a beer belly and a beard recently? Thor was not happy when he heard this, thinking that Tiankai was joking on him, and said, Tang, what are you talking about? I have a figure that will not deform in 3,000 years, and I still have a beer belly? Are you afraid of drinking with me later? Frigga smiled and ignored Thor's interruption, and said to Tiankai, that's not true. What did Prince Tang imply? Tiankai shook his head and said, I didn't see it, which means it's a good thing. During the previous wormhole battle in New York, Apocalypse saw Iron Man, Banner Giant, Ant-Man, and Captain America from other timelines, indicating that the future was not very optimistic. If nothing changes in the future and Thanos wins, this time should be the time for Thor and the raccoon rocket to come back to get the ether particles, the Infinity Stones. The original plot was that Thor came back from time travel and saw his mother who was still alive. He was very sad and couldn't help but show up to see her. He also wanted to remind his mother of his murder. Unexpectedly, Frigga could tell at a glance that he came from the future, and said, "You must have suffered a lot in the future, right? Since the Queen of Gods has not been encountered, it means that Frigga's fate has changed, and even the fates of Asgard and Thor have changed." Well, Frigga nodded. If Thor becomes like that, it means the future will be very bad. Thank you, Prince Tang. Mother, how could you listen to Tang's nonsense? It's not like you don't know that we, the God Clan, even if we stay at home playing games and drinking beer every day, we are still in good shape. Jane, please touch my abdominal muscles. Jian Cai was not as heartless as Thor. She slapped his hand away and whispered, with so many people watching, be more serious? By the way, Thor, when you were cleaning the battlefield, did you find the Dark Elf King Malekith? Apocalypse asked. I didn't see that. Could it be that he was annihilated by your punch? At this time, Odin said, Malekith has not come. If he comes, I can sense his breath. Tian Kai breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it's good that he didn't die. The god of thunder was unhappy and said, Brother, why do you feel sorry for the enemy? If you hadn't warned us in advance, Asgard would have suffered huge losses. That's not true. Apocalypse shook his head. Malekith has the secret to manipulate etheric particles. If he dies, I'm afraid it will be lost. Now, Jane's safety depends on him. The god of thunder stood up and said loudly, Dawn, let's kill Waithium now and force him to hand over his secret. Tian Kai responded, okay, it's refreshing enough. It's time for us to fight back. Let's kill him in his lair and take the method by force to see if he dares to agree. In the original plot, Loki, Thor, and Jane tricked the Dark Elf King into taking out the ether particles in a cunning way. But now that Loki is away, Apocalypse and Thor can't pull off this trick. Apocalypse has some misunderstandings and is worrying about how to deceive the Dark Elf King and help take out the ether particles, when he is awakened by Thor's words. If you have the strength, why do you want to play tricks? Jane put her hand on her forehead, feeling a little headache, and seemed to see the two of them again when they first met on Earth. After a hasty meal, Apocalypse, Thor, and Jane arrived at the Rainbow Bridge. Daisy and Sif wanted to go along, but Daisy is immortal, and Apocalypse cannot take her. Daisy can't find any reason this time, so she has to stay in Asgard gloomily. Sif originally thought that Apocalypse would take her with her, but she didn't expect that Apocalypse would also refuse. The main reason is that Sif's strength is low. Not only will she not be able to help, she may have to take care of one more person. This time we are going to Waithium, the country of the Dark Elves. Sif's strength is not bad for a few, but if she faces thousands of enemies, she is no different from Jane. Seeing that Sif couldn't follow her, Daisy's depression was instantly relieved by more than half, and she felt that the Apocalypse was not targeting her alone. Sif also seemed to sense Daisy's gloating mood. Their eyes were aligned in the void, as if sparks were about to spark. Apocalypse took a look and realized that he couldn't afford to offend him, so he had better leave quickly. After the light of the rainbow flashed, Apocalypse, Thor, and Jane disappeared into Asgard, and in the blink of an eye, they had arrived at Waithium. Wordheim is dark, the ground is desolate and dilapidated, there are almost no plants, and the sky seems to be pressing down. It is extremely depressing, and a normal person will go crazy if he stays here for a few days. Only dark elves naturally like this kind of environment. My hell, his heaven. The country of Waithium is so big that you can't even see it at a glance. There were dark clouds everywhere and the light was not good. Apocalypse couldn't tell whether it was a planet or a flat continent. But it is estimated that except for Asgard, no one is so free that they insist on flattening the planet into a pie. For a moment, Thor was a little confused. In such a big country, where can I find the Dark Elf King? If the Dark Elf King doesn't want to see him and just hides in a dark place, 2 or 3 people may not be able to find him even if they spend a lifetime looking for him. What's more, we have to be prepared for sneak attacks by dark elves along the way. Tian Kai waited for a while, but there was no response from the Dark Land. The Rainbow Bridge had just arrived, and it was impossible not to know about it in a dark place like Waithium. Either they don't want to come out, or they don't dare to come out to see Tian Kai and the others. Asgard's punch must have sent the image back to Waithium. No matter how impulsive the Dark Elf was, he knew that Apocalypse was not easy to mess with. In this case, Tian Kai will not be polite. You are a bad visitor if you come to the door. If you don't come out, I will kick the door down. I'll take action later, you speak. Tian Kai said to the God of Thunder. What do you mean? Before Thor could react, Apocalypse suddenly punched the sky. With a soft bang sound, the huge dark blue fist flew towards the sky. After flying for dozens of kilometers, it stopped in the sky. From a distance, it looks like a full moon. The light blue light shone on the land of Waithium, immediately reflecting many dark elves hiding in the shadows. The elves panicked for a moment, then quickly searched for the nearest dark hiding place. However, this is just the beginning. Bang 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 bang. With dozens of soft sounds in a row, Tian Kai fired dozens of infinite divine fists in a 1,000-mile radius. These fist marks are all under the control of his spiritual consciousness, hanging in the sky and can be blasted down at any time, like the dark elf version of the Sword of Damocles. Dozens of infinite fist seals are dozens of moons. The light blue light illuminates everything within sight into a strange blue day. Apocalypse could already hear countless low roars in the distance. Obviously, this behavior had made the dark elves extremely angry. But no one dared to act rashly, because everyone can sense the terrifying energy fluctuations of dozens of moons above their heads. Once they fall, it will be a disaster for the world. Thor finally understood what speaking meant and shouted, "Malkis, come out quickly. If you dare to attack Asgard, you must be mentally prepared to face Asgard's wrath." Seeing no one responded, Tiankai stopped talking and snapped his fingers, and a fist mark fell from the sky in the distance and hit the ground. Suddenly, it was like a nuclear explosion. A huge mushroom cloud rose from the ground. The light blue infinite energy spread out around dozens of kilometers with the mushroom cloud as the center. Wherever it passed, sand and rocks flew, and the mountains collapsed. As soon as many dark elves came into contact with this energy, they turned into fly ash and were swept away without a trace along with the waves of dust. The reason why Apocalypse is so cruel is not just the grudge between Asgard and the Dark Elves. It is the natural and essential opposition between the two major races. Light and darkness. Live or die. Regardless of justice or evil, the victory of either party means the massive destruction of the other party. The reason why the Dark Elves are weak now is not because they are humble, but because the light race has won. Let the stars shine and the light shine in the universe. Only then can all light races, including humans, reproduce. If the Dark Elves succeed in extinguishing the star, most ordinary people on Earth will die in just one day. The rest, without light, will eventually disappear one after another due to temperature, food, etc. This is also the reason why thousands of years ago, Thor's grandfather, King Bauer, directly massacred the Dark Elves. From the height of King Bauer, he could naturally say that the Dark Elves were different from the races in other countries, and there was basically no possibility for the two races to coexist peacefully. This is an opposition between the essence of life, a battle for survival, and there is no mercy. The winning side is justice. If one day, the Dark Elves extinguish the stars and occupy an absolute position, then in their country, there must be rumors that the once evil race of light is occupying their place of survival and massacring their people. When the energy of the infinite fist dissipated, Apocalypse could sense that countless Dark Elves were already ready to move within 100 miles. However, it seems that someone stopped the behavior of these Dark Elves. I saw the Dark Elf King Malekith approaching slowly from a distance and appeared in front of Apocalypse Thunder God Jane and the others. Thunder God Thor, son of Odin, what do you want? The ether particles are the sacred objects of our clan. It is only natural that we send people to get them back. Thor said, it's very simple, as long as you give us the method of manipulating etheric particles. Your sin of invading Asgard can be written off. Malekith said angrily, impossible? Only our people can control the sacred objects of our clan. Really? Tiankai said lightly, I heard that you only obtained the ether particles thousands of years ago. How did it become your sacred object? Then whose sacred object was it 137 billion years ago? In the beginning, there was darkness, and the entire universe belonged to us Dark Elves. If the Celestial Clan hadn't created stars everywhere, how could you humans have done anything? When the Elf King saw the weak Jane leaning on Thor, he immediately understood what was going on. I can help you take out the ether particles and save the woman. But there are two conditions. One is that the ether particles belong to me, and the other is that you must remove the fist seal in the sky and promise not to invade each other. Tiankai took a step forward and said, Malkis, I think you are mistaken. It is not you who threaten us, but we who threaten you. We only have one person, and you have thousands of people. Let's see who is more powerful. Important. Malekith laughed loudly and said, my people can sacrifice their lives for the great mission of reviving their homeland, but will he give up the beauty in his arms? Tiankai didn't answer. He snapped his fingers again with a pop sound, and another fist mark fell to the ground. A huge wave of dust rolled in from afar, and no one knew how many Dark Elves disappeared. Apocalypse raised a divine shield to block the dust. I saw Malekith's ferocious expression looming in the dust waves, and he was obviously extremely hateful. If only Thor had come, he would have already accepted the Dark Elf King's proposal. As long as he could remove the ether particles and save Jane's life, he didn't care about anything else. But if Apocalypse wants to control the etheric particles, he must act tougher. What's more, we must prevent the Dark Elves from using ether particles to return the universe to darkness. Neither public nor private, we can give in. It just depends on who is tougher. Elf King Malekith's face was twitching, but he still did not respond. There are already some Dark Elves in the distance preparing weapons, and some battleships are already flying towards this side. It seems that you are ready to fight? Then there is no need to continue talking. Apocalypse pressed down with one hand, and 3 fist marks from a distance accurately hit the battleship group. Even the mothership couldn't withstand the infinite divine fist. Ordinary battleships didn't even have a chance to escape. They all turned into ashes and disappeared with the airwaves. Seeing that Apocalypse was about to take action again, the Elf King couldn't bear it anymore and shouted, stop. I promise to give you the method. Tiankai said, I hope you won't play tricks. If anything happens to our people, her life will need to be repaid by your entire clan. As he spoke, the remaining dozens of fist seals were slowly pressed down. The fist mark, which was originally the size of the moon, visually became several times larger after it was lowered, and the feeling of oppression was particularly obvious. The Elf King held back his anger and passed on a formula. Tian Kai compared his previous experience of using the cosmic Rubik's Cube to pull ether particles, and thought it was feasible, so he said, Thor, let Jane lie down and don't touch him. I'll give it a try. It is good. Using his divine power, Tian Kai sensed the ether particles according to the formula provided by the Elf King. Gradually, a dark red liquid flowed out of Jane's eyes. In Jane's consciousness, she seemed to see the sun go out and the earth plunge into darkness. Then this darkness spread from the sun to the universe, the stars disappeared, and finally, the entire universe became dead and fell into darkness. The outflowing ether particles moved strangely in the air, as if they were alive, looking for the next target. Finally, Jane's body trembled slightly, and the last ether particle was completely taken out. Thor hurried over to help Jane up. Apocalypse continued to manipulate the formula, trying to get the ether particles into his hand, when he suddenly heard the Elf King laughing wildly. Ha 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 ha, it's time. 8 huge holes suddenly appeared in the sky of Wathium. Each hole was several kilometers in diameter, and the scene of another world could be clearly seen. Apocalypse even saw a city on Earth. The various words and buildings on it clearly showed that it was a Western city. Pedestrians over there obviously saw these 8 strange holes and couldn't help but scream. This is what God King Odin said, the celestial bodies converge and the 9 realms are aligned. At this moment, not only can the 9 major kingdoms be easily crossed, but the gravity, temperature, and light of other worlds can also be affected by each other. Apocalypse suddenly felt his hands tighten, and the ether particles he controlled suddenly flew towards the Elf King. Apocalypse secretly said something was wrong. Malekith actually kept a secret. Obviously the formula passed down was incomplete. The ether particles in front of him were about to be taken away by Malekith. Thor instinctively sent out a bolt of lightning, hitting the ether particles. With a thunderous sound of boom, the ether particles exploded, and dark red explosion waves raised dust all over the sky. Tian Kai hurriedly held up a divine shield. Although this explosion was not strong, and he and Thor were fine, Jian, as an ordinary person, might not be able to bear it. Have the ether particles been destroyed? Thunder God said happily. No, Infinity Stones. Only the power of Infinity Stones can destroy each other. Take Jane away quickly. Thor nodded, hugged Jane, and flew into the hole in the earth. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in the opposite city, as if he had just stepped through a door. On Tian Kai's side, he no longer had any scruples, and pressed down with his hands. Dozens of infinite fist seals suddenly came down. The earth cracked and the planet shook. Like the Doomsday Judgment, dozens of infinite fist seals covered the entire kingdom of Wathium. A few even passed through the hole and entered another world, destroying a mountain range in that country. The roar of rumbling oscillated back and forth in Wathium, and the light blue infinite energy swept every corner of Wathium, completely exterminating all the dark elves. Seeing his people being destroyed in front of his eyes, Malekith looked ferocious and smiled miserably. Since you destroyed my homeland, I will perish together with the 9 kingdoms. As he spoke, Malekith kept turning the seals with his hands, and the ether particles that had just exploded slowly rose from the ground. But at this time, the ether particles were no longer in a liquid state, but turned into dark red crystals. The crystal rotated faster, and finally turned into a tornado, shrouding Malekith in the center. The tornado was like a millstone, grinding Malekith's armor, flesh, and bones into powder layer by layer, and finally completely integrated into the ether particle tornado. At this time, the tornado changed from dark red to blood red, becoming more and more weird. Ha 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 ha, people on Earth, please destroy us together. Malekith's roar rose from the tornado. Tian Kai didn't know what kind of method he used, but he was able to abandon his body and completely combine with the ether particles. Then it depends on whether you have the ability. Infinite Divine Fist. Apocalypse punched the tornado directly. But the tornado was only shaken slightly, and then the fist mark passed through the middle and disappeared into the darkness in the distance. The power that was enough to destroy starships turned out to be as weak as hitting the air. This was the first time that Apocalypse encountered the invincible Infinite Divine Fist and failed. He punched a few more times, but the result was the same. It had no effect. Malekith did not entangle with Apocalypse, drew a strange trajectory, and instantly rushed into the hole on the other side of the earth. Tian Kai had no choice but to rise into the air and follow in. As soon as he crossed the void, his vision, gravity, and temperature completely changed, and he had returned to the earth. The first thing you see is a square. There is a straight stone line on the ground, and at one end of the line there is a stainless steel sculpture with the words Greenwich, Prime Meridian written on it. Greenwich is a small town in the kingdom of Big Bat, and the most famous one is the meridian in the town. As early as more than 100 years ago, the World Longitude Conference decided to designate the meridian passing through Greenwich as the prime meridian as the starting point for calculating time and geographical longitude on the Earth. Since then, this town and this meridian have had special significance. Unexpectedly, Apocalypse turned around and returned to Greenwich in the original plot. It seems that the inertia of the sacred timeline is still very strong. Apocalypse doesn't know how far he has to go to completely change the timeline. But at present, it seems that I am more like a pebble in the river of time. It may change some subtle currents, but on the whole, it is still running on the original river course. If I hadn't personally protected her before, I'm afraid God Queen Frigga might not have been able to pass the critical point of life and death. At this time, Malekith brought a blood-red ether tornado, directly rolling the nearby observatory buildings into powder, growing stronger and stronger. In the blink of an eye, it grew from a few meters tall to hundreds of meters tall. Even the clouds in the sky were stirred by it and slowly gathered here. Seeing such a strange situation, people in the square screamed and ran away. At this time, the shield side was already full of alarms. Remotely mobilize troops near Europe and want to come to support. However, Iron Man and others are on the other side of the Atlantic Ocean, separated by an ocean from the Big Butt Kingdom in Western Europe, and cannot get there quickly. Malekith laughed sinisterly in the tornado. Ha 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 ha, Earthlings. You can't stop me anymore. I will create a paradise at the beginning of the universe for the people of the Dark Elves. Ha 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 ha. The ether particle tornado turns bigger and bigger. The 8 holes in the sky gradually overlap. When the 8 holes completely overlap, it will be the time when the 9 realms converge and form a line. At that time, the gravity and energy of the 9 realms will increase geometrically along this line. The energy of ether particles can use this power to instantly cover the 9 realms. If Malekith succeeds, the darkness and destruction of the 9 kingdoms will not be the end. If there is no strong enough force to intervene, it may even affect the entire universe. Apocalypse's thoughts suddenly changed. In the original plot, Malekith was not integrated with the ether particles. As a result, he was hit hard by Thor and his body was transported to another country, and then he was crushed to death by the passing spacecraft. Then the ether particles lost human control and came to rest. But now, Malekith cannot be separated from the ether particles, and the infinite God Fist cannot destroy or stop it. What should we do? Tian Kai searched the memories in his mind, but there was no solution. The blood-red tornado grew larger and larger, already reaching a height of several thousand meters. The clouds in the sky were rolled up into a huge storm that spread for hundreds of kilometers. Starting from the center of Greenwich, it covers the entire Big Fart Kingdom. The 8 holes in the sky are getting closer and closer, and now they have overlapped to form a figure 8 lying on the ground, or in other words, this is an infinity symbol, infinity. Ha, 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 ha. Malekith laughed in the tornado thousands of meters high. The huge sound mixed with the roaring wind spread throughout Western Europe, and everyone could hear it. Change. As long as the 8 holes are completely unified, he will succeed. No matter how powerful the earth force in front of him is, he will not be able to stop him. Huge waves had already set off in the North Atlantic at this time. Even Bingchang Island, which was more than 1,000 kilometers away, was affected by the waves. A Category Typhoon hit the coastline, and docks and coastal cities suffered unprecedented disasters. What would Thor do if he were here? In the original plot, the Divine Timeline arranged for Thor to defeat Malekith. If the Divine Time is correct and Thor is here, Malekith will still fail. However, at this time, in order to protect Jane, Thor had already taken her and ran away without knowing where. He trusts Tian Kai too much. If there is a problem that I can solve, my brother will definitely be able to solve it. If you can't solve it yourself, he can solve it too. In this case, he might as well protect his woman first and let his brothers take the lead. Apocalypse puts himself into Thor's situation. With the arrangement of the sacred timeline, there must be a way for Thor to solve the current problem. In the end, what will Thor do? Suddenly, a smile appeared on Tian Kai's lips. With the brash character of the God of Thunder, he would definitely do this. So, Apocalypse soared into the sky, flying towards the blood-red tornado that was already several kilometers in diameter, and without even thinking, he crashed into it. The ether particle crystals in the tornado were like countless knives, peeling off the flesh and blood from Apocalypse's body bit by bit. Even though Apocalypse is a 9 refined divine body, he cannot resist the attack of the reality stone. In the blink of an eye, only a bloody skeleton was left. However, Tian Kai also succeeded. Although the formula for manipulating ether particles passed down by Malekith was incomplete, he successfully integrated his consciousness into the tornado with the help of his own flesh and blood. Malekith, who was attached to the ether particle, was shocked. How did you get in? You guess. Apocalypse laughed. Now that Malekith has been found, the rest will be much easier to handle. Although the manipulation method is incomplete, Apocalypse's spiritual consciousness is much more powerful than Malekith. He uses his strength to make up for the lack of mantras and forcefully diverts the tornado towards the North Atlantic. How could Malekith give in? The hole in the sky in front of him was about to merge into one, and success or failure was right in front of him. Relying on the fact that he had more control, he slowly pushed the tornado that had just moved back and rolled it towards the hollow. Seeing that he was about to approach the void, Apocalypse naturally couldn't let him get what he wanted. He drank a few bottles of golden recovery potion to generate a part of flesh and blood. As soon as the flesh and blood was generated, it was blown into the tornado by ether particles. This part of flesh and blood gave Apocalypse added power, expanded the areas controlled by divine consciousness, and slowly pushed the tornado towards the North Atlantic. In this way, the two fell into a tug of war. Giant tornadoes thousands of meters high sometimes move to the North Atlantic and sometimes run inland. Wherever he passed, the mountains were cut into flatlands, the lakes were drained, and blood-red rainwater poured like a waterfall on the land of the Big Butt Kingdom. However, it was never possible to get close to the void. At this time, the 8 holes in the sky finally merged into one perfectly. Everyone who sees the void can see 9 different worlds at this moment, seemingly merging into one. The 9 kingdoms suddenly darkened, and the light seemed to be drawn away by the strange energy of the 9 realms connection at this moment. Asgard's Heimdall, Thor, and the powerful men from other countries knew what was happening at this moment, and their hearts tightened at this moment. If that man fails, then, starting from this moment, the 9 realms will be plunged into darkness forever. In a moment, it seems very short and yet it seems very long. People in Western Europe only heard the violent howling wind in the sky, waiting for their fate to be pronounced. The 9 realms were terribly silent at this time, and some even wondered if they had failed. From now on, the 9 kingdoms will be the territory of the Dark Elves. However, a ray of light gave them hope. The perfect and unified hole in the sky, from the original absolute darkness, slowly revealed a ray of light from the edge, illuminating every country. The powerful man from the 9 realms finally breathed a sigh of relief. As time goes by, there is more and more light, and the whole slowly changes from a perfect circle to an infinite symbol infinity. Then, infinite infinity is divided into 8, getting farther and farther. No. Malekith roared unwillingly in the tornado, and the roar set off bigger waves, but it was to no avail. Malekith did not expect that he would rather bear the threat of dozens of fist seals from Apocalypse, sacrifice the entire people of Wathium, and even sacrifice himself, but in the end he would fall short. If we miss this once in 5,000-year opportunity, we will have to wait at least 5,000 years for such an opportunity in the future, or even, never come. At least now, he can no longer see it. Sacrificing oneself comes at the cost of consuming his flesh, blood, and soul. Malekith felt that his power was slowly disappearing. After a while, even if Apocalypse did not attack him, he would disappear into the sky and earth. Ha 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 ha. Malekith laughed miserably. In that case, I will support you, Earthling. Malekith's soul, which originally controlled the tornado, completely gave up controlling the etheric particles and directly entangled with Apocalypse's consciousness. In an attempt to destroy Apocalypse's soul in a lose-lose way, however, he discovered a terrible fact. How is it possible? How can your soul be so indestructible? This is impossible. Malekith's soul rubbed against Apocalypse's soul, like smoke passing over steel. The smoke was blown away, but the steel was not affected at all. It was also the first time that Apocalypse discovered that his soul had such a wonderful use. Before, he had only heard from Queen Frigga and the people from the Time Variation Administration that he was of noble nature, but he didn't know what use it was. Now I have finally discovered a benefit. At least in the soul-level confrontation, I have an absolute advantage. Apocalypse simply took the initiative, and his divine consciousness wrapped up Malekith's soul, slowly wearing it away like a millstone. Malekith was trapped in the tornado, unable to hide. Gradually, the power controlling the tornado became weaker and weaker, and the mental fluctuations of cursing the Apocalypse became smaller and smaller. In the end, it completely disappeared. The king of the Dark Elves of a generation has died. The control of the ether particles was finally completely owned by Apocalypse. Apocalypse transferred the tornado to the surface of the North Atlantic Ocean, then picked up the incomplete mantra and slowly collected the ether particles into his palms. Without the energy drive of ether particles, the tornado turned around and dissipated powerlessly between the sky and the earth. The seawater swept up into the sky, lost its wind, and suddenly it was like a gap in the Milky Way. It rained like a waterfall in the sky for several minutes before the clouds closed and the rain stopped. At this time, Tiankai was really miserable. Most of the bones in his body were worn away, leaving only a skeletal hand holding a group of dark red crystals. Tiankai took out the golden recovery potion from the storage compartment and poured it on the bones. At this time, the flesh and blood had been worn away, so naturally he couldn't drink it. I poured a dozen bottles in a row before my body was complete. The divine body is so powerful that it is very rare to be able to endure the grinding of ether particle crystals for such a long time. But it also means that to recover, more and more recovery potions are needed, of higher and higher levels. Fortunately, the Dark Elf King's plan was prevented this time, and the system kept prompting ding 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 for the income recovery potion. As the number of recovery potions reaches a certain amount, golden ones are automatically synthesized, and then purple potions are synthesized. This time, many more people were saved than in the New York Wormhole War. After all, there is no comparison between a city and the 9 realms. After his body's flesh and blood fully recovered, Apocalypse looked back at the Great Fart Kingdom and the miserable conditions in the coastal cities of Western Europe. He sighed slightly and flew across the Atlantic Ocean towards the United States. There will be more and more world-destroying wars of this level in the future, and they will become bigger and bigger. If we can ensure that the Earth is not destroyed, it is already a victory. It is impossible to expect to protect everyone. We can only hope to minimize casualties. Back in New York, Thor was already waiting for him. This guy is so heartless that he doesn't even know how dangerous Tiankai has been through. When they met, he said, "Tang, why are you taking so long? I've been waiting for you to drink for a long time. Go away, you guys, you just want to hug the beauty and run away, and you don't care about your brothers. Who told Malekith to make such a fuss? How dare I leave Jane on the European continent? When I carry her across the Atlantic, I can no longer help you." It was rare that Jane didn't despise Apocalypse for leading Thor as she did before, so she said thank you seriously. Ever since she met Apocalypse, Apocalypse's ranking in Thor's heart was even higher than hers. As a woman, how could she give Apocalypse any good looks? Until the later battle in the western town, her treatment in Asgard, and this annihilation crisis, Apocalypse showed great strength and responsibility. Jian Cai finally expressed his inner respect for Tiankai, and the original prejudiced image was wiped away. Fortunately, Tiankai didn't know, otherwise he would have vomited blood. I have worked so hard that I have even stopped a world-destroying battle, so that I can reverse the prejudice in a woman's heart? It is conceivable that once a woman has prejudice, it will be terrible. Without the ability to save the world, it may be difficult to reverse it in her lifetime. After the war, the aftermath was naturally arranged by SHIELD and other departments. At this time, in Western Europe, a large number of people went to rescue, and countless ships were searching for survivors at sea. On Apocalypse's side, he took a break from his busy schedule and had a good time with Black Widow for a while. However, I always seem to forget something. No matter what, if you can't think of things anyway, they are unimportant things. While the apocalypse is at ease, a conspiracy theory is quietly popular in Western society. Due to the huge casualties and disasters, some people have raised questions, saying that all this is a conspiracy by the United States and an accident deliberately caused to control the world. There are not that many supervillains at all. They are all American institutions such as SHIELD. They are testing new superweapons. When they get out of control, everything is blamed on the supervillains. SHIELD is one of the thug organizations in the United States. This kind of conspiracy theory is as absurd and boring as someone in Apocalypse's previous life saying that the moon landing was fake, but there are always people who believe it. An invisible pusher takes advantage of people's grief and spreads it quietly behind the scenes. Tiankai doesn't know about these conspiracy theories and doesn't care. On the contrary, not long after, a happy event ushered in. Apocalypse received an invitation from Asgard to attend the coronation ceremony of Thor. In fact, God King Odin has long wanted to pass the throne to Thor, but there have been various obstacles before. The first time he failed, and then he delayed again and again. Now that there was finally a period of peace, Odin and Frigga quickly made arrangements. Thor was somewhat reluctant at first, but after going through so much, he found that he was more suitable to be a warrior than a king. To be the king of the kingdom of God, you need to know many things, and it is far from just being strong in combat. But now Odin was at his knees, and he was the only one by his side. Loki's whereabouts are unknown. Even if he returns to Asgard, he will not be able to succeed to the throne based on his previous actions. So, Thor just rushed to the shelves and officially became the king of Asgard. The moment he saw Thor put on the crown, Odin finally felt relieved. Now, the throne has been passed down smoothly, and with the help of the new Prince Apocalypse, even the fate of God Queen Frigga has changed. There is no need to worry too much about the fate of Asgard in the future, at least it will not be worse than what we saw in the long river of time. It's worse. At the banquet, Tiankai saw Daisy again. What I had forgotten before turned out to be Daisy. Forgot to bring her back to Earth. Fortunately, Daisy was brought here by Apocalypse. Although she is immortal on Earth, she does not face any discrimination in Asgard these days. On the contrary, she witnessed Tiankai's peerless power up close and personal, and felt that the gap between herself and Tiankai was too big. How could a godlike man like Tiankai, an ordinary person like herself, think highly of her? So, he asked the god Queen Frigga to cultivate Asgard's divine power. Unexpectedly, the Queen of Gods did not refuse and passed on a set of cultivation methods to her. In the eyes of the Queen, these ordinary methods of cultivating divine power are of little value. But if Daisy can increase Apocalypse's favor for Asgard, even if it is just a little bit more, the Queen will not hesitate to do it. Not many days later, when Tiankai saw her again, her sexy and plump figure actually had a hint of heroism. Coupled with the armor and long sword, it is almost the same as the Divine Warrior suit, but Daisy has a completely different style from Sif. Sorry, I forgot to bring you to Earth last time. Tiankai said. It doesn't matter, Daisy whispered, you are saving the world, how can I let you be distracted by a little woman like me? When Apocalypse heard these words, he seemed very familiar. In the various funny jokes about men and women he had seen in his previous life, he often saw similar scenes. If a woman's words are emotional, you often have to listen to them in reverse. Fortunately, Apocalypse and Daisy don't have a formal relationship, so they simply don't want to talk about it. Ahem. After attending the coronation ceremony, do you want to return to Earth or stay in Asgard? Daisy looked at Tiankai and said, where will you be? Apocalypse was having a headache and didn't know how to answer. This was not just a location. At this moment, Heimdall sent news. Prince Tang, the person you asked me to find has been found. He is now in prison on Xandar. Tiankai felt happy, finally there was news. Previously, he asked Heimdall to help find Star-Lord and gave him a rough description of Star-Lord's appearance. His location was probably in the star field near Xandar Star in the Nova Empire. Even if Heimdall could see the universe, trying to find someone in such a large star field would be like looking for a needle in a haystack, and there would be no news yet. Unexpectedly, there is finally good news today. If Star-Lord is still in Xandar prison at this time, it should be in the early stages of Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 1. At this time, Star-Lord had just obtained the Cosmic Spirit Ball and wanted to trade on Xandar. Unexpectedly, he was snatched away by Gamera, and then stabbed by Raccoon Rocket. Groot, the Tree Man, helped, and finally fell into a big melee between 3 parties and 4 people. In the end, no one benefited, and they were caught by Shandar's patrol police. The reason why Apocalypse is looking for Star-Lord is that he wants to obtain the Cosmic Spirit Ball through him. The Cosmic Spirit Ball is just a packaging device, which actually contains the Infinity Stone of Power. This gem is extremely overbearing. If it is not encapsulated by a spiritual ball, just put it on the surface of the planet without doing anything. The violent energy can quickly react with all organic matter and easily destroy a planet. Secondly, he wants more superhero luck. Although luck has not shown any use at present, judging from the recovery potions given by the system, they seem to be very few and simple, but they often help one get through difficulties at critical moments. For example, for the first time, I gained 3 times the power of the Hulk and gained the ability to protect myself. The second time he allowed himself to successfully refine his divine body for the 9th time, laying a solid foundation for future cultivation. For the 3rd time, he was able to replenish his flesh and blood during the battle against Malekith and the ether particle tornado, so that he would not be swept to death. As for Iron Man, Black Widow, and other close friends, the number of times their lives have been saved by the recovery potion is countless. Therefore, no matter what the use of luck is, get it first and then talk about it. Thinking of this, Apocalypse said to Daisy, I'm going on a long trip recently, not on Earth, nor in Asgard. Can you take me with you? Ahem, this trip is a bit dangerous. I plan to go alone. Oh, Daisy was a little disappointed, then I'll stay in Asgard. Your first stop when you come back must be to go through the Rainbow Bridge and return to Asgard first, right? Yeah, Tiankai nodded. Although the Rainbow Bridge can be transmitted to any corner of the universe, it needs the Rainbow Bridge itself as a transfer station. For example, if Apocalypse is on Earth and wants to go to Xandar, he must first teleport to Asgard and then teleport from Asgard. Apocalypse told Thor about his long trip, and Thor immediately shouted to participate. But seeing the looks in Odin and Frigga's eyes, he still hesitated. After all, leaving Asgard and running around just after becoming king is not what a king of the kingdom of God should be like. Brother, I haven't been to Xandar yet. If you come back and tell me anything interesting, I'll go on vacation when I have time. Thor patted Tiankai on the shoulder and said. Tiankai smiled and said, look at your father, where did he travel before he left office? Be your king. Thor's expression changed, as if in his memory, his father had really never left Asgard. Could it be that at such a young age, he had to be tied to this throne for the rest of his life? No, we have to find a way to pass the throne to someone else. Thor looked around for a week, and finally his eyes fell on Apocalypse. Ahem. Tang, when you come back from Xandar, are you interested in becoming a king? How about I pass the throne to you? By then, the entire kingdom of God will be yours. Do you think I'm stupid? Tiankai said angrily, I am a free and easy prince, so I won't be fooled by you. You guys are not loyal enough. Can't you help your brother for 2 days? Do I have to be like my father in the next few thousand years? Alas, the god of thunder sighed. It's not impossible. Just ask Jane and let her help you. Since Jane and Thor were not married yet, they naturally could not participate in the ceremony as queens, but could only participate as female companions. Even so, Jane still dressed up to attend today, trying hard to create a ladylike image, and wanted to give Thor some face. Hearing what Tiankai said, Jane's face turned red and she said angrily, Saul, don't listen to Tang's nonsense. The god of thunder had not yet turned around and asked in confusion, what nonsense? He asked you to help me, how can it be nonsense? Seeing Thor's brain, Queen Frigga put her hand on her forehead and sighed, when will this child grow up? Saul, Prince Tang wants you to have a child with Jane as soon as possible, so that the throne can be passed on, and you will be free. As a mother, no one wants to have a family full of children and grandchildren. Although Jane is not a perfect partner, she is immortal, but who does Thor like her? Besides, Jane only has a lifespan of 100 years. After 100 years, she will just help Thor find an Asgardian to be his queen. Although Thor's motives were impure, the queen would still be happy to see him give birth to a son and a half-daughters. Lei Shen's eyes lit up when he heard this. This is indeed a good idea. This guy Tang has such a flexible mind. When the child turns 3 years old and is able to sit on the throne, pass the throne to him and he will be free. Calculating it this way, it seems that it won't take many years. Maybe Tang will not come back from Xandar Star. So, the god of thunder turned his gaze to Jane, who saw Jane blushing like blood and said angrily, don't think so wildly. Thor said seriously, I think I can try it tonight. It's Asgard's business, Apocalypse comes back to Earth. Some things need to be prepared in advance. In addition to purchasing some items, Tiankai also bought 2 bouquets of flowers and visited 2 tombs. Although it is somewhat utilitarian, it is better than doing nothing. However, Apocalypse is not sure whether Star-Lord can accept it, and we will talk about it when we meet. After all preparations were completed, Apocalypse transferred to the Asgard Rainbow Control Room without stopping, and was directly transmitted to the Xandar Star territory. Xandar Starfield, Meteor Belt, Krillin Prison. Krillin Prison is a high-level prison in the Nova Empire. It was built in a chaotic meteor belt, far away from civilized planets, and is heavily guarded. It is impossible for ordinary people to escape from prison. Even if they can escape from prison, they cannot escape from the meteor belt. The meteor belt is full of meteorites with chaotic trajectories. There is only one hidden route for entry and exit. If they fly randomly, they will only crash the spacecraft alive. Today, Krillin Prison welcomes some special prisoners. Star-Lord, Gamera, Rocket the Raccoon, Groot the Tree Man. The 4 of them had just transferred from Shandar and were going to serve their sentences here. When he came in, what made Star-Lord unhappy was that his favorite cassette player was taken away by the prison guards. Originally this was nothing, but the prison guard still played with his beloved Walkman, and Star-Lord couldn't help it. He yelled at the prison guard and even wanted to fight back. But he forgot that he was shackled, so in the end there was nothing good to gain. He was shocked with a high-voltage electric baton, and his naked body was disinfected with a red liquid. Finally, he put on prison uniform and was rushed into the prison. The prison is a real prison. Upon entering, there is a lobby several stories high, with countless criminals of various alien races making a noise inside. Seeing Star-Lord and others coming in, many people shouted at Gamera, "She is the daughter of Thanos, she is the executioner. Kill her. You are dead." Ha 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 ha. For many years, Thanos has pursued the theory of cosmic balance and considered himself benevolent. Everywhere he went, he killed half and left the other half. He formed life and death feuds with countless races in the universe. Almost every race here has been massacred by Thanos. As the adopted daughter of Thanos, Gamera had to participate in many actions. Naturally, many people from the massacred race also recognized her and hated her deeply. Tiankai stood on the third floor, watching all this quietly. Although the formula of the legend of the Dark Elf King is incomplete, after these days of exploration, Apocalypse has been able to slightly hide his figure by borrowing the energy of the ether particles, the reality gems. Everyone seems to be able to see Tiankai, but they have no impression of him. When they walk in front of him, they naturally walk around, as if they are looking at a pillar that has no sense of existence. The transfer from Xandar prison took longer than Tiankai thought. I spent 2 days preparing to return to Earth, and then took the Rainbow Bridge to Klin prison before Star-Lord and the others came in. A tall alien who looked like a hippopotamus wanted to challenge him. As a result, Groot, the tree man, poked a branch into his nostril, raised it high, and then threw it to the ground. The criminals around him fell silent. Obviously the person who was thrown just now was a bully in the prison. He couldn't even catch a move, and the others didn't have the courage to step forward for the time being. Raccoon Rocket took 2 steps forward and said, "Open your eyes and see clearly who is the boss here." Ouch. Finally, it roared, revealing a total of 4 fangs, upper and lower. However, if it hadn't been for the establishment of prestige just now, these 4 fangs would have been much more cute than scary. Under the threat of the tree man's move, others did not dare to take action for the time being. Under the vicious eyes of others, Gamera temporarily entered her cell safely. She closed the cell door silently, ignoring the commotion outside. However, people outside are not in a hurry. Gamera will always come out during meals and havoc, and there will always be a chance to deal with her when the time comes. Tiankai noticed that a strong man with a naked upper body and strange red lines on his skin stared at Gamera coldly. If the guess is correct, this should be the one-minded destroyer who cannot understand the meaning behind the words and the cut gesture, Drax. Drax seemed to sense Apocalypse's gaze, and suddenly looked this way, and seemed a little confused when he saw Apocalypse. Apocalypse smiled slightly. Drax was known as the Destroyer, and he was indeed unique. No one else saw him, but he was the only one who could distinguish the fake from the real and see the real. But Drax didn't think much about it. With his stubbornness, as long as it didn't concern him, he didn't bother to think about why this person was so strange. Star-Lord returned to his cell. He was bored and wanted to do something. He habitually touched the Walkman on his waist, and then he remembered that the prison guard had taken it away. Suddenly, there was a knock on the hard alloy door. Star-Lord said angrily, "Go away, don't mess with me, let me be quiet for a while." But the tuk-tuk sound kept coming, and Tiankai's voice came from outside, "Handsome guy, do you want to buy a tape?" Star-Lord jumped up. In all his years in outer space, he has never heard anyone talk like this. These words can only be said by some dealers selling pirated tapes on the streets of Earth. When Star-Lord left the Earth relatively early, he used tapes to listen to music and videos to watch movies. Star-Lord opened the door and couldn't help but feel a little strange when he saw an Oriental man. The strange thing is not that he is an Oriental, but that this person looks too much like an Earthling. Over the years, Star-Lord has been wandering on alien planets and has seen many strange races, such as Groot the Tree Man, Rocket the Raccoon, etc. Although there are many alien races that are similar to humans, the differences can still be seen at a glance. For example, Gamera looks like an Earthling, but her skin is green. Like the man in front of him, there is no trace of alien features outside the Earth. This is the first time Star-Lord has encountered him. "Who are you?" Star-Lord asked warily. Tiankai smiled and said, "I sell tapes. Do you want to listen to the music or watch the video?" Tiankai took out several boxes of tapes, including large ones for video recorders and small audio tapes for listening to songs. Star-Lord hesitated for a moment, decided to see what trick the man in front of him was playing, and said, "Listen to the song." "Okay, I have 2 boxes here. One is the 2nd volume of Golden Songs and the other is the album of the band Redbone. Which one do you want?" Star-Lord immediately took 2 steps back, his eyes filled with disbelief. The cassette Golden Songs was the only cassette he brought from Earth, and he listened to it countless times. He listened to these songs every time he felt lonely among these alien races, and it gave him some sense of belonging. Golden Songs is a collection, divided into 2 boxes. Star-Lord only brought the 1st volume. He has always missed how he wanted to buy the 1st volume when he was a child and put together a set. However, my mother was ill at that time and the family had no money left. Until he came to the alien planet, he didn't buy it. He always felt that this was a regret in his life. As for Redbone Band album, it was created by the singer of his favorite song Come and Get Your Love. This song is very magical and has a strong rhythm. It is comparable to the Chinese ants square dance song. People who listen to it always dance involuntarily, and even get knocked unconscious without knowing it. Love the House and the Bird, Star-Lord naturally also wants to hear other songs by the Redbone Band. Am I dreaming? How come such a good thing comes to your door? Star-Lord couldn't believe it and patted his face. Oops, it hurts. It's not a dream. Who are you? Star-Lord asked again. I told you, it's a tape seller. Do you want it? Don't want me to ask the next one. Seeing that Apocalypse was about to leave, Seeing Lord couldn't help it. Even if there was a pit, he had to step on it, otherwise he would regret it for the rest of his life if he missed it. I want Redbone's album. It is good. Apocalypse put the tape into an old-fashioned Walkman and a pair of headphones from Earth, handed them to Star-Lord, and said, buy the tape and get the Walkman, you try it first. Star-Lord took the earphones dubiously, and the familiar singing voice immediately reached his ears, and he almost burst into tears on the spot. Hey, what's the matter with the hour head? Yeah, hey, what's the matter with the hour mind and door sign? After listening to a song, Star-Lord tried to suppress his emotions and pretended to be indifferent. What do you want? You also know that I have no money now. At this time, there was a noise in the distance, and in the middle there was the sound of Gamera fighting. But it was soon drowned out by more male voices. If there is no deviation, Apocalypse guesses that it is an alien race that was massacred by Thanos at this time, and wants to drag Gamera into the bathroom to take revenge. As for why the bathroom, it's because the bloodstains here are easier to clean. After cleaning up afterward, the prison guards might not be able to find a single person missing, or in other words, as long as they look good on the surface, they don't care at all. Tiankai said, we'll discuss the reward later. Let's take a look at the girl who came with you first. Star-Lord said anxiously, she is the only one who knows who is willing to buy the Cosmic Spirit Ball. We cannot let her die. The two of them ran towards the sound. When the two arrived, they found that Drax the Destroyer had led a group of people to besiege Gamera. Although Gamera is very strong, it is difficult for her to defeat more than a dozen hands with her hands. If she is outside, she can also reduce the attacks of many people in front of her by fighting around. But now the prison space is small and escape is unavoidable. In addition, the Destroyer's reputation was not in vain. After a few rounds, Drax held a simple dagger to his throat. Drax said, Thanos sent Ronan to kill my people, as well as my wife and children. Today, I will kill his relatives to avenge him. Gamera hurriedly said, I am not a family member of Thanos and Ronan, and I want to kill them too. Lie? Many of our races have seen you fight for Thanos. I was forced. Half of my people were killed by Thanos. I was kidnapped by him since I was a child and trained as a killer. I couldn't resist at all. Although Gamera tried her best to defend herself, Drax couldn't let her go with just a few words from Gamera because of the genocide. The dagger in his hand was about to stab forward when Star-Lord and Apocalypse arrived. Apocalypse was far away, and a yellow divine power was wrapped around the dagger, as if it was pressed against his throat, and he could no longer move forward. Star-Lord hurriedly said, she has betrayed Thanos and Ronan will definitely come to hunt him down. Didn't Ronan kill your wife and children? We can use her as bait, and then. As he spoke, Star-Lord made a motion of wiping his neck. Sure enough, Drax didn't understand what this gesture meant at all, and wondered, why do I put my finger on Ronan's throat? Star-Lord was stunned. This was the first time he met someone who couldn't understand this gesture, so he had to say, it's not about putting your finger on his throat, it's about cutting his throat, killing him, killing Ronan. Drax said, I can't kill him with my fingers, I can use a knife. Well, that's the same thing anyway. No, there are two different meanings. You use your fingers, and I want to use a knife. Yes, it means two things. Can we put her down first? The enemy of our enemy is our friend. She can help us kill Ronan. Do you have anything to say, friend? Drax suddenly said to Tiankai. Drax obviously knew that the divine power that blocked the dagger was inspired by Tiankai. Out of respect for the strong, he naturally wanted to ask Tiankai what he meant. The alien criminal standing next to Apocalypse was startled. If Drax hadn't shouted, he wouldn't have noticed that there was someone standing so close. Tiankai said, what she said is true. And it's worse than what you heard. Not only were her people massacred, Thanos also forced her and her sister to kill each other. Whoever loses will take part of their body and use machinery to substitution. Gamera was shocked. Very few people knew about these things. Even Ronan didn't know. How did the man in front of her know? It can be said that Gamera and Nebula are truly in love with each other. The reason for killing each other is because of Thanos' oppression. In order to survive, they had to fight against each other with all their strength, although Nebula never won once. Gradually, the two really started to resent each other, especially Xingyun. Every time he loses, he not only hates Thanos, but also hates Gamera. Why does he never let himself go? He treats her as a sister, but has she ever treated him as a sister? As for falling in love, probably because the two of them have been by Thanos' side since childhood, they only have each other to cherish. Although they fight and kill each other every day, at critical moments, when either party is in trouble, they are never ruthless enough to kill them. Hearing what Apocalypse said, Drax removed the dagger from Gamera's throat. Everyone looked at Gamera with pity, but they did not expect that she, like her own race, was a victim of Thanos. Only Star-Lord looked at Gamera humbly and muttered, "Can't you see where it's fake?" Finally, he stopped in front of Gamera's chest and curled his lips and said, "No wonder it's so flat." Gamera was so angry that she ran away on the spot, flashed her slender legs, and kicked Star-Lord directly in the face. He. Star-Lord hurriedly defended, clapped his hands lightly, and opened his long legs. "Girl, I'm here to save you. Then I thank you and your whole family." Gamera gritted her teeth and kept attacking, kicking out an afterimage with her long legs. Gamera has a slender figure. Just standing, she is no shorter than Star-Lord. If you include high heels, she is half a head taller than Star-Lord. Her long leg attacks are particularly powerful. They were besieged by many alien criminals just now, and the prison space was too small to maneuver, so they were easily subdued. Fortunately, Star-Lord is no ordinary person. He has been able to survive after being a star thief for so many years. It's really hard to do without some skills. Under the shadow of his legs, Star-Lord was dodging left and right, seemingly embarrassed, but Gamera was unable to do anything to him for a moment. At this time, the tree man Grodd and the raccoon Rocket rushed over and saw Star-Lord and Gamera fighting. They were a little confused. Why were they fighting? Star-Lord shouted, "Is it over yet? Do you still want to sell things?" Seeing the talkative talk of the people around her, Gamera snorted before stopping her attack. The four people avoided the others and discussed countermeasures. Seeing Apocalypse following, Star-Lord, Gamera, Raccoon Rocket, and Treeman Grodd all looked at him warily. Tian Kai shrugged and said, "I know you want to sell the Cosmic Spirit Ball, and I am the buyer. You can consider selling it to me." Everyone was shocked. No one else knew about the Cosmic Spirit Ball except them. Even the Xandarians who captured them didn't know that the Cosmic Spirit Ball was in their hands, and just thought they were caught by mistake. The Cosmic Spirit Ball, which was ignored by the Xandarians, is still treated as an ordinary item and stored in the prison's storage locker. Gamera raised her eyebrows and said, "Can you afford the price?" Another buyer offered 40 billion star coins. Hiss. "I'm Grodd." Star-Lord, Rocket the Raccoon, and Grodd the Tree Man gasped. The price was beyond their imagination. Star coins are the common currency of the Nova Empire, and their purchasing power is astonishing. Even an interstellar thief like Star-Lord only has a reward of 4 star coins. Before going to prison, the reason Rocket fought with Star-Lord was because he found out that Star-Lord's bounty was 4 star coins, and shouted on the spot, "I'm going to be rich." Then they had a scuffle with each other, and then Xandar took advantage and caught the 4 of them with the binding light. One can imagine how much money 40 billion is. Star-Lord asked hurriedly, "Who is that buyer?" "Collector, Tanya Tuan." "No wonder, he is the only one who can pay such a high price. The Collector Tuan is famous among the stars. He owns the famous Tuan Group, which is the group that developed the Land of Nothingness, the God's Head. Moreover, he likes to collect all kinds of rare and strange items in the universe, including many rare intelligent life forms. His identity is also very strange. In the original plot, after Asgard reobtained the ether particles from the Dark Elves, he was afraid that it would be too dangerous to put them together with the Cosmic Cube. Just send Sif and Volstagg to escort the ether particles and store them into Van's hands. It stands to reason that Asgard can safely hand over something as precious and dangerous as ether particles to a foreigner, which is very intriguing in itself. Tian Kai smiled and said, "I don't have so much money, and I don't plan to give any money." Star-Lord and the other 4 looked startled, and slowly approached, looking at Apocalypse warily. Seeing this, Tian Kai didn't say much. If he didn't show his strength, no one would listen to him. So, they pressed forward with one hand, and the 4 Star-Lords suddenly felt a surge of energy, and their whole bodies froze instantly, unable to move. Star-Lord, Gamera, and Rocket the Raccoon all blushed, and they couldn't free themselves at all. The branches on Grodd's body continued to grow, but they couldn't move any further into the void, as if they were hitting an invisible wall, and the branches were squeezed flat in the void. Seeing that it was almost done, Tian Kai closed his hand. The invisible pressure disappeared instantly, and Star-Lord, Gamera, Rocket and the other 3 people suddenly took a deep breath. The suppression just now made it difficult to even breathe. Tian Kai said calmly, "The Cosmic Spirit Ball is now in the prison locker. If I want to rob it, there is no need to discuss it with you." Star-Lord said, "Since you are not willing to rob it, what are you going to use to buy it? How about I trade you 2 song tapes for your share?" Star-Lord struggled for a moment. The tape meant far more to him than ordinary money. But when money reaches a certain amount, this meaning seems to be something that can be put aside temporarily. With 10 billion star coins, I can put my thoughts about my hometown aside for now. Since the mysterious man in front of me is powerful but not robbing him, he probably won't use 2 tapes to buy or sell by force. So, Star-Lord said, "No, I can buy the tape with star coins. I'm not going to trade the tape for star coins, but that's not the point." Tian Kai knew that it was impossible to exchange 2 boxes of tapes for a quarter of the share, so he continued, "What if we add a bouquet of flowers?" Star-Lord asked curiously, "What kind of flower?" Gamera, Rocket, and others looked at the negotiation between the 2 people in confusion. Although they know that Star-Lord likes listening to music, they want to exchange 2 song tapes for 10 billion star coins. How is this possible? Don't even think about it. However, Star-Lord hesitated for a while before finally refusing, which made Gamera curious. What kind of song is this? Such magic. You actually need to weigh it in front of 10 billion star coins. You must listen to it if you have the opportunity in the future. As for the bouquet of flowers mentioned later, Gamera and Rocket were also as confused as Star-Lord. What flower dares to compare with 10 billion star coins? Apocalypse pressed the watch on his wrist and projected a holographic image in the air. The image is of a cemetery with luxuriant green grass. Looking around, it is surrounded by dense white stone monuments. The camera zooms in on a tombstone and sees the words above. Meredith Quayle, 1952 to 1988. Then, Tiankai, wearing a black formal suit, holding a white bouquet in his hand, slowly approached and said to the tombstone, Ms. Meredith, although we have never met, I am here today to give you a bouquet of flowers on behalf of your son. I also want to tell you some good news. Your son Quill is now an adult. He is healthy and capable. You don't have to worry. I hope you can receive this news in heaven. Then, Tiankai stepped forward and presented flowers. Video ends. These are some of the preparations Apocalypse has made on Earth. Although they are somewhat utilitarian, they must be tried. After the movie ended, Star-Lord's eyes immediately became warm and filled with tears, and he tried hard not to cry. Are you really from Earth? Real. How is the Earth now? It's almost the same as when you left. Even though technology has improved a bit, people are still the same as before. There were some bad guys who wanted to cause trouble, but I beat them away. Star-Lord took a few deep breaths to calm down his mood, and finally couldn't help but stepped forward and gave Apocalypse a solid hug. Thank you for the flowers you gave my mother. Really, even though I know you have other intentions, I still thank you very much. Tiankai was helpless. He traveled to this world and was hugged by men more often than by women. He didn't know where the opening method was wrong. Unexpectedly, a ding sound came from the system at this time, indicating that Star-Lord's trust level was 20% and his luck sharing was 20%. Apocalypse was a little strange. He originally thought that Star-Lord would be a very guarded person after growing up among the Star Thieves, but he didn't expect to gain his trust so easily. It seemed that his mother's weight in his heart was heavier than imagined. No wonder the god Ego later said that he was responsible for causing Star-Lord's mother to get cancer. Star-Lord did not hesitate and was about to turn against her and fight with her on the spot. Immortality and domination of the universe are not as important as my mother's life. But, it's still not enough. Star-Lord let go of Tiankai and said, What if there is news about your father? What? Star-Lord was completely shocked. Since he was a child, his mother has described his father as a light, but he has never seen him, not even a photo of him. As a child of a single-parent family, I long for the day when my father comes back day and night. Now that he has grown up, Star-Lord is increasingly worried that his father has died of old age and may never be able to see him again in this life. Who is my father? Is he still alive? Don't worry, he is still alive, and his lifespan will probably exceed your imagination. Star-Lord's father is the god Ego, a natural brain born at the beginning of the universe, which eventually evolved into a planet. If he hadn't caused the death himself, theoretically his lifespan would have been immortal. Seeing that Apocalypse did not continue, Star-Lord couldn't wait to say, Deal? I'll give you my share. Tell me quickly, who is my father? Where is he? His name is Yi Ji. Don't worry, you will meet soon. Then you can ask him in person if you have anything to say. This sentence immediately plunged Star-Lord into deep thought. If you really see your father, how should you face him? Punch him directly and ask him why he abandoned his mother? Or ask him if he has any difficulties, why he has never come back to see his mother and son after so many years. Apocalypse looked at Raccoon Rocket. The original body of Raccoon Rocket was a lower animal. It was transformed by some great scientist. Not only did he become super intelligent, he also became a weapons expert. Later, when I arrived on Earth, I met Iron Man and laughed at Iron Man, saying that he may be the smartest person on Earth, but he is far from being ranked among the best in the universe. However, this transformation does not come without a cost. First, the lifespan of the main body has not changed. The lifespan of a raccoon is still only more than 10 years. Second, the transformation process was extremely painful, and there are still densely packed steel nails on the back of the rocket. Even the pain still exists now, but he doesn't talk about it. Coupled with the fact that his lifespan is only a few years, he naturally doesn't care about politeness, so raccoons can be so fiery and impatient when talking and doing things. Raccoon Rocket looked disdainful. I'm not a coward like Star-Lord. I don't have parents, so don't try to impress me with family ties. I have a potion that can completely transform any species into another species. In other words, if you want to shed this raccoon body and become any race, including becoming a tree man, you can. Of course, if you want to become a high-level being like a god, you probably won't be able to. What Tiankai was talking about was the purple recovery potion, which the system called the body-shaping potion. This kind of medicine requires saving millions of people to generate one dose, so it is extremely precious. Originally, only one dose was generated during the New York Wormhole War. Later, after the Dark Elf King fought and saved the 9 realms, many more were created. The purple recovery potion not only has all the functions of the ordinary potion and the golden potion, it can also completely change a person's body structure, whether it is used to change gender, change species, or improve physical qualifications. You only need to follow the ideas in your mind before taking it, and you can achieve it. Ouch. Rocket showed 4 fangs and roared, You lie? There is no way such a potion exists in the universe. Tian Kai smiled and said, yes, I lied to you. Do you want to spend money to buy a lesson? It will increase your IQ. Ouch, ow. Raccoon Rocket was so angry that he scratched his face with both hands, looking like an angry pet bear. Now that people have made it clear that this is a scam, it is a naked provocation, as if they are just waiting for me, a fool, to jump into it. This makes the Rockets very unhappy. If he wasn't in prison now, and the hadron cannon he usually had handy wasn't around, he would have blasted him with a cannon. But the rocket itself doesn't have a few years left to live. He is not so eager for money, but he is obsessed with lifespan and this body. Whether this trap is real or fake, we still need to step on it. Ah, deal. Rocket showed his fangs and said, if you dare to lie to me, I will definitely find your home planet and blast it into cosmic dust with one shot. However, Rocket said something fierce on the surface, but the system betrayed him. Ding! Raccoon Rocket has 10% trust and 10% luck sharing. Although the 10% prompted by the system is not much, it shows that the raccoon at least has a little faith and is willing to take the risk. Then think about what race you want to change to. Next, Apocalypse turns to Gamera. Gamera turned away and said coldly, I don't need anything, I only need 10 billion star coins, so save it. How about I help you kill Ronan and Thanos? 1 billion star coins is not a high reward, right? Gamera's eyes twitched, then she recovered, and still said, if you don't bother, I will kill Thanos myself. He said he wanted to kill, but there was no murderous intention in his heart. If Gamera had a chance to kill Thanos at this time, she really might not be able to do it. Gamera's perception of Thanos is very complicated and contradictory. Although he knew that he was the enemy of his own people, it was not an exaggeration to think that his body should be broken into pieces. But because he was trained by Thanos since he was a child, he still has a fatherly feeling towards him. After all, children don't have such firm ideas. Their hearts will naturally be closer to whomever they grow up with. And Thanos is even more ruthless. He really devoted his whole heart to Gamera, pouring his true love into her like his own daughter. And then, he does it with purpose. He spent decades cultivating a true father-daughter relationship, only to exchange it for the soul gem. Because the only condition for obtaining the soul gem is to exchange it for your true love. Although the Red Skull who guards the soul stone did not make it clear whether this beloved is a person or an object, judging from the original plot, I am afraid that only people can do it. Countless people can give up their beloved things when necessary, but few people can give up the people they love most. In the original plot, the soul gem was replaced by Thanos, which shows that the relationship between father and daughter is true. The more this happens, the more terrifying Thanos becomes. Being cruel to your enemies is not a true hero, but being cruel to yourself is a true hero? Since fighting and killing were not enough, Tian Kai glanced at Seeing Lord and said, let's see, I think you two are destined to be husband and wife. How about I act as a matchmaker and bring you two together, and the quarter will be think of it as your matchmaker reward. Roll, roll. Star-Lord and Gamera shouted in unison. Okay. Tian Kai shrugged, just kidding. But in the future, when you become friends, remember to treat me to a drink. Him, Che, she, Che. Gamera and Star-Lord looked at each other, then turned away in disgust. What Gamera didn't expect was that there would be so few options around her in the future, and she could only choose between a tree, a bear, a tendon, and Star-Lord. After such a comparison, Star-Lord suddenly became more handsome and looked less annoying. Okay, no more joking, Tian Kai said, I'll trade Nebula for a quarter of yours. I can help Rocket change his race, and naturally I can also help Nebula repair her body. Recovering the mutilated body only requires the use of golden potion, which Tian Kai now has in abundance. Gamera was obviously moved, but said again, humph, Nebula won't accept it. It doesn't matter whether she accepts it or not. I'm not making a deal with her. Just accept it. Gamera remained silent, as if she didn't want to pay attention to Tian Kai. However, the system betrayed her. Ding! Gamera's trust level is 20%, and her luck sharing is 20%. Just like Star-Lord, it's true that one family doesn't stay in the same house. The last one is Groot. To be honest, even if he is familiar with the plot, Apocalypse has not discovered any obvious weaknesses in Groot, and it is really difficult to gain trust. I'm Groot. The tree people only know one sentence, and the meaning is conveyed through changes in intonation. Unless they understand the language of his race, they all sound the same. Tian Kai couldn't hear it anyway. Raccoon Rocket translated for him. Groot asked, where am I? Fortunately, Apocalypse was already prepared when he was on Earth. Although he was not sure whether it would be useful, he had to give it a try. Well, Tian Kai hesitated for a moment. What do you think of this? With that said, Tian Kai handed over a game console. It was modified by Iron Man and filled with all the games on the market that can fit inside. In the original plot, Groot was really like a tree, with no apparent pursuit. Later, he died to protect Star-Lord and others. After his death, the raccoon picked up a branch, put it in a flower pot, cultivated it, and was finally reborn. When he grows up to the age of a little kid, his only hobby is playing games. Although he is no longer the original Groot after his rebirth, he is still of the same blood, even closer than the inheritance between human father and son. Maybe adult Groot would like it too. The only thing Apocalypse knows about is this weakness, even though he gave it a try. Groot curiously took over the game console and opened the operation interface. He was quickly attracted by the various games inside. Raccoon Rocket, Star-Lord, and Gamera all came over curiously, wanting to see what magic weapon Apocalypse had come up with, which was worth 10 billion star coins. I didn't expect it to be a game console, so I was a little disappointed. I want to exchange a game console for 10 billion star coins, how about cheating a kid? Unexpectedly, Groot was very satisfied and said, I am Groot. Raccoon Rocket jumped up immediately and cursed, you idiot? That's 10 billion star coins. Do you understand 10 billion star coins? You can buy such game consoles, no, million units, a billion units. I'm Groot. Seeing that the tree man was stubborn, the raccoon was furious and finally said angrily, don't come to me when you want to buy flower fertilizer from now on. You will lose all your money. Although Tiankai didn't understand, the system had already given him the answer. Now that the ownership of the Cosmic Spirit Ball is obtained, there is no point in staying in this prison anymore. Call Drax, we should go. Tiankai said. Star-Lord asked, why did you call him? That guy is stubborn and difficult to get along with. Drax's voice suddenly came from outside the door. I have more than one tendon. I have more than 200 tendons in my body. Except for Apocalypse, everyone else was shocked. I didn't expect to be so close to someone and not even notice it. If it's an enemy, there are countless ways to inflict damage on them. Apocalypse guessed that this should be regarded as a talent of the Destroyer, which is similar to the effect of using the Reality Stone himself. Maybe it was because of the similar skills that he discovered him so easily. There was a very funny scene in the original plot. Star-Lord and Gamera were chatting with each other in private when they suddenly saw Drax standing less than 3 meters away from them and were startled. If Drax hadn't made a noise when he wanted to eat potato chips, they wouldn't have noticed it yet. Star-Lord asked, when did you stand there? Drax said, I have been standing here for more than an hour and have seen the whole process. You continue. You know, Drax doesn't know how to turn his head, let alone lie. Star-Lord didn't expect that he would hear the bad words behind his back, so he could only say, I'm not targeting you. It's just that we are not suitable for acting together. You see, we are a team, but you are not. You are targeting me. I am not from your team, so you are targeting me. Drax said seriously. Star-Lord was speechless and couldn't even understand the polite words. But Drax is not weak in strength, and he has a handsome face, which makes him difficult to mess with at first sight. Gamera has already learned the lesson just now, and everyone does not want to provoke him casually. Star-Lord, Gamera, and Rocket the Raccoon had no choice but to look at Apocalypse and hint him to say a few words. Tiankai smiled and said, I think you will get along very happily. Ha 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 ha. Drax laughed stiffly. Why are you laughing? Star-Lord and others were embarrassed. Drax pointed at Tiankai and said, he said happy, I should laugh at this time, right? Yes, yes. Then why don't you laugh? Are you unhappy? Happy, haha, very happy, haha. At this time, Apocalypse is the boss. He said that if Drax joins, he can only accommodate himself. After all, except for Groot, the tree man, who has fully received his reward, the other 3 people are counting on Apocalypse to fulfill his promise. Therefore, everyone prepared to escape from prison amidst the awkward laughter of getting along well. With Apocalypse's strength, he can punch through this prison with one punch. However, he was not prepared to do so. The teamwork spirit of the future Guardians of the Galaxy began with this jailbreak. There is no need for me to do such a thankless thing. After the 5 of them finished their discussion, Raccoon Rocket soon found a loophole in the prison and formulated a jailbreak plan that was exactly the same as the original plot. Star-Lord asked, Dawn, are you going to come with us? No, you go your own way, I'll wait for you outside. Can you go out? Why don't we just follow you? You can't follow for now. With that said, Apocalypse took a step towards the alloy wall of the prison. The walls rippled like water, and Apocalypse passed right through without any hindrance. When Star-Lord and others came to their senses, they were already in the outer space. Star-Lord, Gamera, Raccoon and others stared at Apocalypse blankly, their eyes full of shock. No wonder he said he couldn't follow. Not to mention whether Apocalypse would allow them to follow them out. Even if he allowed it, the outside was a vacuum in the universe. If they went out without any equipment, they would die. In the end, you have to go back to the old way of jailbreaking and grab equipment, spacesuits, and spaceships. Being able to pass through alloy walls is the function of reality gems. But this is not what shocks Star-Lord, Gamera and others the most. The most shocking thing is that Apocalypse can physically survive in the universe. Seeing Tiankai waving hello to them, everyone looked at each other. Quill, is he really from Earth? Raccoon Rocket asked. Probably, right, he doesn't need to lie to us. Star-Lord is not sure anymore. When did we Earthlings become so powerful? Then why can't you survive in the vacuum of space? You are also from Earth. How could I know? Gamera said calmly, don't worry about it. Being able to survive in the vacuum of the universe is a symbol of the gods. Whether he is an Earthling or not, his strength has now reached the level of a god. Let's mind our own business first. Surviving in the vacuum of the universe often represents the divinity of a person's body rather than his strength. Just like Loki, his superficial strength is not very good, but he can also survive in the vacuum of the universe. In the original plot, Thor was crippled by Thanos and thrown into space. He was finally found by the Guardians of the Galaxy. After being pulled onto the spaceship, he drank a hot drink and everything was over. As for Star-Lord, although he is a demigod, he has not yet been fully activated, but even after activation, he cannot survive in a vacuum. In Apocalypse's memory, anyone who has anything to do with God seems to be able to come and go freely in the vacuum of the universe. Those who are not at the level of gods, no matter how strong they are, will stop working once they reach the vacuum. For example, Ebony Maw's strength can be said to crush most gods, including Loki. However, he was still thrown into the universe by an old trick of Spider-Man, and finally slowly froze to death at the extreme low temperature in space. It can be said that the vacuum of the universe is the realm of God. On Gamera's side, no one thought that Apocalypse had to help them because he was strong. It even feels more natural. Traveling around in the universe, relying on others for everything, you have died countless times. Since he went out first, the rest is up to him. Following the actions of Star-Lord and others, they were quickly discovered by the prison guards. Then there was a great commotion. Raccoon Rocket, Treeman Groot, Star-Lord, Gamera, Drax and others cooperated to control the prison guards. In particular, Raccoon's use of equipment is simply miraculous. It seems that any machine in his hands can immediately exert its maximum effect. Apocalypse is outside the prison. Let go of the induction to ensure that the butterfly effect does not occur. Just kill Star-Lord and others inside. After Star-Lord, Gamera and others passed through all the obstacles, they finally broke into the prison guard's storage room. When he came in, Star-Lord's Walkman was taken away here. Star-Lord found the prison guard who was playing with his Walkman, beat him up, and finally got the tape back. Then he opened the luggage bag and found that the cosmic spirit ball was still inside, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Whether it was the Xandar people or the Klin prison, they didn't know what they were selling, so they threw such a cosmic treasure together with ordinary clothes. As a star thief's instinct, Star-Lord was habitually thinking about whether he should engage in some small conspiracy, such as making a fake and substituting others. Suddenly, the cosmic spirit ball tightened and flew out of his hand. Star-Lord instinctively wanted to hold it, but found that the power was so powerful that he could not control it at all. The spirit ball directly smashed through the protective glass and flew out into the outer space. The airflow behind it turned into a white crystalline mist at the extreme low temperature of more than 270 degrees below zero in the universe. Apocalypse stretched out his hand, and the cosmic spirit ball fell into his hand. Apocalypse did not open it immediately, but carefully sensed it and confirmed that it contained the energy of the infinite stones, and then felt relieved. Now, I have 3 infinity stones in my hand. Cosmic Cube, Space Stone, Ether Particle, Reality Stone, Cosmic Spirit Ball, Power Stone. Although Tiankai knew the approximate location of the other 3, it was difficult to get them. The Mind Stone is in Loki's hands, and may have returned to Thanos at this time. If you want to get it, there will be a fierce battle. However, Apocalypse is not in a hurry. The longer he delays, the stronger he becomes. If Thanos knows the progress of his training, he should be the one who is anxious. The Time Stone is now sealed in the Eye of Agamotto, under the protection of the Ancient One at Kamatage in the Himalayas on Earth. It will be needed to create Doctor Strange in the future, and it is not convenient to get it now. Finally, there is the Soul Gem, which needs to be exchanged for a loved one. There is no way Apocalypse would trade Black Widow. All you have to do is wait for others to get it and then grab it. However, according to the original plot, Thanos should have thrown Gamera down in exchange for it. Do you want to change Gamera's fate? If it changes, will the Soul Gem still be born? This is a worry, and Apocalypse doesn't know how to decide for the time being. At this time, Gamera fought off the prison guards in the prison and joined Star-Lord. I saw that Star-Lord had 2 Walkmans in his hand, one was his own and the other was sold to him by Apocalypse before. Gamera asked curiously, is this the song tape you mentioned before? It looks so original. Star-Lord said proudly, technology will be primitive and advanced, but music will not. The greatness of music will transcend time and resonate among different interstellar races. Lend it to me to listen to. Star-Lord hesitated for a moment, handed the Apocalypse station to Gamera, and then changed the track to Come and Get Your Love. Then, the magical melody sounded in their ears at the same time. Hey, what's the matter with the Hourhead? The 2 of them walked the same steps, danced the same dance steps, and looked at each other. Along the way, it seemed like the whole world was immersed in music. The hustle and bustle outside was like floating dust, not worth mentioning. With the blessing of the music buff, the prison guards who came were always brought down one by one with the right melody and rhythm. When the song ended, the 2 of them looked relaxed and had arrived at Star-Lord's spaceship, the Milano. In the original plot, because Star-Lord had to rush back to get his Walkman, he did not get on the ship with everyone. At that time, Raccoon Rocket and others had some tricks up their sleeves, wanting to leave Star-Lord behind for a small share of the money. Unexpectedly, Star-Lord Lao Jianghyo had already prepared and secretly hid the cosmic spirit ball on his body. Rocket, Gamera, and others had to drive the spaceship back to pick him up. Now with Apocalypse's intervention, there is no need to leave anyone behind. Anyway, if Apocalypse doesn't come, they won't get any reward. Apocalypse flew over and knocked on the glass door of the spacecraft. Raccoon Rocket shouted, Dawn, there is a vacuum now, we can't open the door directly. Come in from the warehouse at the back. Apocalypse shrugged, alas, I have been a god for so long that I have forgotten how mortals survive in the vacuum of the universe. Originally, knocking on the door was just polite, but since it was so troublesome, I might as well just come in. Ripples appeared directly on the outer wall of the spacecraft. Apocalypse stepped in, and the air and pressure inside were not affected in any way. Kreen prison. At this time, there was already a chaos, and they watched Star-Lord and the others rob the prison items, steal the spaceship, and fly away from the prison in a swagger. Originally this was all. Whenever a prison is open for a long time, someone will more or less escape. However, the prison guard saw in the vacuum of space, a man without any spacesuit penetrated directly through the outer wall of the spacecraft and entered Star-Lord's spacecraft. The prison guard immediately realized that the matter was not simple, and immediately reported the matter in detail to the capital Xandar. Xandar is the capital of the Nova Empire, and the Nova Empire is a high civilization. In the original plot, there were not many scenes showing the strength of the Nova Empire. The biggest battle was to prevent Ronan's mothership from rushing to Xandar. Thousands of small fighter jets were used to form a fighter network, which blocked Ronan's mothership from landing. If Ronan hadn't obtained the Power Stone in his hand at that time, and with the help of the power of the Infinity Stones, he might not have been able to succeed. In addition, we can also see the power of this empire from some aspects. The Nova Empire once went to war with the Kree civilization and finally signed a peace agreement. Judging from the prosperity of Xandar, it is obvious that the Nova Empire did not suffer any losses in this civilizational war. The Kree civilization, Ronan's mother civilization, dominates countless star fields. It is inherently evil, likes war, and is extremely domineering. During Captain Marvel's amnesia, he was taken to the planet Hala, the capital of the Kree civilization, and lived for a short period of time as a Kree. Later, he was sent to hunt down the Skrulls. If it weren't for Captain Marvel's awakening, the Skrulls would have been wiped out. And when such a domineering civilization encountered the Nova Empire, it had to sign an alliance under the city to live in peace. There was also a scene in the original plot where Xandar's new star, the female Supreme, was on the phone with the Kree, accusing them of indulging Ronan and provoking a dispute. If they are not restrained, it may lead to a war between two major civilizations. Dare to say such things to the Kree civilization, which shows the confidence of the Nova Empire. It can be seen from this that the strength of the Nova Empire is at least not inferior to the Kree civilization, or even slightly better. Higher civilizations with such strength will, more or less, come into contact with some divine races and have some understanding of the gods. Gamera knew the criteria for classifying gods, and they naturally knew it too. Although with the strength of the Nova Empire, they are not afraid of the vast majority of gods. The reason why gods are gods is not just about their individual strength, but the gods behind them. For example, Loki may not be able to defeat Iron Man on Earth, but behind him are the Asgardian Protoss. In the universe, no civilization dares to ignore a divine country or race. Therefore, Xandar Star had to be extremely cautious after receiving the news. Originally, this report was only sent to Xandar, the capital of the Nova Empire. However, another person also obtained this information. That's Ronan. Ronans are fanatical warmongers of the Kree civilization, extremely dissatisfied with the armistice agreement signed between the Kree civilization and the Nova Empire. He believes that all civilizations that stand in the way of the Kree civilization should be defeated and extinct. For this reason, he did not hesitate to break away from the Kree civilization and attempted to use the power of Thanos to destroy the Nova Empire. His philosophy overlapped with Thanos's. Naturally, Thanos was happy to have such a helper, and sent Nebula and Gamera to assist him. Xandar, the capital of the Nova Empire, is naturally Ronan's first target. Ronan had already planted nails at some key nodes on Xandar to obtain intelligence. As a result, a piece of information attracted the attention of the two major forces. Xandar sent a part of its force to Klin Prison to investigate. And Ronan, in the depths of the universe, coldly watched the movements of Xandar Star, with an evil smile on his lips. Apocalypse here. Naturally, he didn't know that his pretentious behavior would affect Xandar Star and Ronan. There are now a group of 6 people on Star-Lord's Milano, which seems a bit crowded. Especially the existence of Apocalypse makes them feel a little oppressive. This is the transcendence of the essence of life and has nothing to do with the concept of superiority and inferiority. Gamera broke the silence and said, "Quill, why don't you play the song you just played? What's it called?" When Star-Lord was about to speak, Apocalypse deliberately said in advance, "We call it Fool's Happy Song over there." Ha 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 dash Drax laughed, "This song is so weird." Star-Lord didn't dare to show off to Apocalypse, so he could only say angrily to Drax, "You haven't heard of it, why are you laughing?" Ha 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 dash, just hearing the name makes me happy, it must be a good song. The straight girl Gamera didn't notice anything was wrong, and said to Star-Lord, "The melody and the title of the song are so appropriate. No wonder you like to listen to it so much." Star-Lord felt like he had been hit by a dash-point critical hit. He was so angry that he didn't even want to say the real name of the song. He changed the subject and said to Rocket the raccoon, "Set the ship quickly." The raccoon said, "Don, where are we going?" "Let's go to the land of nothingness first." Gamera said, "Where are you going?" "You have already obtained the cosmic spirit ball." When Raccoon Rocket heard this, he immediately jumped up, "I knew you were going to intercept our goods and sell them to Tuin, the collector." Then he turned to the tree man Groot and roared, "It's okay now. Your 10 billion star coins? It's going to be put into someone else's pocket. I'm Groot." The tree man had no time to care about the raccoon and just played his own game. Gamera pushed the rocket gently and said, "Be careful what you say, you are facing a god." Apocalypse knew Rocket the Raccoon's temper, but he wasn't angry at all. Anyway, none of the members of the Guardians of the Galaxy are normal. If you really argue with them, you will only make yourself mad. Tian Kai said, I go to the land of nothingness, so I naturally have my purpose. Since you are fine, just follow me there first. In the original plot, Gamera brought Star-Lord and others to the Collector to win to trade the Cosmic Orb. Now that the Spirit Ball is in Tian Kai's hands, there is no such thing as a deal. But Apocalypse still has to find to win the Collector. The purpose is simple, just to know if he has a complete formula for controlling etheric particles. The formula of the legend of the Dark Elf King is incomplete and can only be used reluctantly without exerting its maximum power. Back then, the Dark Elf King sacrificed himself and turned the ether particles into a huge world-destroying tornado. Apocalypse still doesn't understand this move. If you know how to operate it, with Tian Kai's strength, you can probably use this ultimate move without sacrificing yourself. In the original plot, since Asgard dared to send Sif to hand over the ether particles to the Collector, then he must know something. As for what you know, let's try our luck first. Secondly, Tian Kai also wants to see what the head of an ancient god looks like. In the plot of the movie, there is no mention of which god the head belongs to or who was chopped off. If it were a comic book, it would have been the Celestials who formed a team to hunt down the symbiote god Nar, but Nar counterattacked and killed a member of the Celestials. However, the plot and timeline of the comic are too ridiculous and unbelievable, and it is not sure whether the apocalypse will happen in this universe. Anyway, just treat it as a trip and see if you won't lose anything. At this time, Star-Lord suddenly said, Everyone, sit still. We are going through the meteor chaos zone, there may be some bumps. The raccoon drove the spaceship and began to rock up and down, constantly avoiding the flying meteorites. Gamera and others looked a little nervous. This is not a game of bumper cars. Flying in this chaotic meteor zone, the chance of an accident is extremely high. They are not gods. If an accident occurs to the spacecraft and they are thrown into space, they will not be able to survive for a few minutes. In the original plot, Gamera was indeed exposed to space and began to freeze within a few minutes. In the end, it was Star-Lord who transferred his bubble spacesuit to her body, allowing her to survive the disaster. Tian Kai said, no need to dodge, just fly forward. Fly straight forward, isn't this courting death? Raccoon Rocket was just about to get angry and curse when he suddenly saw a dark red liquid flying out of Apocalypse's hand, passing through the glass of the spacecraft, getting bigger, and quickly wrapped around the entire spacecraft. After being so stunned, a meteorite flew over and they were unable to avoid it. Everyone instinctively raised their hands to block it in front of them. The meteorite seemed to have encountered an illusory shadow, passing directly through the hull without having any impact on the spacecraft. Then, everyone saw more huge meteorites approaching. The huge sense of oppression made them instinctively want to resist, but the meteorite quickly passed through their bodies and disappeared behind the spacecraft. After watching it several times, we found that there was indeed no danger, so everyone felt relieved and even tried to touch the meteorite that passed through the spacecraft. Naturally, I didn't touch anything. Star-Lord touched his body with his hands and breathed a sigh of relief when he found that his body was not insubstantial. Tang, aren't you from Earth? Are Earthlings so powerful now? Or are you the god of Earthlings? I thought God was a religious fabrication. Apocalypse said lightly, I don't know if God exists, but I am indeed from Earth. If you insist on saying that I am a god, I can be regarded as the god of Asgard. Star-Lord looked confused, his mind a little confused. It makes sense to say that Apocalypse is an Earthling and a god among Earthlings. Quill didn't know before, maybe he just didn't reach that level of strength. But he said it was an Asgardian god. Is this the opposite? It should be the Asgardians, the gods of the Earthlings, right? You must know that the life level of Earth people is much lower than that of Asgardians. The strength of an Asgardian can be called a god on Earth. But on the other hand, how is it possible for people on Earth to go to Asgard to claim gods? Tian Kai doesn't know if he is a god, but he does have the strength of a god anyway. If you want to count the title, since he is the Prince of Asgard, he should naturally be regarded as the god of Asgard. These two sentences stunned Raccoon Rocket, Star-Lord, Gamera and others. If Star-Lord said such a thing, he would inevitably be roared by a raccoon, but facing Apocalypse, he was irritable, but he did not dare to be too rude. On the contrary, the Treants and Drax had no influence at all. It's your business to go around. Anyway, I'm stubborn, and things I can't figure out are things I don't need to think about. Star-Lord saw that Apocalypse had a good temper and asked a lot about the Earth. Apocalypse naturally answered all questions, even including some supervillains in recent years. The spacecraft quickly shuttled out of the meteor belt and reached the open space outside. Looking at the dense and chaotic meteor belt behind him, there were also some prison ships that wanted to pursue but were blocked behind the meteor belt. Everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. If it weren't for Apocalypse's magical means, they would never have been able to come out so easily. There is indeed a reason why Xandar dared to build Klin prison here. However, when they encountered Tian Kai, an unreasonable outsider, the natural barrier of the meteor belt blocked the prison's pursuit. Gamera, enter the coordinates of the void. Star-Lord shouted. Gamera leaned over the console and clicked a few times with her green fingers. Then the engine slowly builds up power. Suddenly the ship's hull shook, and everyone's eyes were blurred. Countless stars stretched into a long line in front of their eyes and were quickly thrown behind them. Even the space inside the spacecraft became extremely distorted. Everyone seemed to be stretched, and their vision became strange. Fortunately, this spatial stretching did not last long. In the blink of an eye, the spaceship had come out of the wormhole, and the starry sky in front of him suddenly became normal again. It was Apocalypse's first time jumping into a wormhole in a spaceship. With his physical condition, he naturally wouldn't have any adverse reactions. Looking at the display on the console, it was already several light years away. It seems that to navigate in the universe, even gods need spaceships. Apocalypse's strength is not bad, and he can survive in the universe, but even so, his flying speed is only a few times the speed of sound. On the grand scale of the universe, it is not worth mentioning. Not to mention compared to the speed of space jump. Fortunately, Asgard has a heaven-defying artifact like the Rainbow Bridge. Otherwise, even if ordinary gods can survive in the universe, they really can't run very far just by flying in the physical body. Like Star-Lord's father, Egg, his body is the brain of the planet, and when he travels as a clone, he still relies on a spaceship. Of course, perverts like the Celestials and Captain Marvel are another story. Apocalypse doesn't understand the Celestial team, but Captain Marvel's strength only absorbs part of the power of the cosmic Rubik's Cube, so why is he so abnormal? Now that the cosmic Rubik's Cube is in Apocalypse's hands, Apocalypse can only borrow part of his power to use the infinite divine fist, but no amount of magical effects can be achieved. Is there any secret to controlling the cosmic Rubik's Cube? Wow! Star-Lord, Raccoon and others suddenly exclaimed and looked straight ahead. Everyone looked around and saw a head as big as a star appearing in front of them in the distant space. The eyes and mouth on the head are already hollow, and the huge bones can be seen inside. There are large amounts of yellow-green cosmic stardust floating around, giving the head a layer of background color. These nebulae are integrated with the head. It seems that they should be the gas dust emitted after the head has been corrupted. At first glance, it looks like a person sticking his head out from the background of the universe and looking ferociously at the world on the other side. Looking from a distance, some spaceships can be vaguely seen shuttled among them, which should be the mining spacecraft of the Twin Group. As the spacecraft flew closer and closer, the head that could still see the whole picture slowly filled the field of vision, and only a piece of land was visible, getting closer and closer. The raccoon drove the spaceship and flew in through the hole in the eye. This huge eye has no skin and flesh. There are many artificial alloy steel frames on the bones of the eye socket, but it seems that they were abandoned after mining. Passing through the cave, I saw bright lights inside, lights everywhere, and many mining spaceships flying busily around. There are many pools on the ground, filled with a lot of dark green liquid, and there are workers refining and processing them beside them. The processing site is not far away, and there are large and small markets scattered around. It seems that there is no division between production areas and residential areas. There were crowds of people everywhere and it was a bustling scene. There was no inspection during the entire process, and no one guided the spacecraft to land. The raccoon found an abandoned empty space and stopped the spacecraft. Gamera said, "Everyone, be careful, there is no order here." After getting off the spaceship, Apocalypse stepped on the ground and could clearly feel that the ground was different from ordinary ground. It was neither mud nor gold. If I hadn't known in advance that this was the head of an ancient god, I wouldn't have guessed that the ground was made of bone. Star-Lord's spaceship was parked on it just now, without any deformation or dent, which shows its hardness. Before taking 2 steps, Tiankai actually sensed a powerful vitality on this huge head. I was shocked. Is this head not dead yet? After taking a closer look, I found that this vitality was only spontaneous, not conscious. The god's physical body is powerful and does not freeze even when dead. Even if only some of its limbs are left, it will instinctively draw energy from the void. If it is powerful enough, it can be reborn as an independent personality. If you go further, you can even reach the legendary realm of blood rebirth. As long as there is a drop of blood left, you will be immortal. But obviously, the god in front of him is far from that level. Just having his head cut off would make him unable to sustain life. The consciousness of the gods has dissipated, and the energy absorbed can only be converted into some organic matter. If no one sees it, after hundreds of millions of years, this place may evolve into a living planet. But it was discovered by the Twin Group, and naturally it was unable to complete this evolutionary process. Now, the Twin Group has been developing here for hundreds of years. As long as the basic structure of the skull is not destroyed, this will be a renewable resource for thousands of years to come. However, the generated spinal fluid and other items are very useful to mortals, but not very helpful to people with high strength. Walking into the market, there are beast fighting tables, bars, and a flea market selling all kinds of strange accessories. It is not much different from cities on some planets. Seeing the new arrival of Tiankai and his group, I don't know how many people were staring at them along the way. It's just that the combination of Tiankai and these people is too strange. There were tree men, raccoons, and Drax the Destroyer, who looked very difficult to mess with. For a while, no one dared to come forward and ask for trouble. Some people are waiting patiently to see who can't help but step forward to test the details of these newcomers. Gamera went to a place that looked like a bar and handed over a few star coins. Soon, an alien with a head full of needles came over and informed, "The collector is not available now, please wait." No. Tiankai took a step forward. "No matter what he is busy with, tell him to put down everything in his hands and come out to greet us." "Welcome," the spiky-headed alien man said disdainfully. "Do you know where this place is?" Tuin is the king here. Being able to help you convey the news is because you have collections to trade. Otherwise, you won't even be able to meet the collectors. Tian Kai frowned and said, don't waste my time. If you don't notify me, I will go in by myself. Star-Lord and others knew that Apocalypse was not here to trade the cosmic spirit balls. Seeing that he was so unwilling to give face to the collector, they thought that he was preparing to rob them by force. Raccoon Rocket had already pulled out the Hadron Cannon, and with a pull of his hand, the Hadron Cannons unfolded in layers, and he said arrogantly, I like what Tang did. Let's fuck him. Upon seeing the spiky-headed alien man, he waved his hand, and a large number of alien races appeared around him. Although they were generally similar to humans, they had various strange characteristics. As soon as they appeared, they held various strange weapons and pointed them at Tiankai and his group of 6 people. Gamera, Star-Lord, Drax and others were not kind-hearted people either. They immediately drew their weapons and prepared to fight back. Seeing that the war is about to break out, the people around him immediately dispersed. Just now they wanted to take advantage of Tiankai and others, but they didn't expect this group of people to be so fierce and immediately wanted to take advantage of the collector. Everyone knows that there are countless treasures in the collector's collection, but everyone present does not dare to have excessive thoughts. In other words, everyone who had such thoughts has disappeared. The group of outsiders in front of them, no matter whether they win or lose in the end, dare to attack directly. Their strength is not something that the little shrimps on their periphery can mess with. Apocalypse said to the alien man, tell Tavan that someone is coming from Asgard. In the original plot, Sif came with ether particles. After Tavan recognized that she was an Asgardian, she bowed respectfully to her, showing great respect. Obviously, although Tavan was domineering in this starfield, he consciously placed himself in an inferior position when facing a divine warrior from Asgard. In addition, judging from Asgard's ability to hand over ether particles to Tavan, Apocalypse speculates that Tavan is likely to be a peripheral member of the Kingdom of God. After all, in a Kingdom of God, it is impossible for everyone to stay in Asgard without leaving. The universe is so big, it is bound to place some of its own people in various places to do some work such as obtaining information, collecting items, etc. To take a step back, even if they are not members, they are still close enough and trusting relationships. Collectors like to collect all kinds of rare items. If Apocalypse's guess is true, the more precious parts of these collections will flow to Asgard's treasure house. It's a pity that more than half of the treasure house's contents were burned into nothingness when he was refining his body. He doesn't know how many thousands of years it will take to fill them up again. Unexpectedly, the alien man with the spiked head didn't listen at all and said, no one from any family can do it. Fire. Dozens of subordinates have dozens of strange alien weapons, and they fire energy bullets at Apocalypse and others at the same time. Star-Lord, Gamera and others looked nervous and instinctively approached to prepare for resistance. There is no way to avoid these dozens of alien weapons. If it were them, they would definitely not be able to survive for 3 seconds. Apocalypse stretched his hand forward, and a yellow divine shield protected everyone. The energy bullets hit the shield and either melted away or bounced in other directions. Since you don't want to notify me, I will call him out myself. As he spoke, Tiankai stomped his feet slightly toward the ground. Boom. There was a violent vibration on the ground, and dozens of the alien man's men were suddenly shaken to their knees. Their weapons could not be grasped, and the energy bullets stopped immediately. On the ground, centered around Apocalypse's feet, a spider web-like crack stretched out in all directions. The spinal fluid inside the bones could be faintly seen, exuding bursts of fragrant smell. Those aliens who had evil intentions and just looked at Tiankai and others couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Fortunately, he didn't step forward rashly to provoke him. Otherwise, if this kick was taken, no one's bones would be harder than the bones of the gods. Just as the alien man was about to make a move, the door to the collection hall suddenly opened with a creak. A red-skinned alien maid wearing a white skirt opened the front door, walked out, and stood aside obediently. Immediately afterwards, a man with white hair and a fur draped over his shoulders ran away. Although he had white hair, his face only looked middle-aged and he was wearing a pair of sunglasses. As soon as he appeared, the arrogant alien man immediately lowered his head and took a few steps back to give enough space. Apparently, this is Collector Tanya Tavan. Tavan asked, what happened? The alien man said hurriedly, this person said he was from a certain family and wanted to see you. No, he asked you to come out immediately to greet him. I wanted to stop him, but, it turned out. What's the result? Tuin snapped, why do you make decisions for me? As he spoke, Tuin lit up a small spark in his hand as if playing a little magic trick, and then flicked it at the alien man. When the sparks came, the alien man screamed. In the blink of an eye, the flames grew bigger and bigger, engulfing him. As the screams became weaker and weaker, there was only a pile of ashes where the alien man stood. Tuin lowered his sunglasses, the flames on his fingertips kept beating, looked around and said, which of you wants to see me? Raccoon Rocket felt that it was time to show off. He took the initiative to step forward with the Hadron Cannon, pointed at Apocalypse, and said arrogantly to Tuin, my friend wants you to come out to greet him. He is from Asgard. Tuin glanced at Apocalypse and saw nothing special, but the fire on his fingertips was extinguished. Tuin said, although I respect the Asgardians very much, not every Asgardian is worthy of my coming out to greet them. Is this enough? Apocalypse slightly activated his divine power, and a prince's seal of authority lit up on his chest. Previously on Earth, even a blacksmith in Asgard could recognize him. If Tavan had a close enough relationship with Asgard, he would definitely be able to recognize him as well. Sure enough, Tuin's eyes froze and he said, Prince's seal of authority? This is impossible. I haven't heard that there is a prince in Asgard. Tian Kai said calmly, there is a new prince in Asgard, do I still have to inform you? Don't dare. Tuin patted his shoulder with his right hand, then drew an arc and placed it under his waist. He bowed deeply with a very respectful expression. Then, Tian Kai and others were welcomed in. The alien races watching the battle outside were whispering. Just now the collector seemed to say that the man was the Prince of Asgard. The Prince of Asgard, isn't that a god? Another said, gods are nothing special. Aren't we just stepping on the head of a god under our feet? SHH. Keep your voice down, do you want to die? This head was chopped off by another god. The universe is so big, how many times have you heard of mortals successfully killing gods? Everyone was shocked and hurriedly fell silent. After staying in the land of nothingness for a long time, stepping on the heads of gods day and night, I feel as if gods, and other divine races are nothing more than that. But if you really think about it carefully, even if all kinds of technological weapons are so advanced now, I have never heard of a few people who can successfully kill gods. The door outside the Tuin collection looks small and shabby, but once you get in, there is something special about it. The collection hall is extremely wide, at least tens of meters high. Both sides and above the passage are filled with large and small transparent glass boxes, which contain many strange items, like a huge warehouse. In the glass box, there are many living creatures. Tuin asked respectfully, what do you call the prince? My name is Tang Tiankai. Prince Tang, I don't know why you came to my place. No hurry, I want to ask, what is your relationship with Asgard? Tiankai said. Tuin asked strangely, didn't the God King tell you? I just passed by here on a temporary basis and didn't specifically ask the God King. In this case, I can't tell you. Unless the God King himself gives me an order. Okay. Since he didn't say anything, Tian Kai didn't ask further questions. Anyway, it was just a casual question, and it was more important to talk about business. I came here this time to ask you for the method of controlling etheric particles. Tuin was stunned and said, why would Prince Tang think that I have the method of ether particles? I only collect items. I can't collect such methods like this even if I want to. If you want to ask, you should ask the Dark Elves. Ether particles are their inherited sacred objects, and the control method is never spread to others. Tian Kai shook his head and said, I can't ask anymore. Why? They were exterminated. Maybe there are still some survivors in some corners of the universe, but they can't be found. Who killed it? Hiss. Star-Lord, Rocket the Raccoon, Gamera, and others took a breath of air and looked at each other, even a little scared. Unexpectedly, the man who seemed gentle along the way turned out to be a god who exterminated the entire race. And it was the Dark Elves that were destroyed. Although the Dark Elves are not very powerful, they are well known in the universe. Except for some powerful civilizations, most organizations and races do not dare to provoke them easily. I didn't expect it to be destroyed like this. It's strange, given his strength. Why didn't he steal the Cosmic Spirit Ball? Star-Lord has some doubts in his heart. Is it because he and I are from the same Earth? Judging from Tuin's expression, Tian Kai guessed that he really didn't have one. In the original plot, Thanos came to find him, and Tuin seemed to be killed without much resistance. If you can control ether particles, there is no reason why you would leave such a powerful weapon unused. So do you know anything about the Infinity Stones? Tuin thought for a moment, waved his hand towards the console, and a holographic phantom appeared in the sky. Prince Tang, as far as I know, there were a total of 6 singularities left at the beginning of the Big Bang. These 6 singularities were collected and condensed into infinite gems. Each one has infinite power and can easily destroy a civilization. As he spoke, the holographic image showed a scene of using the power gem to destroy a planet. The purple power gem does not need to be deliberately destroyed at all. Just smash it on the surface of the planet, and the surging energy will sweep across the entire planet and destroy everything. The entire planet seemed to be swallowed up by purple light. After the purple light passed, no grass remained. Star-Lord, Raccoon, Gamera and others were so frightened that their eyes went straight. Of course, in order to grab the Cosmic Spirit Ball, they threw it around like a ping-pong ball, but they didn't expect it to be so powerful. And, so dangerous? If they had fallen onto the Xandar planet, not only would they not be able to escape, but the entire Xandar planet would have been destroyed. Tavan continued, there was once an organization that tried to control the Infinity Stones, but in the end, even they were destroyed. However, these are not the important points. Tuin suddenly turned around, looked at everyone and said, do you know how our universe came about? Our universe is said to be a singularity. The Big Bang was triggered by unknown reasons, creating time, space, and matter. After hundreds of millions of years of evolution, countless planets and thousands of races have finally been formed in the universe. We are just dust in the infinite stones. So, the real Infinity Stones are not 6, but 7. One of them is the universe we live in. Everyone's breath was suffocated. They were shocked to see the energy that could destroy the planet just now. Now it seems that a gem can form a universe, and destroying the planet is still too childish. No wonder the energy of the Infinity Stones is so powerful, almost endless. Contains a universe that can indeed be called infinite. Finally, Tuan said, this is basically what I know about the origins of the infinite gems. In addition, I also know the planet where the soul gems are located. If Prince Tang wants to find the gems. Tian Kai waved his hand to stop him and said, I'm not interested in soul gems. Apocalypse also knows that the soul gem is on Vormir, but he doesn't want to exchange it. However, the original plot was that Thanos exchanged Gamera's life for her. Should I tell her in advance and let her find a way to avoid it? Thinking of this, Tian Kai glanced at Gamera. Everyone was a little strange. Apocalypse looked at Gamera when he talked about the soul gem. Does this have anything to do with Gamera? Gamera couldn't help but ask, why are you looking at me? I was wondering if I should tell you that you are as precious as the soul stone. Star-Lord immediately said I'm sorry in his heart. This guy Tang seemed tepid, but he didn't expect that he was so proficient in flirting with girls. No, I can't let him steal the limelight of the interstellar prodigal son. Even though Gamera is a straight girl, she was a little shy when praised and immediately lowered her head. It's a pity that her skin is green, no one can tell whether she is red or not. Of course, no one understood what Apocalypse really meant. After experiencing the life and death of the God Queen, Tian Kai knew that completely reversing the sacred timeline might not be something that could be achieved just by talking about it. Many trajectories have strong inertia, and there may even be a time variation manager involved behind the scenes. Unless you protect it yourself, you may not be able to change Gamera's fate. It was not appropriate to talk about this at this time, so Tian Kai changed the subject and asked casually, where did the body of this head go? Tuan said, it is said that it was taken away by other companions of the gods. As for why a head was left behind, I don't know. I came here to mine hundreds of years ago. This god has been dead for who knows how many thousands of years, but no one cares about him. Maybe it was because the strong man he saw before didn't care that Tuan took advantage of him. A head alone is almost the size of the moon. If you include the body, this ancient god's body alone is comparable to a planet. Later in the Eternals, the supreme Elitham of the celestial group suddenly appeared at the end, and his body was longer than the diameter of the Earth. The moment he appears, the mass of his body can even cause changes in the Earth's gravity. Without doing anything, just getting close to the Earth can cause a huge storm. Then do you know where the abyss is? If this head was cut off by Nar, the god of symbiotes, then perhaps Nar's lair, the abyss, is nearby. Many people know that Nar is the god of symbiotes, but they don't know that he also has another name, Lord of the Abyss. The celestial team came to the abyss to kill Nar, but were killed in reverse. If so, maybe the abyss is nearby, but the distance between this nearby is hard to say. With the metamorphosis ability of the celestial god group, they can physically travel through wormholes at any time, ranging from a few light years away to dozens or hundreds of light years away. Tavan shook his head and said, I have never heard of an abyss. That's it. It seemed that there was nothing gained from this trip, and Tian Kai was slightly disappointed. Seeing that Tian Kai seemed a little dissatisfied, Tuan said cautiously, Prince Tang, it's rare for you to come here. Why not take whatever you like in my collection? If you bring friends, each one can choose one if they like. Ouch. Raccoon Rocket shouted excitedly, are there any items worth 10 billion star coins here? Tuan smiled and said, then it depends on your vision and luck. Apocalypse released his senses. Although there were many rare items in the entire collection, Apocalypse didn't find anything useful. If he really lacked anything, he could ask Asgard for it in the future. On the contrary, the red-skinned alien maid who had always been submissive next to her reminded Apocalypse of the original plot. In order to resist Tuan's oppression, she directly grabbed the power stone with her hand. In the end, a big energy explosion was triggered, destroying the collection hall. She herself was turned into ashes under the impact of the power stone. According to Tavan's concept, many intelligent creatures are imprisoned as collections, so they naturally have no idea of respecting others and being kind to humans. Now that you know this, please help me. I want her and her people. Tian Kai said. The raccoon said in surprise, Tang, this race is worthless. On the black market outside, you can buy one for dozens of star coins. Star-Lord also looked at Apocalypse a little strangely. Could it be that this guy likes this? He lowered his voice and said to Gamera, Dawn may like skin of a special color. Be careful. Maybe he also likes your green skin. Go. Gamera said angrily, you think everyone else is as vulgar as you. Without asking why, Tuan released the other red-skinned maid who was imprisoned inside. Looking at the two anxious alien maids, Tian Kai said calmly, you are free. Later, you can leave here with our spaceship. You can tell us where you want to go. As soon as he finished speaking, a prompt came from the system, saying to save 2 lives. It seems that even if there is no triggering event of the Power Stone, these 2 maids will soon be unable to bear the oppression and rebel. Without the intervention of Tian Kai, the result can be imagined. Gamera rolled her eyes at Star-Lord and said, look, you are the only one who thinks about men. Star-Lord shrugged and said nonchalantly, men really only have that kind of thing. Don't think of men as too complicated or noble. While a few people were selecting, the ground suddenly shook, and some dust rustled down. Boom. Suddenly there was a loud noise outside, and then countless people screamed. Apocalypse was a little strange and glanced at Drax. In the original plot, he was the one who informed Ronan and wanted to lure Ronan to come and kill him for revenge. But now Drax was following him the whole time and had no time to send any messages. Where did the commotion outside start? Drax asked, are you winking at me? No. Then why are you looking at me? I can't read eyes. If you have something to say, just say it directly. Well, there might be someone chasing us outside. Let's go out and take a look. At this time, a large number of battleships were bombarding the ground outside. Boom. Explosions were heard everywhere. The mining facilities above ground suffered heavy losses, and fires broke out everywhere. Those who had no time to escape were caught off guard and suffered heavy casualties. Fortunately, the people who were able to come here were not ordinary people. After the reaction, someone immediately hid behind the bunker and started to fight back. A sporadic number of battleships in the sky began to be shot down. As soon as Tiankai and others came out, several battleships immediately changed their course and rushed straight towards Tiankai. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Laser bullets continued to shoot in the open space around them. Apocalypse moved forward with one hand and shook his hand towards the void. Suddenly, a battleship seemed to be pinched by an invisible big hand, turned into a lump of iron, and fell from the sky blankly. Seeing this, the other ship turned quickly and fired a missile from the bottom. Just after launching the missile, Apocalypse was crushed into scrap metal from a distance. The hastily launched missile was not aimed at all and flew straight towards the collection hall. Boom! The collection hall was exploded into flames all over the sky. Countless collections were blown to pieces along with the fire, and huge explosion shock waves rolled towards the surroundings. Tiankai held up the divine shield and protected everyone inside, especially the red-skinned maids who were just acquired from the collector. If Apocalypse had not said that they were allowed to be free, they would not have been able to follow them, and they would probably be killed in the bomb. Ouch! Raccoon Rocket was furious. My 10 billion star coins. With a clang sound, Raccoon raised his hadron cannon and blasted it into the sky. In an instant, 5 or 6 battleships were shot down. When the other battleships saw the fierce firepower here, they all moved around to avoid its sharp edge. But there happened to be a large main ship that was tens of meters long, and it rushed over without fear of death. Through the glass in front of the main ship, Tiankai saw from a distance a woman with light purple skin, multiple mechanical prostheses on her body, and even a piece of metal on her face, roaring excitedly towards this side. Ha 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 ha, sister, I finally found you. Needless to say, this person is naturally Gamera's sister and Thanos' other daughter Nebula. Seeing the raccoon's hadron cannon aimed at the Ka Nebula main ship, Gamera hurriedly pushed it away. The energy shell of the hadron cannon hit the cliff in the distance, exploding large pieces of bone debris. Dawn, don't kill her, Gamera yelled, she's my sister. Among these people, Gamera is most afraid of Apocalypse. If he takes action, Gamera will not escape death even if she is hiding in the main ship. However, she didn't know that Apocalypse had no intention of killing Nebula. Apocalypse stretched out his hands and tore into the void. The main ship where Nebula was located seemed to be grabbed by an invisible giant and suddenly stagnated in the air. Then the alloy made a harsh quacking sound and was torn in half. 2 huge hulls passed over Tiankai and others, and hit the rock walls on both sides from a distance, exploding into a sky-high fire. But Nebula completely ignored Apocalypse's miraculous attack just now, jumped down from the sky, and ran straight towards Gamera. His face was full of anger, and he vowed to kill Gamera. Seeing the raccoon's hadron cannon aimed at Nebula again, Gamera hurriedly shouted, everyone, please don't interfere. This is a grudge between me and her. He said it was a grudge, but actually he was afraid that others would interfere, so he shot Xingyun to death on the spot. Among them, Raccoon's hadron cannon and Apocalypse's attacks are the most terrifying. Once attacked, Nebula may be killed instantly. Star-Lord said, being beaten on the ground all the time is not an option. Everyone go to my spaceship. Raccoon Rocket, Tree Man Groot, Drax, Star-Lord and others rushed to the spacecraft. Apocalypse stood still, maintaining the divine shield to protect the Collector and the red-skinned maid. Although the Collector may not need Apocalypse's protection, since someone is contributing, he is happy to be free. Prince Tang, it's a pity that you haven't had time to pick out the collection inside. Tiankai smiled and said, isn't there another one at your feet? The Collector was stunned and said, if the prince wants it, I will naturally offer it with both hands. It's just that the head is too big and cannot be taken away, so it can only be developed here. I have my own way. This head can be used by Apocalypse to spy on the strength of the gods in advance. In the future, it will be helpful to dig out the god underground on the earth, and even to fight against the supreme alitham of the gods. In addition, the spinal fluid inside is also very useful to people on earth. If it could be transported back to earth, it would be equivalent to getting a treasure as big as the moon. As for how to transport it back, Tiankai needs to study it carefully. Gamera and Nebula were fighting hand to hand with fierce swords. But they were too familiar with each other, and they seemed to be fighting fiercely, so no one could do anything to the other for a while. Xingyun, stop making trouble. I spent 10 billion star coins to buy a method that can help you repair your body. Nebula's hand paused, then continued to attack, angrily saying, lie, where did you get 10 billion star coins? I got it by selling the Cosmic Spirit Ball. Humph. My father asked Ronan to search for the Cosmic Spirit Ball. How dare you sell it out privately? Do you still call Thanos father? How has he tortured you all these years? It's you who tortures me, sister. Every piece of machinery on my body is a gift from you. Since childhood, Thanos has forced Gamera and Nebula to fight, and the loser has to cut off a part of his body. And Nebula never wins? As a result, most of her body, including part of her head, are made of various metals and prosthetics. Logically speaking, the culprit is Thanos, and Nebula should hate Thanos. But intelligent life is a very strange existence. If a person is faced with a force that he cannot resist, he will blame his misfortune on others who he has the ability to attack. For example, the most typical story is that when robbers came, someone rose up to resist but failed and suffered even more crazy revenge from the robbers. As a result, the survivors did not dare to point the finger at the robbers, but began to blame those who resisted. The same is true for Nebula. Thanos is like a father to her and she doesn't dare to resist, so she naturally blames Gamera for all her misfortunes. As a result, Nebula became even more angry and attacked like a violent storm with vicious moves. But the angrier he gets, the more flaws he has, not to mention when facing Gamera, an opponent he has fought against since childhood. After a few moves, Nebula was pinned to the ground by Gamera, unable to move. A pair of metal arms were twisted into a weird angle, which happened to eliminate all possibilities of Nebula's resistance. Gamera had obviously done this countless times. Dawn, what do you think is the way to repair Nebula? I want it now. Tiankai threw a golden recovery potion from a distance and said, just take this bottle of potion. Gamera reached out to catch it, and Nebula took this opportunity to flick Gamera away from her waist, freeing her from control. Just as he was about to attack again, Gamera held the golden potion in his hand and stretched out his hand to block Nebula. Nebula changed directions several times in succession. Gamera neither attacked nor defended, but simply blocked the golden potion in front of her. Nebula shouted angrily, don't think that a bottle of potion can compensate me. Put it away. Seeing this, Apocalypse smiled to himself. Nebula was a typical dead duck with a tough mouth. He wanted the potion, but he didn't want to bow his head in front of Gamera. Otherwise, she could crush the potion with one palm. Gamera obviously knew her sister, so she blocked the potion in front of her, leaving Nebula with dash attack methods to no avail. Gamera said, I don't want to compensate you. I just don't want my sister to continue to suffer like this. Whether I am in pain or not is none of your business. I just want to kill you. I can kill him if I want, but can you take the potion first? Who wants your potion? If you don't want it, there is no need for this potion to exist. With that said, Gamera opened her palms and dropped the golden potion towards the ground. The golden potion was about to fall to the ground in front of him and smash into pieces. A purple hand caught it in time. A smile appeared on Gamera's lips. She knew her sister too well, and even knew herself better than she did. Don't think that I will accept your favor after I took the potion, huh? Nebula's face always seemed to have a stinky expression. However, she did not continue to attack Gamera and turned around and left. Tiankai asked, why didn't Ronan come? In the original plot, Ronan and Nebula led the team and had a fight with Drax. Nebula didn't look back and said, he is going to Xandar. He wants to destroy the Nova Empire. At this time, Star-Lord's voice came from Gamera's intercom. Did I hear you correctly just now? Ronan is going to Xandar. Yes, is there a problem? Now we are in some trouble. Before I was captured, I sent a message to Yondu, saying that I was on Xandar and hoped he would come to rescue me. At this time, Yondu may run into Ronan. Yondu is the old star thief who took Star-Lord away from the Earth and raised him. He belongs to a loose group of predators. Speaking of which, his skin and Nebula's are both purple, and I don't know if they are of the same race. His unique skill is Whistle Arrow. He uses the sound of the whistle to control a cloud-penetrating arrow, which is 10 times more effective than an energy gun. It can penetrate the hearts of dozens of people instantly. In the original plot, he had 2 classic battles. One time he was surrounded by dozens of Nova soldiers, who didn't understand his special skills, giving him the opportunity to whistle at gunpoint. As a result, dozens of soldiers and a battleship were instantly killed by his cloud-piercing arrow. Another time was in Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2, when his subordinates rebelled. He used an arrow to kill all the rebellious predators on the entire mothership. Yondu took Star-Lord away from Earth, only at the behest of Star-Lord's father, Egg. Later, after discovering Ego's conspiracy, he couldn't bear to hand over Star-Lord as a child. So he stayed by his side and raised him. He also gave a lame excuse, saying that there were some small places where children would be more likely to get in and steal things. I don't know if he was lying to his group of predators or to Star-Lord. The relationship between the two is very imaginary with Gamera and Nebula. On the surface, they are noisy and shout to kill, but no one will kill anyone. Whenever Star-Lord is in trouble, he sends a message to Yondu, and then Yondu rushes over in seconds under the pretext of arresting Star-Lord. Later, the root cause of the rebellion among Yondu's men was that Yondu was too indulgent to Star-Lord, and even violated the principles of the Star Raiders. It can be said that the two are not father and son, but better than father and son. In the end, Yondu died to save Star-Lord. Therefore, when he heard that Yondu might run into Ronan, Star-Lord was naturally a little worried. As a war fanatic of the Kree civilization, Ronan is known to everyone in the interstellar world. Even advanced civilizations like the Nova Empire didn't want to provoke Ronan, and other organizations even changed their minds after hearing this. Raccoon Rocket said, is that the famous Yondu among the predators? Didn't you say before that he was chasing you? Why did you go to save him? This man. Star-Lord said, we are star thieves and predators. It is normal to kill here and there. Tiankai said, in that case, let's go and have a look. Anyway, I haven't been to Xandar planet, so I just treat it as a tourist. In the original plot, Ronan got the Power Stone and his ambitions expanded. Not only did he dare to fight Thanos, but he also refused to obey orders and went straight to Xandar. Unexpectedly, he was defeated by Star-Lord's dance, which can be said to be the most creative death among the villains. Gamera found a battleship brought by Nebula and said, "Dawn, with those two maids, I'm afraid Star-Lord's spaceship will be too crowded. Let me see if this one can still fly." With that said, he drove the spacecraft, slowly lifted into the sky, and then flew out of the periphery to check it out in space. Unexpectedly, another battleship suddenly appeared and shot at Gamera with a sudden chirp. Gamera was shocked, thinking that after Apocalypse tore up the mothership, all the battleships fled. There are actually people who are not afraid of death ambushing here? Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Nebula. She just wanted to leave, but after accepting Gamera's gift, she felt that she was at a disadvantage and wanted to come back to find trouble. Nebula's battleship energy bullets continued to cover Gamera, and the shots were fatal. Gamera's battleship originally crashed, its performance was lacking, and it was inevitable that it was hit by Nebula's cannon. The outer shell of the spacecraft was immediately blasted through, the internal and external air pressure lost control, and Gamera was suddenly rushed into space. "Ha ha ha ha, sister, I won this time." With that said, Nebula turned the battleship around and walked away with a smile. At more than 270 degrees below zero in space, the liquid on Gamera's body quickly froze, and ice scum oozed faintly from her face and hands. In just a few seconds, he lost consciousness. Star-Lord and others were about to go to the rescue, but suddenly Apocalypse's voice came, "Wait a minute." Star-Lord and Raccoon were full of doubts. What are they waiting for? Gamera is not a god, so she won't last long. At this time, the distant Nebula suddenly received a message from Tiankai. "Your sister fell into space and lost her life in 3 minutes. Xingyun said angrily, "It would be best if she died. Then don't leave in a hurry. Wouldn't it be more pleasant to watch her die?" Nebula's battleship indeed slowed down and looked at Gamera from afar. 1 minute passed. Nebula growled in his throat and shouted angrily, "Aren't you a team? Why don't you save her?" Tiankai shrugged. "We have only known each other for 2 days, so we are not very familiar with each other. Asshole, there's no such thing as a team like you. Haha, you are not sisters. You don't care. I am too lazy to care. If there is one less person, the spaceship will not be so crowded later." 2 minutes passed. Nebula finally couldn't help it, shouted, drove the battleship over, and used the mechanical hand to pull Nebula into the cabin. But at this time, Gamera had been frozen in the extreme low temperature for too long, her whole body was stiff, and there was no sign of waking up. Xingyun patted her face and shouted, "Wake up quickly, stop pretending." "Hey." Seeing that Gamera didn't respond, Nebula finally panicked. There was a turmoil in the battleship, but the combat weapon itself was designed for fighting. It only stored ammunition and energy, but no medical supplies at all. General medical supplies and medical cabins are on the mothership, which is one of the reasons why combat ships go out with the mothership. The supplies are not only artillery shells, but also medical supplies. Finally, Nebula remembered the golden potion that Gamera had just given her, gritted her teeth, opened Gamera's mouth, and drank it. The effect is immediate. A burst of golden light flowed through Gamera's body, and all negative damage was swept away. Even the scars on his body from the battle long ago were all repaired without leaving a trace. Gamera woke up faintly, was silent for a while, and said, "I know you will come to save me. The devil wants to save you. If your team hadn't been so cold-blooded and refused to save you, I would have walked away long ago." Looking at the empty bottle on the ground, Gamera said, "It's a pity that such a magical potion was wasted on me. Humph, now you are satisfied. 1 billion star coins were spent on you. This is the most expensive beauty treatment." The two looked at the empty bottle and were silent for a while. The loss this time is not just 10 billion star coins, but an opportunity to turn Nebula back to a normal person. However, Gamera had no words of blame. Although this time was caused by Nebula's willfulness, the game they played since they were young is that you cut me with a knife, and I will cut you with a knife. The loser has to cut off part of his body and replace it with a machine. Growing up in such an environment, who can be expected to know where to start? Tock tock tock. There was a sudden knock on the door outside the battleship. I saw Apocalypse controlling 2 alien maids in a bubble and arriving outside the Nebula battleship. "Can I take a ride on the boat?" Xingyun was shocked. "God? Sister, you didn't say there is a god in the team. Otherwise, where do you think the golden potion came from? Then he is on the same level as my father. I don't know if he can beat my father." After Apocalypse and the alien maid got on the boat, he smiled and said, "Go to Xandar." "Thank you." Xingyun said angrily, "Why didn't you save her just now? I wasted the potion." Apocalypse smiled. A naughty child like Xingyun just needs education, otherwise he will not be able to form the concept of a normal person. Whoever made the mistake is responsible. However, since I'm taking a boat, I'll pay some travel expenses. With that said, he handed over a bottle of golden potion. Gamera was overjoyed and hurriedly took it and said, "Xingyun, take it quickly to avoid any accidents." This time, Xingyun was no longer willful. He was stunned for a while holding the golden potion and said, "I can't take it now. If my body recovers, my father will know." Nebula and Gamera are well aware of Thanos' character. If they discover that Nebula has repaired his body, they will definitely pursue it. With Thanos methods, they may not be able to hide it for long, and it will be more dangerous in the end. Only by remaining in the same position can Thanos not notice, and when you find the right time, you can completely break away from him. Star-Lord sighed. Seeing Tianchi boarding Nebula's battleship, he felt a little flustered. This guy Tang, with a bunch of beauties, is just boarding a pirate ship. Bah, no, it's a pirate boarding the ship. Although they have only been together for a few days, Star-Lord already has a different feeling for Gamera, which is completely different from the alien beauty he had a romantic night with before. Seeing that Apocalypse seemed sweeter than his mouth at this time, Star-Lord was filled with insecurity and secretly regarded Apocalypse as a competitor. Raccoon Rocket laughed, haha, now there is something good to watch. Tang seems to like beauties with unique skin colors. Those two maids have red skin, Gamera has green skin, and the other girl has purple skin. Wow. The two ships were noisy, calibrating their coordinates, and jumped towards the Xandar star. The starry sky twinkles across thousands of stars. When he came out of the wormhole, he was already in outer space on Xandar. At this time, Xandar star, both on the ground and in outer space, was in chaos. Countless combat ships exchanged fire, shuttled, and exploded. On the Xandar planet, many cities were bombed, and thick smoke was everywhere. The Xandar people in the cities were running around in panic, looking for bunkers. Ronan's mothership stood quietly in space, looking down at everything like an unresurrected ancient beast. The mothership is dark black all over, spread out horizontally, and looks like a big bird with spread wings from a distance. However, the mothership is not a streamlined design, but is made up of dozens of huge blocks of different sizes, stacked together, barely forming the outline of a bird. Yondu did join the war. It seems that the Nova Empire hired them. Looking at the three different types of battleships in space, Star-Lord immediately saw them. That kind of battleship, which looks like an egg with two wings, has a rough appearance, and seems to have been put on randomly. Ronan brought it. This is what Tiankai and others saw in the land of nothingness. This kind of combat ship flies extremely fast, is very flexible, and is difficult to deal with. Because of its small size, the mothership can hold a very large number of ships. Once it comes out, it is like a swarm of bees leaving the nest. The other group is a standard golden battleship with a pointed triangular shape. The weapons appear to be more advanced than the Ronin battleships. Their number is second only to the Ronin battleship group. They should be the space army of the Nova Empire. The last group, the spaceship, is larger, very similar to Star-Lord's spaceship. The hull is decorated with large dark red. There is no doubt that it is the spaceship of the Predator. Judging from the Predator's behavior, the Nova Empire must have promised generous rewards before taking action. The Predator's spaceship is not only responsible for fighting, but also responsible for pulling away stolen goods. Naturally, it cannot be as compact as a battleship. Now, the Marauders and the Nova Empire's battleships are united and facing the outside world in unison. The two fleets each guarded a starry sky, blocking the passage for the Ronin battleship to penetrate into the ground. However, Ronin's battleships kept pouring out of the mothership like wasps. At first, the number was balanced, but as the numbers poured out, more and more came out. The Nova Empire and Yondu's spaceships were at a disadvantage, often facing a situation of more than a dozen, and the battle situation gradually tilted towards Ronin's side. Yondu and the Nova Corps saw that continuing like this was not an option, and the two parties discussed a plan over the radio. I saw several of Yondu's spaceships, relying on their large hulls, to break through in front and forcefully tear a hole in the Ronin battleship. Just when they were about to corner the mothership, Yondu gave the order and the Predator spacecraft instantly dodged to both sides, revealing the Nova Army battleship behind. I saw two golden cannonballs fired from the Nova Army battleship, dragging the flames and rushing towards the mothership. But still a few kilometers away from the mothership, it suddenly hit an invisible wall. The golden cannonball exploded immediately, bursting into flames that filled the sky and formed a sea of fire. The sea of fire was so big that it completely blocked the Ronin mothership, which was dozens of kilometers long. This shows the power of this golden bomb. But that was all. The sea of fire from the explosion was blocked by the mothership's shield and could not hurt Ronin at all. Yondu opened his mouth, showing his fangs, and cursed on the spot. What the hell is this mothership? How come the protective shield is several kilometers thick? What the hell is this? Seeing the mothership getting closer, the Nova Army and Yondu became a little anxious. The mothership can't be hit, and no one has more battleships. Let's continue like this. When Ronin's mothership crosses the safety boundary, the heavy firepower on the mothership will inevitably be used to fire on the planet. Even if they win by then, it will be a miserable victory, and no one knows how many people will die on Xandar. At this moment, Yondu's spacecraft suddenly received Star-Lord's call. Hey, Yondu, what a coincidence. You kid, what are you doing here at this time? I'm here to make extra money. If you can accept employment from the Nova Empire, so can I. Damn it, I came here to find you, kid, but ended up on a pirate ship. The reward offered by Xingxing is too damn attractive. Then help me connect with the Nova Army and ask them to hire me too. Get out of here. I accepted the employment and cannot break my promise and run away. But you don't have to come to this troubled water. Ronin's mothership is too powerful. I'm afraid my army of marauders will fall here today. Star-Lord said, I think you are driving me away because you are afraid that I will get a piece of the pie. Yondu was so angry that he flew into a rage. Okay, you kid, since you are not afraid of death, I will let you join. With that said, he connected to the Nova Legion call channel. A holographic projection of a middle-aged soldier in a blue uniform appeared on the Star-Lord spaceship. He said, "This is Dinarayan Thrall, the commander of the Nova Corps. Are you also a predator? Permission to join, reward and Yondu same." "No, no, no." Star-Lord shook his head, "I don't want to talk to you, you're not high enough." Commander Thrall became angry when he heard this. The plunderers are really greedy. Seeing that Xandar is in trouble, they want to take the opportunity to blackmail me? Yondu was already so angry that he yelled, "Kid Quill, you really want money rather than life. If I had known that Ronan's mothership was so perverted, I wouldn't have paid him any money." Thrall suppressed his anger and said, "I am the highest commander on the battlefield. On the battlefield, my authority is even higher than that of the female supreme. There is nothing I can't discuss." Star-Lord said, "If I can ask a god to help me, can you be the master?" The communication channel suddenly went silent. Even Yondu, who has always been lawless, lowered his voice and said, "Where did your kid know the gods? Is he willing to pay attention to you?" "Don't worry, Yondu, he and I are friends." Yondu seriously doubted that Star-Lord wanted to cheat the Nova Empire out of the fire and then run away immediately during the war. Otherwise, after raising him for nearly 30 years, I have never heard of him having any friends, let alone gods. But Commander Thrall's reaction was completely different. Sarong said, "Is this the one who appeared in Kellen prison?" "Yes." "How is his strength?" "You know, there are strong and weak gods. Like Loki, although the Hulk cannot be killed and can survive in space, it is absolutely impossible to stop a mothership." Star-Lord said, "He is the prince of the gods." Hiss. Thrall and Yondu both gasped. Apart from being shocked, some couldn't believe it. Yondu said, "Quill, are you lying to us? The prince of the gods, can you come and help us fight?" The prince of the god clan, regardless of his strength, at least he represents the majesty of the clan. If it is peacetime, as long as you stand on the negotiating table, the other party will be 3 points short. Like Asgard, personal combat power seems insignificant in the face of the cosmic scale, but the foundation of the kingdom of God is not just personal force. Just a rainbow bridge has frightened many civilizations. If other civilizations want to destroy a planet, they have to be like Ronan, break through layers of defenses, and drive a mothership close enough to use heavy firepower. Otherwise, the Kree civilization and the Nova Empire would not have fought for so many years without a winner. Even Thanos, who has dedicated his life to destroying half of all life in the universe, has not found any effective weapons. Before collecting the Infinity Stones, he had done it himself, killing one planet after another. The Rainbow Bridge, on the other hand, directly ignores the distance of time and space and can directly bombard the planet from countless light years away, making it impossible to defend against it. This kind of artifact can only be created by a divine race. A technological race, I can't even think about it. At this time of war, although one god cannot be expected to scare Ronan away, it is definitely a help that cannot be ignored. Star-Lord said, "I've wasted a few minutes chatting with you. You can think about it slowly whether you want to ask him to take action or not. Anyway, I'm not in a hurry." Soon, the image of the new Stargirl Supreme appeared on Star-Lord's screen. "Mr. Star-Lord, the situation is urgent at this time. I will keep the story short. If that God Prince can help my Nova Empire, our empire can give him 500 billion star coins or items of equal value as a reward, and at the same time, give him a life planet in the ruling star field. In addition, as a middleman, as long as the war is won, you can get an introduction fee of 10% of the god's reward." Wow. This time it was Star-Lord, Raccoon Rocket and others' turn to be restless. Star-Lord's wanted value is only 4 star coins. I originally thought that selling the Cosmic Spirit Ball for 40 billion would be an unimaginable sky-high price. But I didn't expect that I could earn 50 billion just by acting as an intermediary? If this 10% also includes a living planet, wouldn't it be possible to own a continent? Make a deal. Star-Lord shuts down Yondu and the Nova Empire's channel. He said to Tiankai, "Tang, it's up to you." Before starting the negotiation, Star-Lord had already greeted Apocalypse. Seeing that Apocalypse had no objection, he dared to bargain with the Nova Empire. Although Apocalypse seems to be very kind to them and claims to be from Earth, Star-Lord will not be stupid enough to dare to make decisions for Apocalypse. Tian Kai listened to the entire negotiation. Although he would definitely take action when facing Ronan, but since there is a shrewd star thief like Star-Lord to mediate, it would be better to make some extra money. They may not be needed now, but in the future, these resources will be a big help for people on Earth to go to the stars. At this time, the defense diagram on the ground showed that Ronan's mothership was getting closer and closer. You are about to cross a dotted red line. This dotted line indicates the entry into the heavy fire strike range. By then, because the distance is too close, the planet's defense network will not have time to respond and will not be able to effectively intercept all artillery fire. With the power of Ronan's mothership, one shot would not be much weaker than a nuclear bomb. Every missed shell means the destruction of a city. Ronan, on his side, has actually been testing Xandar's defense network for a long time. Every time it advances a certain distance, a heavy artillery shell is fired. The shell's composition was unknown, but its rays of light were like a setting sun, pressing down toward the ground. Before that, they had all been intercepted by defensive firepower in space and on the ground, and seas of fire exploded in space. Of course, the Nova Empire also continued to fight back, but Ronan's protective shield was too abnormal and was blocked several kilometers away. Now, Ronan is getting closer and closer to Xandar. This is an extremely dangerous distance for both sides. Although the Nova Empire faced the danger of city destruction, Ronan also entered the attack range of the ground fort. When all the firepower is concentrated on the attack, his protective shield may not be able to withstand it, and both sides will suffer in the end. At this time, Ronan's mothership arrived at the red dotted line and tentatively fired a sunset light bomb. The distance was too close, and the defense battleships in space had no time to intercept. Subsequently, dozens of defensive light bombs were fired from the ground, and a saturation defense method was adopted to meet the setting sun light bombs. Because the distance was too close, it was not until the light bullet entered the atmosphere that it was locked in the sky by the defensive artillery on the ground. Finally, 2 light bombs collided in the sky. Boom! A loud sound in the sky spread across half of Xandar, and a sea of fire appeared in the sky, covering the city below. The overpressure caused by the powerful explosion caused a Category hurricane to blow up in the sky instantly, and all the clouds were swept away. All kinds of plants on the ground were suppressed, sand and rocks flew, and strong winds swept through countless cities. Fortunately, it exploded at a high altitude. Although it had an impact on the ground, there were not many casualties. In the original plot, the Nova Empire used all its battleships to form a golden net and blocked Ronan's mothership. But at this time, Ronan brought too many battleships, and it was impossible for all the battleships to form an interception network, otherwise the cities on the ground would become living targets. Commander Thrall said urgently, "Mr. Star-Lord, please ask your spiritual friends to take action quickly." Apocalypse slowly penetrated the glass and came out of the battleship. The Marauder spacecraft and the Nova Army's battleships, which were originally fighting in front, received the notice and evaded to both sides. Apocalypse was left alone to face Ronan's mothership. On Xandar, the Nova female Supreme was so nervous that she clenched her sleeves. As the supreme leader of an advanced civilization, she has seen many gods, but she has almost never come into contact with gods who can defeat the mothership. Gods of this level, even among the gods, exist at the top of the pyramid, and they often have higher level pursuits. They don't care about ordinary civilized things. What's more, Ronan's mothership has obviously been strengthened. I don't know if the prince's spirit invited this time can stop him. Although the female supreme was unsure, she could only comfort herself in this way. Anyone who could be a prince of the gods must be a fool who doesn't know how much he weighs, right? In front of the dozens of kilometers-long mothership, Apocalypse is so small that it is almost invisible. If the holographic image were not enlarged, it would only be a black dot on the equal scale image. Watching the mothership getting closer, Apocalypse raised his hand. Infinite Divine Fist. A fist seal that got bigger and bigger came out of his hand, and when it arrived at Ronan's mothership, it was already over 1,000 meters in size. Boom! The light blue fist mark hit the energy protective shield several kilometers thick, and the violent energy rebounded, triggering a big explosion. A blue sun lit up in the sky, and almost all the shadows of the city on the ground disappeared instantly, leaving only a vast expanse of blue in everyone's eyes. After the light dissipated, Ronan's mothership showed no obvious damage. I could just vaguely see that some places seemed to be overloaded with energy, and some fire broke out, but the energy shield still maintained a thickness of several kilometers. Apparently the core power furnace was not affected. Tian Kai was also secretly surprised. This was the first time he encountered the Infinite Divine Fist and returned without success. No wonder Ronan still dared to attack Xandar even without obtaining the Power Stone. He was obviously well prepared. After all, Ronan is a war-mad man, not a war fool. How could he dare to touch Xandar without some confidence? He just doesn't know if he got this weapon himself or if Thanos gave it to him. The people of Xandar planet secretly thought that something was not good, and the hope that had just risen was extinguished again. Apocalypse's punch was so powerful that it far exceeded their imagination. He was worthy of being a prince among the gods? But such a powerful punch could not break through Ronan's protective shield. This was unexpected by everyone. Nova Female Supreme said, "This is definitely not the technology of the Kree civilization. If the Kree civilization's protective shield level reached such a high level, our Nova Empire would have been destroyed long ago." After speaking, the Female Supreme sighed. "In the name of the Supreme Leader of the Nova Empire, I order an emergency evacuation across the planet. All spacecraft that can be launched into space should be filled with citizens nearby. Spread out and run to other planets in the Nova Empire as much as you can. Xandar Star, I'm afraid we can't save it." However, Apocalypse did not back down. He didn't continue to use the Infinite Divine Fist, not because he was afraid of making useless efforts. After all, as long as he punches thousands of punches in one breath, no matter how strong Ronan's energy shield is, there is no way he can withstand it. Now, Apocalypse wants to try something new. Infinite Power Gem? Inside the Cosmic Cube is the Space Gem, whose essence is not good at destructive power, but the Power Gem, which is the naked king of destruction. Other gems, thrown onto the surface of the planet, would at most cause some damage and have little impact. Only the Power Gem can directly destroy a planet. Its strength and violent nature make Tiankai look forward to it very much. In the original plot, Star-Lord was afraid that the Power Gem would fall to the ground, so he caught the gem with his hand and was almost burned to ashes by the power of the gem. Later, Gamera, Drax, Rocket the Raccoon and others took over, holding hands to help him share the burden, and finally balanced the power of the Power Stone. Star-Lord is only a demigod, and the others are also mortals. His 9 refined divine body is somehow more powerful than the rest of them combined. Get the power gem and it shouldn't be a big problem. Even if you can't bear it anymore, now that you are in space, the gem will not fall to the ground, and you have enough time to put it back into the cosmic spirit ball. With this thought, Tiankai took out the cosmic spirit ball. After seeing that Apocalypse's punch had no effect, the Nova Female Supreme took out a small ball and suddenly felt new hope in her heart. When a god uses a weapon, it will inevitably be more powerful than the previous blow. But the retreat order has not been suspended. As a leader, you must consider the worst outcome and make complete preparations. Ronan in the mothership also saw it. The infinite divine fist just now had shocked him. Although the protective shield was fine, it was the first time he had seen such a powerful fist seal. Originally, he had speculated that after the punch, Tiankai did not continue to punch. Could it be that such a powerful punch mark could only be punched once? At this time, seeing Tiankai take out the cosmic spirit ball, he felt even more wary. Ronan shouted, "Strengthen the energy shield. Prepare to disintegrate." Apocalypse slowly figured out how to open the cosmic spirit ball. Although he could crush the spirit ball directly, it would be troublesome to have nothing to hold it after crushing it. Because the energy of the infinite stones is too overbearing, ordinary matter cannot bear it. Therefore, generally speaking, infinity stones have special packaging methods. In this way, ordinary people can pick it up. For example, the encapsulation of the space stone is the cosmic cube. Reality stones are encapsulated into etheric particles. The mind stone is embedded in the scepter. The time stone is hidden in the eye of Agamotto. The power gem in his hand is sealed in the cosmic spirit ball. The most special soul gem can be picked up directly by hand. It's just that the conditions for obtaining it are too harsh, and the number of people who come into contact with it is the least. Apocalypse couldn't tell what kind of material the cosmic spirit ball was. It looked like metal on the surface, but ordinary metal could never hold the power gem. After holding it a little harder, the spirit ball didn't deform at all, which shows its solidity. After sensing the structure inside, Tiankai held the cosmic spirit ball in the palm of his right hand. With a little exertion of divine power, the upper and lower halves of the spirit ball rotated in different directions. Slowly, a purple light came out from inside. Immediately afterwards, the upper hemisphere moved away, revealing a polygonal purple gemstone embedded in the center of the sphere. With a gentle suction of his left hand, the power gem floated into his palm. Apocalypse holds hands? What? Infinite energy surged out, hundreds of times more powerful than when he first came into contact with the cosmic Rubik's Cube. Purple energy leaked out from the skin, and Apocalypse's whole body looked like a porcelain doll that was about to break. The inside of his body was filled with purple energy, like a purple furnace that was about to explode. Fortunately, the 9 refined divine body is strong enough and is constantly repairing the body on its own, slowly channeling the extra energy. The leaked purple energy gradually formed a purple tornado around Apocalypse's body, with countless light spots rotating along with the tornado. As more and more energy leaked out, the purple tornado grew larger and larger. In the blink of an eye, it had grown into a sky pillar, taller than Ronan's mothership, blocking its front. Fortunately, it is in space. If it were on the surface of the planet, this tornado would be able to cause devastating damage to the ground. The energy monitors of Xandar Star have all been set to the highest level, and the energy level has exceeded the upper limit of their detection. Ronan felt this world-destroying energy, and his earth-covered face was full of horror, and he shouted, "Disintegrate quickly." At the same time, he desperately tried to escape from the main cabin of the mothership. Apocalypse's palm was pressed forward lightly, and a purple tornado rushed out from his palm. The energy shield that was previously unable to be hit by the infinite god's punch now looked like a bubble, and was instantly penetrated by the purple tornado, approaching the mothership. The mothership is in the shape of a bird, with the main cabin in the middle being the largest, and the squares on both sides getting smaller and farther away. Apocalypse naturally attacked the main cabin. Wherever the purple tornado passed, the alloy that could withstand the shell attack was as fragile as scraps of paper and was swept into the tornado. It rolled more and more, and in the blink of an eye, the main cabin disappeared, leaving only countless alloy fragments, rolling towards the dark background of space with the purple energy. The original huge mothership left a huge hole in the main cabin in the middle, leaving only a thin layer of iron connecting the two wings. After one blow, Apocalypse did not continue to attack, and stood quietly in the void, comprehending the blow just now. The huge tornado shrouding his body kept spinning, making him look like an ancient demon. The entire Xandar planet on the ground looked at the purple pillar and was speechless. Tiankai's estimate was not wrong. Although the power gem puts a lot of pressure on his body, the 9 refined divine body is as good as any god's body and can withstand it. However, the power of the infinity stones is too overbearing, and it is still unrealistic to hold them directly in your hands. They still have to be encapsulated in the cosmic spirit ball like the cosmic Rubik's Cube. On Xandar, the female supreme believes that the overall situation has been decided. He took a deep breath and recovered from the shock. After thinking for a while, he asked the minister next to him, "Is the remuneration we give a bit low?" The previous quotations were only given by Nova Female Supreme based on the ordinary gods she had seen in the past. Originally, she had already raised it a lot based on the current war emergency. But the strength Tiankai showed was too terrifying, and she suddenly seemed a little petty. A minister next to the female Supreme, dressed in elegant and noble clothes, said, "Supreme, I guess this god won't care too much about the star coins. But I can give it more thought to the planet. If I can make this person like me and live in the star domain of my Nova Empire all year round, then the Kree civilization will also have to stay away." The female Supreme's eyes lit up. This was a good idea. Although the Kree civilization has an armistice agreement with the Nova Empire, it is based on a balance of power. Once the Kree civilization makes a technological breakthrough one day, I am afraid that the fire of war will reignite. Just like this time, Ronan's protective shield technology is obviously more than one level better than that of the Nova Empire. I just don't know how much it costs. If it could be popularized on the Kree civilization's mothership, I'm afraid the Kree civilization would immediately find an excuse to start a war. But if there is such a god living in his own star domain, the reinforced protective shield will be like paper in front of him. Whoever wants to mess with the Nova Empire must not consider that person's opinion. What's more, he is still the prince of the gods. If we can go further and have good relations with the gods, the Nova Empire will be more stable. But, I wonder if he prefers a prosperous and populated planet, a planet with beautiful scenery, or one with rich mineral resources. Yes, which race of gods is he from? The female Supreme asked. The minister replied, I don't know either. When the war is over, ask Commander Sal. He was the first person to negotiate. Well, okay, it's not urgent. However, during the gap between Apocalypse and the female Supreme's relaxation, Ronan's mothership quietly disintegrated. The mothership, originally composed of cubes, quickly broke into dozens of pieces. Each block ranges in size from a few kilometers to more than 10 kilometers. After breaking away from the mothership, it starts its thrusters and rushes straight towards Xandar. One of the blocks, seeing that Apocalypse did not send a second blow, rushed over. I don't know if it was Ronan commanding or the people inside the spaceship cube were trying. Maybe this god could only deliver the blow just now, and his body may have been injured at this time. Since he doesn't move or attack, you have to give it a try and maybe you'll get a big deal. However, Apocalypse soon proved him wrong. The pillar-like tornado that enveloped Apocalypse suddenly broke away from Apocalypse and enveloped the spaceship cube. Like a millstone, slowly grinded into powder. This is why Tiankai is so anxious to stop and realize that kind of inspiration is fleeting. The results are obvious. Now I can initially control the energy of the Power Stone. Suddenly, Tiankai's heart palpitated. Intuitive warning? Tiankai hurriedly wrapped himself in a divine shield. I saw that the spaceship cube suddenly exploded when it was about to reach the center. A jet-black energy surged out from the core of the spacecraft cube, covering the entire universe with a radius of hundreds of kilometers. Looking up from the Xandar star, it looks like a black cloth covering the sky. In the universe, there are loud sounds but few sounds. In the middle of this dark explosion energy, there is always a yellow light of divine power shining. No matter how the dark energy attacks, it remains unmoved. Star bomb? This is the second time Tiankai has seen it. The last time was during the wormhole battle in New York, where I blocked it at the entrance of the wormhole. Star-destroying bombs are unusual cannonballs. Not only are they incredibly powerful, but their dark energy is extremely destructive. Once it explodes on the surface of the planet, the pitch-black energy will attach to any material and can dye the entire living planet into a black hell. Since then, it has become a dead place more silent than nuclear radiation. Because it is too harmful to Tianhe, generally speaking, civilizations that have mastered star-destroying bombs will basically not use them. Just as countries on Earth generally do not use nuclear weapons. The essence of war is to plunder resources and territory. If the living planet is turned into a dead place, what's the use of all the effort to defeat it? What's more, if one of you uses it first, you have to worry about the other party's retaliation and death together. If the other party has the ability to retaliate, they dare not use it, such as the Kree civilization and the Nova Empire. Those who are unable to retaliate do not need to use it. Just use ordinary weapons to knock down the planet and that's it. Only a madman like Thanos, whose destiny is to kill people, would use this weapon unscrupulously. Last time, he gave one to the Kirita army. Now, I don't know how many more pills were given to Ronan. With Ronan's character, he definitely wouldn't want just one. Oops. Apocalypse saw the spacecraft divided into dozens of cubes, which had already rushed into the atmosphere. The violent air friction ignited a fire on the surface of the spacecraft, like dozens of huge fireballs, hitting the surface of the planet. Apocalypse fired another tornado of power gems, destroying the nearest block. Sure enough, at the moment of destruction, another star bomb exploded. The already stormy sky of Xandar Star was stained with a layer of ink. At this time, the female Supreme on the ground also saw this scene and hurriedly issued an order. In the remaining dozens of squares, no ground fort dared to attack them, and they were allowed to land on the ground, distributed across the various continents of Xandar. The power systems of several spaceship blocks were damaged and they directly hit the land when landing. Suddenly, like a magnitude-earthquake, the ground cracked, and the shock wave kicked up dust all over the sky, sucking nearby cities into a yellow dust storm. Fortunately, the star-destroying bomb above did not explode, which is a blessing in misfortune. The largest spaceship cube, after sprinting through the atmosphere, flew directly towards the city where the female Supreme was located, and then stopped in the center of the city with a swagger. The ship's hull, which was more than 10 kilometers long, crushed buildings and crushed many passers-by into pieces before they could escape. It seemed to already know that Xandar did not dare to fire on it. Subsequently, Xandar's army, Star-Lord, Yondu, Gamera, Nebula, Raccoon Rocket and others surrounded them. The spaceship block slowly opened, and a slide stretched out from inside. Ronan stepped out, holding his mallet. Ha 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 ha, Xandar Star, I'm finally here. The soldiers of the Nova army pointed their guns at Ronan and said, put down your weapons, raise your hands and surrender. Surrender. Ronan said disdainfully, do you know why ground artillery fire dare not attack me? Ha 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 ha. As long as I press the button on my hand, the entire Xandar planet will turn into hell. Ronan showed his other hand, wearing an electronic glove with a translucent outer skin that showed 2 wires connected to the pulse. The glove was obviously made that way on purpose, just to tell anyone who saw it. Whether cutting off his hand or killing him will trigger the button. The female supreme of Xandar and Commander Thrall saw this. Strict orders were immediately issued prohibiting ordinary soldiers from taking any action. Seeing this scene, Ronan began to become arrogant. Although he was not afraid of death, he did not want to die inexplicably at the hands of a soldier. At least, he had to wait until he finished his villain declaration speech before he died willingly. Ha 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 ha, look at you, you have worked hard for so long and it's not all in vain. Now I finally get what I wanted, to avenge my father and grandfather. People of Xandar, today will be your end. On behalf of the Kree civilization, I will judge Xandar for its actions over the past millennium and make it disappear into ashes. The god you invited is indeed very powerful, but I want to know if he can prevent dozens of star bombs from exploding at the same time. Ha 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 ha. Seeing a circle of weapons pointing at him, Ronan didn't take it seriously at all, until Apocalypse landed from outer space and flew here. A trace of fear flashed in Ronan's eyes, and he shouted from a distance, I don't care who you are, if you dare to come close to the -meter radius around me, I will immediately detonate the star bomb. Let's see how many people you can save. Apocalypse had to stop. No matter how fast he is, he can't be faster than a laser gun. But laser guns can't solve the problem at hand. Whether hitting Ronan in the head or cutting off his hand, the explosion command will be activated instantly. Dozens of star-destroying bombs exploded. Even if Apocalypse opened the divine shield with all his strength, it could only protect people within a kilometer radius at most. All other places on Xandar will be turned into purgatory. Seeing that Apocalypse had indeed stopped 10,000 meters away, Ronan laughed. He knew that this man who frightened him had no means to stop him from a long distance. What about the gods? Did Thanos kill too many gods along the way? One day as soon as possible, you will also meet Thanos. At that time, you and your home planet will suffer the same disaster as today. Tiankai didn't answer, and slowly flew around Lunan 10,000 meters away. Quill. Apocalypse secretly transmitted the message, whatever I ask you to do later, you do it immediately, don't hesitate. Star-Lord nodded slightly. Ronan was about to finish his crazy speech. When he finished speaking, it was the moment to start the explosion. And Apocalypse has not yet circled Ronan. Tiankai immediately said, Quill, dance. What? Star-Lord's brain suddenly went crazy. If the person who spoke was not Apocalypse, he would have cursed loudly. Now in this tense time, you ask me to dance? Don't think, jump. Star-Lord didn't have time to think too much and blurted out the classic song Come and Get Your Love that he was most familiar with. Hey, what's the matter with the hourhead? Yeah. Then the body began to twist to the rhythm. I was a little uncomfortable at first. After singing a few words, I quickly entered a state of self-excitement. However, without the coordination of music, and Star-Lord's limited singing and dancing talents, there is no beauty in it when viewed horizontally or vertically. No wonder in Avengers 4, War Machine wants to knock him out with a stick, it really makes him want to hit him. The people around him looked weird, and they even forgot to be afraid. Everyone really can't understand why Star-Lord suddenly fell ill at this time. Hey Gamera, come dance with us. Gamera's head was shaking like a rattle. At this moment, she wished that she had never known Star-Lord. She was so embarrassed. If she had to die once, she would rather die under a star bomb. Yondu, my old friend, join me in the dance. Hey. Yondu blew the whistle arrow and said, how dare you fucking call me one more time, I'll pierce your ass first. Rocket. Roll. Although the invitees were cold-shouldered by Star-Lord, they succeeded in attracting Ronan's attention. Apocalypse. This is reverse thinking using the divine timeline. Since Ronan died in Star-Lord's dance in the original timeline. So, Ming-Xingjia's dancing and Ronan's taste must have something in common, or they have similar odors. Ronan felt that Star-Lord's dance was weird and unattractive, but he couldn't look away. I originally planned to press the detonation button after the speech, but now I have forgotten it. What are you doing? Ronan said angrily. Isn't it obvious? I'm singing and dancing. Yeah hiya, komianjit your love. Ronan was stunned. I mean, why are you dancing? Before you die, liven up the atmosphere so that your death will not be so embarrassing. How about you join in? Anyway, if you press the button, you will die together. Hee. Ronan looked cold and disdainful on the surface, but he hesitated in his heart. I wonder if I should do something meaningful to commemorate myself before I die? Normal people can't bear to face it, but now there are two abnormal people. When Star-Lord insists on dancing, Drax and Groot join in. Three people who couldn't dance at all were so twisted that they couldn't bear to watch under Star-Lord's completely musicless singing voice. Gamera put her hands on her face, so crazy that she wanted to gouge out her eyes. Xingyun said, "Sister, I don't want to kill Ronin now, but I want to kill the 3 dancing people." Gamera nodded, "If we can survive, I will help you kill them." After dancing for a while, Star-Lord remembered that he still had a Walkman. So, unplug the headphones and press the play button. A stream of beautiful music flowed from Star-Lord's waist. Although the speaker of the Walkman was not loud, it was still more beautiful than his humming. Finally, some Xandarians who thought they were destined to die also jumped up. Ronin's brain couldn't wrap his head around it. "Aren't you facing the end of the world? Are you about to die at my hands? Why are you so happy all of a sudden?" Even the female supreme and other officials far away in the war supervision hall are ready to make a move. Do they want to go crazy before death? It's just that the guy leading the dance was too awkward to keep up with. Ronin has destroyed countless enemies in his life. He can't even remember who he killed or why he killed them. In the original plot, when Drax killed him for revenge against his wife, he asked him if he had ever remembered the mother and daughter he killed on the shore of Daming Lake. Ronin was not impressed at all, but he has not forgotten the strange behaviors of these people before they died, either desperately resisting, or viciously cursing, or trying to escape in fear and panic. But dancing, this is really the first time I have encountered it. "Stop everyone," Ronin yelled. "I'm going to die anyway, why do I still listen to you? Yo, check it now," Star-Lord said. This. Ronin was speechless, there was nothing wrong with this logic. Instead of seeing the desperate expressions and heartrending screams he imagined, Ronin always felt unwilling to press the button to destroy them now. As a classic villain, he likes to destroy others in pain. It's really a pleasure to think about those tragic situations. There was a joyous atmosphere now, and Ronin didn't know whether to press the detonation button. However, everyone knew that he was going to die, and no matter how much he threatened, it would have no effect at all. No one would listen to him. At this moment, Apocalypse's voice came to Star-Lord's ears. "Okay, oh." Star-Lord screamed strangely, struck a cool pose, and stopped. This stop made Ronin uncomfortable again. Why don't you dance?" A smile appeared on Star-Lord's lips. "You idiot, I'm distracting you and delaying your time." Since Apocalypse informed him that it was okay, Star-Lord was naturally relieved. Although I can't imagine how Apocalypse can prevent dozens of star-destroying bombs from exploding at the same time. But he is a god, so he always has a way. Ronin was furious and finally pressed the button with a click. The dance of the people around them stopped suddenly and they closed their eyes in despair. But, nothing happened. Ronin put his hands in the sky, making a cool gesture of embracing death. After waiting for a while, there was no movement, and he suddenly felt a little embarrassed. I had to press it a few times angrily, but still no response. But he saw Apocalypse approaching quickly from a distance. Ronin was scared back a few steps unconsciously. "Hey, Dawn, you're finally here. I was exhausted just now," Star-Lord shouted. Commander Thrall of Xandar asked, "This, Tang Spirit. Just call me Mr. Tang." "Yes, Mr. Tang. Has the star bomb been destroyed?" "No, I just temporarily blocked the signal of the explosion. I saw countless armies outside, divided into dozens of groups, attacking each spaceship block." This was sent by Tiankai to the female Supreme and asked her to order the arrangements. When the spaceship cubes form a mothership, they can shrink into a super strong protective cover, and Xandar cannot do anything to them. Now that it has landed on the ground, it has been divided into dozens of pieces. Facing the local army of Xandar Star, it has no power to fight back. Not long after, dozens of golden battleships flew towards space carrying a pitch-black sphere. Everyone's hearts were clenched, fearing that they would explode halfway. Fortunately, all the bombs rose into space and disappeared from people's sight. After all the star-destroying bombs were dealt with, the female Supreme sent the aircraft to fly here. When it reached a distance of nearly -meters, it hit an invisible wall and the aircraft flipped down from the air. Fortunately, it was just a ceremonial aircraft. It flew slowly and not high, so the crew was not seriously injured. The courier climbed out of the aircraft, regardless of his own injuries, and desperately gestured toward the inside. "Dawn, what did you do?" Tiankai said calmly. "In order to prevent the signal from being transmitted, I cut off the space with a radius of -meters. "What?" Everyone couldn't believe it. During the short dance just now, he cut off a -meter-wide space by himself, and it's still silent? The people present are either citizens of advanced civilizations or predators who travel across the stars and often travel through wormholes. Naturally, they can understand the concept of cutting space. But that belongs to the category of high-energy weapons, which attack the opponent by tearing apart space. It was unheard of to be able to cut a -meter space like a piece of tofu without causing any impact on the surrounding area. There are already people on the edge, trying to touch the outside. But I found that it was like two worlds so close together. Even when light comes in, it has a strange refraction arc like air entering water. With a radius of -meters, an oval-shaped space egg can be seen through the refraction of light. It has been so long since he got the cosmic Rubik's Cube that Apocalypse has never put down his research. And manipulating space is the specialty of space gems. Apocalypse still remembers that before Thanos got the Space Stone, he still had to travel by spaceship. Later, he obtained the Space Gem, which allowed him to open a wormhole and jump from one planet to another in an instant. At the end of Avengers 3, after Thanos snapped his fingers, Thor struck him in the chest with his storm axe. Thanos had just finished snapping his fingers, his body was overwhelmed and he didn't want to get entangled. He immediately opened a wormhole, disappeared from Thor, and returned to his retired garden planet. This magical effect is comparable to the Rainbow Bridge. Although I can't be as exaggerated as Thanos, he can travel to major planets at any time, but the functions that space gems are good at, such as space cutting, have still been learned. Now that Ronan was threatening him, he suddenly decided to cut a meter-wide space, which really took a lot of effort. Fortunately, Star-Lord lived up to his expectations and delayed enough time. The detonation signal is a radio wave, and the speed is the speed of light. Apocalypse is not powerful enough to prevent the emission of radio waves. Common signal jammers, no matter how strong they are, can only interfere but cannot provide absolute shielding. What's more, in the current emergency, Xandar planet has no time to deploy the machine. But space cutting is different. The transmission of radio waves does not require wires or air, but it does require space. If the entire space is cut open, nothing can escape, including the explosion signal. In fact, Tiankai is also betting, for a killer weapon like the Star Bomb, there is no second controller except Ronan. Just like the nuclear weapons on Earth, the soldiers guarding them cannot detonate them. Otherwise, any mistake by a soldier or an impulsive act by someone with bad intentions will have devastating consequences. In the same way, it was naturally impossible for Ronan to hand over control of the dozens of star-destroying bombs on the mothership. Under his strong rule, it was inevitable that he would have one or two disgruntled soldiers. As long as one of them can take control, I am afraid that the mothership will be blown up by one's own people before the Xandar star is captured. Judging from the results, Tiankai made the right bet. Who are you? There is no one like you on Xandar. Ronan was completely desperate and roared hysterically. He bet his own life and borrowed super energy shield technology and star-destroying bombs from Thanos, vowing to destroy Xandar. Unexpectedly, it still failed. What's even more hateful is that as long as I press the button as soon as I hit the ground, even the gods in front of me can't stop it. Why did I give a death speech? It was just a speech. Why do you have to look at other people dancing and miss the best opportunity? But that guy dances so ugly. Ronan hated himself, hated Star-Lord, and even more hated Apocalypse, the mysterious and powerful man. Tiankai said calmly, I am from the Earth. Ronan's eyes suddenly widened. Who are you? Firth. Firth is the name Captain Marvel briefly used when he was living in the Kree civilization during his amnesia. After awakening, he naturally stopped using this name and returned to his real name of Carol Danvers. But Ronan still habitually calls Captain Marvel by his Kree name. In fact, more than 20 years ago, in the plot of Captain Marvel, Ronan tried to destroy the Earth. He chased the Skrulls to Earth in a battleship. In space, several spacecraft launched dozens of heavy bombs towards the Earth at the same time. Fortunately, Captain Marvel was fully awakened at this time, and forcefully pushed a heavy bomb dozens of times larger than himself to fly back, destroying other bombs. Not only that, Captain Marvel also penetrates a spaceship from beginning to end in the most ironclad way. There is no other meaning here, it means literally. Then he flew to Ronan's spaceship to demonstrate. Although Ronan tried to remain calm at that time, but in front of him was Captain Marvel, who was glowing with golden light. In the background was the exploding spaceship. The corners of his eyes were twitching uncontrollably. Maybe Captain Marvel still wants to have a trace of Kree civilization, allowing him to jump through space and escape safely. Before leaving, Ronan said harshly, I will come back. But until he was defeated and eliminated by Star-Lord Gaia, he never came to Earth again. Even when Loki borrowed the Kirita army from Thanos to invade the Earth, Ronan was not seen participating. It can be seen from this that Captain Marvel has cast a huge shadow on him, and that feeling of fear still cannot be eliminated after more than 20 years. Firth is just the name you Kree people imposed on her. Apocalypse said, her real name is Carol. Other than being from the same Earth, she and I don't know each other, and we haven't even met in person. Impossible. Ronan yelled, how is it possible that on Earth's backward, fringe planet, two powerful men at the god level can appear at the same time? Our Kree civilization is so great, but it has always been limited to the current territory. This kind of strong man should come from our Kree civilization. Tiankai said coldly, don't you have a supreme wisdom? It is your god. With it, how can it be possible to allow the Kree civilization to give birth to new gods? Ronan was stunned and said, you also know the supreme wisdom. The supreme intelligence is an artificial intelligence of the Kree civilization. In the original plot of the movie, it has no concrete form. Even in the consciousness space of supreme wisdom, what everyone sees is the projection of the person they most want to see. For example, what Captain Marvel saw was his old boss Dr. Wendy Lawson. In the comic book universe, the supreme intelligence is a big head dozens of meters tall. No matter what form it is, it doesn't really matter. Because its essence is just a super artificial intelligence. Letting an artificial intelligence lead the human world is inherently ridiculous. No matter how smart artificial intelligence is, it cannot truly understand humans. Using so-called reason, logic, and calculation to manage civilization may seem efficient, but in fact it is on the wrong track. Because the appearance of many strong men is unreasonable. Even a breakthrough in civilization level cannot be calculated. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many low-level civilizations in the universe being bullied by the Kree. I don't know if anyone in the Kree civilization knows about this matter. Even if they know, Dong Fengpo is probably past the point where he can resist. Now, the Supreme Intelligence controls all the resources and power of the Kree civilization. Anyone who attempts to resist will probably be eliminated without a sound. Even the Kree themselves will regard these people as traitors and kill them quickly. Ronan was stunned for a while, as if he understood something, and shouted, "That's right. The reason why the Kree civilization cannot give birth to god-level powerhouses is the supreme wisdom. It is the root of everything. I'm going back to tell the council that the Kree Empire can no longer be run by a supreme intelligence. Do you think there is still a chance to go back?" Tian Kai said lightly. Ronan said disdainfully, "I am the accuser of the Kree Empire. The Empire will definitely take me back through diplomacy. I think you misunderstood, I'm talking about your life." After saying that, Tian Kai stopped talking. He tapped his finger forward, and a burst of purple energy hit Ronan. Ronan trembled all over, then stood still, his eyes full of unwillingness and reluctance to let go of this world. Immediately, the whole body felt like a piece of broken porcelain, slowly cracking, and the last piece turned into fly ash and disappeared without a trace. More than 20 years ago, Captain Marvel let Ronan go because of his affection for Carrie and because he had no idea of Ronan's cruelty. During this period, no one knows how many lives were lost at his hands. Now, Apocalypse will not give Ronan another chance. According to the practice of the advanced civilization of the Nova Empire, arrest first and then trial. No matter what the verdict is in the end, it is very likely that Ronan will be able to escape, or that the Kree civilization will have enough time to react and intervene. Instead of doing this, it's better to go to the end of the villain's life and end his life completely. Anyway, by taking action on Xandar, he had already offended Thanos openly and secretly offended the Kree civilization, so he didn't care about the extra debt. Finally, Ronan, a generation of interstellar fanatics and the feared accuser, was killed. Apocalypse checked with Nova Female Supreme. All the star-destroying bombs have moved away from the planet, including the one in Ronan's spaceship cube. Only then did he destroy the Rubik's Cube of the universe and lift the space cot. I saw the meter space that had just been divided into ellipses. The surrounding boundaries slowly disappeared, and the angle of light refraction became smaller and smaller. Like a huge drop of water, blending into the lake, gently blending together. The signal trapped inside can finally be emitted in all directions. In an instant, silent explosions continued in space. The curtain of darkness caused by the explosion of dozens of star-destroying bombs plunged the entire Xandar planet into darkness for a while. The star's light is blocked and all satellite communications are blocked. After a long time, the curtain of darkness gradually dispersed. The threat of world destruction is completely lifted. What? We won. The entire Xandar planet began to cheer crazily. Commander Thrall slumped on the ground in disgrace. The Nova Female Supreme held onto the table next to her, trying to maintain her image as a leader. As Xandar people, they are most worried and painful about this disaster, because all the people who died are their own people. This is something that Star-Lord, Yondu and others cannot understand. It is precisely because of this that the gratitude of the Xandarians to Apocalypse, Star-Lord, and others is even more unparalleled. Many Xandar people picked flowers and green grass from the nearby green belt, weaved garlands and floral decorations on the spot, and respectfully put them on these foreign heroes. Even the two red-skinned maids came off the Nebula spaceship. Everyone also regards them as one of the heroes this time, and their bodies are covered with various garlands. On the contrary, it was Tian Kai, because his strength was too high and his majesty was too great, no one dared to approach him for a while. The Xandarians held flowers and surrounded him a few meters away. In this war, Apocalypse not only participated in the battle as a god, but also displayed terrifying strength that the Xandarians had never heard of. At the last moment, Xandar was saved in an incredible way. His prestige at this time was far above that of the new Star Female Supreme, and did not belong to the world. Every move, every smile, and every eye is filled with great majesty. Xandar was afraid that his reckless behavior would offend the god of salvation, so he naturally did not dare to hang garlands on him rashly. They had no choice but to crowd on both sides from a distance, holding all kinds of flowers and paying tribute to him with Xandar etiquette. Soon, a messenger came and led a group of heroes to the Capitol building. Apocalypse is in front, followed by Star-Lord and others. Wherever they passed, countless Xandar people held flowers and paid tribute to them, as if believers were following a savior, fanatical and pious. Now that the war is over, Star-Lord and others feel relaxed. Not far away from Gamera, they started chatting wordlessly. "Hey, Gamera, I think the wreath matches you very well and makes it even more beautiful. Look, your skin is green and the flowers are red. They match well." Gamera glanced at Star-Lord and said, "Are you saying I'm like grass?" No, you are much more beautiful than grass, no, more beautiful than flowers." As a straight woman of steel, Gamera had no concept of love at all before meeting Star-Lord, so she naturally couldn't understand the meaning of Star-Lord's attentiveness. "You're a little confused today." Drax came over and said seriously, "He wants to mate with you. When I first met my wife, I also praised her as beautiful as a flower, and we mated together that night." Ugh. Everyone was embarrassed. "Hey, why are you talking?" Star-Lord said dissatisfied. Drax was confused and said, "Don't you want to mate with her?" I don't want a stubborn guy like you to talk." Star-Lord turned away. Nebula approached Gamera and said, "Sister, you have to be careful. There is no normal person in your team." "What about Tang? He is a god. I heard that he likes women with special skin colors." Tian Kai led the way, feeling speechless. Who are the original members of the Guardians of the Galaxy? For the rest of my life, instead of talking about some compassionate words, I will just talk about these nonsense. At this time, everyone is watching, and it is really not easy to deal with them in front of everyone. Not far away, Xingxing Female Supreme had already led all the ministers to greet him. Arriving in front of Tian Kai, everyone bowed neatly. Thank you, Mr. Tang, and all of you. You are all heroes of Xandar, thank you. Next, there is some celebration process. The female Supreme Leader first delivered a speech via video to boost morale. Then he introduced the history of the war to the Xandarians, as well as the contributions of Apocalypse, Star-Lord, Yondu and others. After the public level activities are completed, enter the hall of the capital and begin to discuss merits and rewards. The female Supreme asked, "Are you a predator, or are you a member of Mr. Tang's tribe?" Faced with such a weird combination, there are raccoons, tree people, the two daughters of the famous Thanos, and two red-skinned maids who seem to have no fighting ability. The female Supreme was also confused. Although she heard that Thanos' two daughters had rebelled, she still had to ask clearly. Tian Kai said, "This is a bit complicated. Quill is my tribe, but he also belongs to the Predators. Generally speaking, they belong to the same team. Can you have a name?" Star-Lord said, "We haven't thought about it yet." The female Supreme said, "Why don't you call me the Guardians of the Galaxy? Within the Milky Way galaxy, if our Nova Empire can help, please help us. Of course, don't worry about the reward, it will definitely satisfy you." The female Supreme has a little thought hidden here. She didn't dare to ask Tian Kai directly. It was because Tian Kai's strength was too terrifying and his status was high. Asking him to be a guard was simply an insult to the Prince of Gods. But Star-Lord and others have a close relationship with Apocalypse, so inviting this team is equivalent to indirectly inviting Apocalypse. If something big happens in the future, you might as well contact Tian Kai, and the probability of him helping will be greatly increased. Everyone looked at Tian Kai, waiting for him to make a decision. Apocalypse did not expect that a small name would be under the control of the sacred timeline. Now it has changed a lot from the original plot, but the female Supreme still proposed the name. This is a critical node. If I veto this name, there will be no Guardians of the Galaxy in the future. I wonder what impact this change will have on the sacred timeline. However, Apocalypse didn't think too much, nodded and said, "This name is very good, it will definitely be heard throughout the galaxy in the future." Everyone was delighted and applauded. The name Guardians of the Galaxy has been officially confirmed. With Apocalypse's approval, it will be difficult for him to ignore anything that happens to the Guardians of the Galaxy in the future. When the female Supreme and the minister were discussing how to distribute star coins to Star-Lord and others, the red-skinned maid bravely said, "Supreme, I don't want the star coins, can I make a request?" "What's your name?" "My name is Karina, from the Matinee tribe." "Well, what do you want to ask for?" Karina said, "My tribe and I have little strength and a low status in the universe. I would like to ask the Supreme to accept us and become a tribe of the Nova Empire." At this time, a minister next to him approached the female Supreme and explained in a low voice the situation of Karina's tribe. It turns out that the Matinee tribe that Karina belongs to is gentle by nature, has little strength, and is not technologically advanced. However, the female tribesmen are generally more beautiful. As a result, some interstellar thieves who specialized in slave trading focused on them, often capturing their tribesmen and selling them to the black market in the universe. I don't know if it's luck or misfortune, but they have no special skills and can't sell for a high price. As a result, not many star thieves are targeting them, so they haven't been exterminated. The collector also bought the two sisters from the black market. One was used as a maid, and the other was kept in a glass cabin as a specimen. If not for the apocalypse, the two sisters would have died. Fortunately, Karina is quite smart and knows that she has the light of the god Apocalypse. This is the critical moment when she has the best chance of changing her and her tribe's status. If you miss this moment, you will never have such a lucky opportunity again. So I would rather give up the temptation of billions of star coins, but also boldly propose it. The Xingxing Empire has a vast territory and accepts a gentle and harmless race, and the female Supreme has nothing to do with it. However, before that, we still need to ask. The female Supreme faced Tian Kai and said, "Our Xingxing Empire can certainly do it. What do you think, Mr. Tang?" The female Supreme was afraid that the Matinee tribe was a race kept in captivity by the gods, so in order to avoid conflicts, she naturally had to inquire cautiously. Of course it would be best for them to be protected by the Nova Empire. I have no objection. The two sisters Karina hurriedly knelt on the ground, bowed deeply to Tian Kai, and then bowed to the female Supreme. With the promise of Apocalypse and the protection of the Nova Empire, from now on, their people no longer have to worry about interstellar thieves slaughtering and plundering their people at will. In fact, because they took credit for saving Xandar this time and had a relationship with Apocalypse, their racial status was higher than that of many other ordinary races in the Nova Empire. It is estimated that the Matinee people did not expect that the two abducted sisters did nothing but followed a god in a circle, and inexplicably completed a racial class jump that was elusive for countless galactic races. Since then, among the Matinee tribe, there has been a god worthy of worship. Finally, there is the reward of the Apocalypse. There is nothing wrong with the star coins, and Apocalypse doesn't care about the number of star coins. However, the gift of life planet will be useful in the future, so he still needs to consider it. The female Supreme asked, Mr. Tang, I don't know what kind of living planet you want. Among all living planets, each has its own focus. There are prosperous trade stars, resource stars with rich minerals, and tourist stars with beautiful but remote environments. Tian Kai thought for a while and said, resource star. However, some of my people may move here in the future, and I want to take a look at the planet parameters. The reason why we need a resource planet is that Apocalypse considers that in the future, when people on Earth go to the stars, what they need most will naturally be various resources. With resources, you can use it as a base to develop into the universe. As for planet parameters, they refer to gravity, temperature, gas content, and even star parameters, etc. Apocalypse needs to try to find a planet that is close to the Earth. When the time comes, the people from Earth who have immigrated will not have to adapt too hard. The Nova Empire has a vast territory, and the female Supreme has screened dozens of planets for Apocalypse to choose from. In the end, Tian Kai picked a slightly remote resource star. In this regard, the female Supreme Minister and other ministers did not mean any physical pain, but felt that they had made a profit. As long as the tribesmen of the god in front of them live within their own territory, the Kree civilization must consider his views if they want to start a war again. It is equivalent to exchanging a living planet for the protection of a top god. This deal is as cost-effective as you want. By the way, Supreme, can Xing Xing's technology be able to move a planet the size of the moon? The female Supreme said, of course you can. Some natural planets in star systems are sometimes too far or too close to the sun, resulting in temperatures that are unsuitable for human habitation. We will all use planetary engines to move its position and adjust its trajectory to create the most suitable living environment. I wonder, Mr. Tang, are you trying to move some planet? The one you just picked has already been moved. If your tribe needs it, we can adjust it according to your requirements. Tian Kai said, the resource star is already very good and there is no need to adjust it. I am talking about the land of nothingness. Tuan gave me his void land, and I want to move it to the orbit of the resource star to serve as the moon. The female Supreme Leader and the ministers looked at each other. Is the collector so generous? Even in the eyes of an advanced civilization like the Nova Empire, collectors are not something to be trifled with. But when I think of Tian Kai's strength, I feel relieved. Mr. Tang, the planet is huge and moves too slowly. It's okay to adjust the orbit. It would take too long to move an extremely long distance. If Mr. Tang needs resources from the void land, it would be more economical to mine them on site and then transport them out using a transport spacecraft. As she spoke, the female Supreme swiped her finger in the air, and a holographic projection diagram floated in front of her eyes. Then he clicked on the 2 points of the void land and the resource star, and a route was automatically generated. The computer automatically calculated the time and showed that it would take more than 800 years. It doesn't matter, more than 800 years is more than 800 years. My people will live on the resource star for a long time in the future. This time is not long. You know, the void is the head of the god, which can automatically draw energy from the void and generate all kinds of rare organic objects. It is a renewable resource, and it is safer to keep it by your side. After all, it is still unknown when people on Earth will be able to live on the resource planet. Even with your own help, if the development of Earth's civilization accelerates, it will probably take hundreds of years. Although I can use the Rainbow Bridge to transport some people over, it is not a long-term solution. I still have to rely on the people on Earth to invent and produce spacecraft that can jump to wormholes. However, Apocalypse did not consider that the arrival of the void would make children who grew up on the resource star in the future afraid to go out every night. The Earth's moon is round, bright and flawless, and cultures all over the world have beautiful myths and legends about it. The moon of the resource star is a ferocious head. At night, the 2 dark holes in the eyes look at the resource star continent. Who is not afraid of those who are timid? What's more, it's hard for parents to explain the origin of this head to their children. Do we need to tell children about the game of beheading each other between gods at the age when they are listening to fairy tales? The female Supreme had nothing to do with it and nodded in agreement. Although it was a bit troublesome, I couldn't help but feel happy when I heard that Tian Kai's tribe would live here for a long time. Compared to getting the favor of a god, moving a planet is nothing. It is nothing more than a few planetary engines. After discussing Apocalypse's reward, the female Supreme looked at Star-Lord and said, by the way, Mr. Star-Lord, your dance just now was really a stroke of genius, full of magic power. It saved our Xandar planet in times of crisis. I wonder where you learned it from. Ahem. Star-Lord was a little embarrassed. I'm self-taught. I just dance blindly when listening to music. Well, the female Supreme nodded. It seems that Mr. Star-Lord is very talented in dancing. I want to designate today as Victory Day and make this dance the official celebration dance. I wonder if Mr. Star-Lord will allow it. This confused Star-Lord. Am I that good at dancing? Star-Lord took the compliments in front of him as polite words. Putting this dance into an official celebration dance is not as simple as a polite word. Am I really that good at dancing? Not only Star-Lord, but also Apocalypse and other members of the Guardians of the Galaxy were confused. Is the aesthetic concept of the Xandarians so different from ours? The female Supreme said, that's natural. Ha 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 ha, of course. Star-Lord was very happy and felt that his life value had been recognized. Moreover, it is recognized by a planet, which is more worthy of happiness than receiving a reward of 10 billion star coins. Apocalypse looked up to the sky and sighed in his heart. In the future, people on Earth will come to Xandar and see these strange ancient dance steps ascending to the elegant hall here. I don't know what to think. It was the 80s when Star-Lord left Earth, and he was jumping around. Any normal Earthling would find it awkward to look at it, especially a war machine. By the way, I just heard Mr. Tang say that you are a member of his tribe. Are you also a member of the Divine Tribe? Me. Star-Lord was stunned for a moment. He and I are of the same race, but I am an ordinary person, not a god. Oh. The female supreme and others were confused and couldn't figure it out, so they looked at Tiankai. The same race of gods, even if they are not god-level powerhouses, are still gods with divinity. Like the Asgardians, they naturally have a lifespan of thousands of years and can be called gods. Tiankai said lightly, the reason is a little twisty. Generally speaking, Quill is not an ordinary person. His father is a god. Hiss. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. God, that is a higher level existence than ordinary gods. Among the gods, there is a huge difference in strength and weakness, and there are weaklings like Loki. There are also powerful ones like Odin and Apocalypse who are at the heaven-defying level. But gods, in the name of heaven, any one of them is extremely powerful. In the land of nothingness, that nameless god's head is so miraculous that it can still absorb the energy of the universe to generate matter after being chopped off for who knows how long. If no one interferes, at least it will evolve into a living planet, or at worst, it may even resurrect into another god. There are also some ancient gods who have shown for eternity, and their names have been circulated since the beginning of the universe, at least for tens of billions of years. Such beings are collectively called gods. Not only were others shocked, but even Star-Lord himself was surprised. Dawn, is my father really a god? Of course. Who is he? Just when Apocalypse was about to answer, Raccoon Rocket said carelessly, I heard that gods are generally as big as planets. Quill, he doesn't have the same size. As he said that, the raccoon looked Star-Lord up and down, looked where he shouldn't, and shook his head. Drax also came over, took a look, and shook his head. I can't tell. Even Nebula, who was always cold, patted Gamera on the shoulder and said, Sister, you are happy. Others in the hall, including the female supreme and various ministers, while trying to remain polite, glanced at certain parts of Star-Lord's body intentionally or unintentionally. Although they are advanced civilizations and can come into contact with some gods, they have never come into contact with gods. Strictly speaking, gods are just advanced versions of humans. As for the gods, they have completely different forms, and many of them even have no humanoid shape at all. For example, the body of Star-Lord's father, Ego, is a cosmic brain. The face of the supreme Elitham of the celestial god group looks like the six tubes in Mahjong, so he is nicknamed the Six Tong Tianzan. Two creatures of different forms naturally rarely interact with each other. It's normal for everyone to be curious, but this curiosity was completely distorted by the raccoon. Ahem. Tiankai broke the embarrassment and said, this is a long story, and it involves Quill's privacy. I need to discuss it with him in private before I can decide whether I can tell you. If it was a beautiful story about mutual love, there would be no need for Tiankai to hide it deliberately. However, the origins and motives of Star-Lord's father are very complicated, even evil. It's better to let Star-Lord decide whether it can be made public. Everyone nodded, expressing their understanding. After everything was done, everyone dispersed. Apocalypse dismissed Star-Lord, approached Yondu, and whispered, Ego will come to Quill soon, it's time to tell him. Yondu shook his head. His mother described his father too well since he was a child. His father's image is deeply ingrained in his mind. Quill won't believe it. Ego is coming, let's just prepare for the worst. Tiankai sighed and said, forget it, just let fate happen. Star-Lord, who has been longing for his father for decades, if he were suddenly told now, his birth was just an experiment for the cross-racial union of Ego's billions of incarnations. His mother was deliberately made terminally ill by his father. As for him, his father asked Yondu to bring him here, not because he wanted to have a child, but because he wanted to absorb his spiritual energy. In the end, it will be thrown into the bone pile like the billions of debris on the planet Ego. How could Yondu tell such a cruel truth? How could Star-Lord believe and accept it? Yondu even hopes that Star-Lord will live his whole life without the regret of his father, and does not want Star-Lord to know the truth. Since Yondu doesn't say anything, Apocalypse himself doesn't want to be this evil person anymore, so just let nature take its course. I think when Ego appears, he won't take Star-Lord's life as soon as they meet. There will be a lot of room for maneuver by then. In the days that followed, Apocalypse had a good time on Xandar and got to know the style of this advanced civilization. The members of the Guardians of the Galaxy have just received a huge reward, so naturally they want to indulge themselves. However, the whole process was embarrassing to the rest of the Guardians of the Galaxy. Because of Star-Lord's awkward dance, he successfully held Ronan back and became the greatest hero second only to Apocalypse. Coupled with the official promotion of the female supreme, countless Xandar stars have choreographed his dance steps into an alternative dance style. Then it is paired with different music, which is a bit similar to the prank videos of ghosts and animals on Earth. For a time, it became popular throughout Xandar. The Guardians of the Galaxy really can't accept this style. Only Star-Lord enjoys it and guides others from time to time. Anyway, it's embarrassing no matter what. This Xandar star can no longer stay. The other members of the Guardians of the Galaxy strongly requested to take on the mission and go on adventures, which made Star-Lord reluctant to leave. However, Far away in another starry sky in the universe, a tall purple figure sat on a throne. Looking at the holographic image of Tiankai's battle, his big purple face wrinkled slightly. Needless to say, this person is none other than Thanos. He has become more powerful. He will definitely be a strong resistance to our sacred mission in the future. The plan is about to change. Ebony Throat asked from the side, do you want to bring back Gamera and Nebula? No need. Thanos said, Nebula can collect intelligence for us, just leave her there. Nebula knew what kind of sensing device Thanos had installed on him, so he didn't dare drink the golden potion. She originally thought it was just some positioning device, but she never expected that her mechanical eyes would secretly transmit the images back to Thanos without her knowledge. In Avengers 4, Nebula traveled back in time and space from the future. It was because of this bug that Thanos obtained information about the Avengers' time travel. Finally, they came after him through the quantum tunnel. Although Thanos knew that Apocalypse was on Xandar, he was not as impulsive as Ronan and killed him directly. The fact that he has been able to control the universe for so many years, with the mission of destroying half of all life in the universe, does not rely on the courage of an ordinary man. Now facing Apocalypse, Thanos doesn't have much confidence. He needs to prepare something more ambitious in order to overcome this obstacle and complete his mission. Just as Thanos was secretly preparing and Apocalypse was relaxing on Xandar. On Earth, SHIELD. But something happened. Fury was attacked by a group of fake police officers and his whereabouts are unknown, given that since the New York Wormhole War, there have been more and more super criminals in the world. SHIELD executives promoted a Project Insight project. The plan is to launch 3 space carriers into suborbital space and cruise around the world. Then, through identification technologies such as energy fluctuations, DNA, facial features, etc., the crime will be nipped in the bud. Fury has been following the project. Until recently, he discovered a huge problem. The algorithm for identifying supercriminals is not in his hands. He was about to go to the scientific research department to learn about this algorithm, but he discovered a deeper problem. Because the algorithm can be changed at any time. He is only the director, and he will step down as soon as possible, and a new director will take over his job. If the next director has no impartiality, then this algorithm will be a big killer. The algorithm can be changed at any time to target specific groups of people. For example, eliminate political opponents. Not to mention being infiltrated by enemies, hacked, and other nasty means. Therefore, Director Fury applied to Minister Pierce to delay the Insight project. Pierce didn't ask why and readily approved, seeming to trust Fury. He also made a small request to Fury, saying that Fury should invite Iron Man to attend his niece's birthday party to give him some face. The two talked and laughed and ended the meeting. But Fury didn't expect that it was his application that made Pierce murderous. Leaving SHIELD, on the way home. While waiting for the traffic light, there was surprisingly little traffic around and the intersection was surprisingly quiet. Years of being an agent have made Fury wary. But before he could react, several cars hit his car from 4 directions, front, rear, left and right, holding him firmly in place. Then, dozens of armed men in police uniforms came out from all around and fired at his black car. Bullet marks instantly covered the car body. Fortunately, his car has been enhanced and modified, so bullet attacks are ineffective. The armed men who attacked seemed to have already thought that it was not that simple. After the first round of shooting, several people came over carrying a door-breaking hammer and started to smash against the driver's door. Bang, bang, bang. Seeing that the bulletproof glass was about to be broken, Fury pulled towards the passenger seat at the last second and a Gatling gun popped out. Da-da-da-da-da-da. The moment the glass shattered, bullets rained out of the window. Suddenly, a dozen unsuspecting armed men were swept to the ground. Taking advantage of this gap, Fury increased his power, rushed forward and backward, knocked away the vehicle blocking him, and lost control. At this time, he was running wildly on the highway. The dense crowd of off-duty vehicles not only served as his cover, but also became an obstacle to his escape. Along the way, countless civilian vehicles were attacked. Fury made a call in the car, Hill, I'm being attacked right now. Come to New York right away. Don't go to SHIELD, it's no longer safe. Come to me directly. Yes. Hill was on the phone, and without asking a single word, he immediately set off for New York in a dashing manner. In the original plot, Fury only called Agent Hill, because he had already noticed that there were many Hydra personnel lurking inside, and the only one he could truly trust was Hill. But now, because of Tiankai, there is one more person he trusts. Natasha, where are you? I'm in New York. Come get me. I'm under heavy firepower from dozens of armed men disguised as police. I'm on the High Line. After speaking, press the GPS button on the phone to share the location with Black Widow. In the original plot, Fury didn't really trust Black Widow, because the origins of Black Widow are too complicated, and she has always had the tendency to be a double agent. It's hard to say for sure if she has anything to do with Hydra. At a critical moment of life and death, Fury dared not risk his life on a double agent. It was not until Captain America and Black Widow passed through many obstacles and fought against Hydra lurking in SHIELD that they passed Fury's test. And now, he had to trust. Because Natasha's husband King Apocalypse? If Apocalypse is also on the side of Hydra, or on the side of Hydra, then Fury simply admits defeat and kills him as he pleases. This is a no-win situation. Although historically speaking, Apocalypse is also very suspicious. He is obviously from the East, but he comes from the city of God. Although he is obviously very powerful, he has always been unknown before, selling flowers in the city of God. It wasn't until Black Widow faked her marriage that she suddenly appeared. If it were an ordinary person or an ordinary agent, then this series would be a huge source of doubt. But strength is trust. When a person is so powerful that he can destroy the world with anger and save the world with joy, what does it matter whether others trust or are suspicious of him? If he wants to kill you, trust or suspicion will have no effect. Rather than expending that effort, it's better to tell them all. Fortunately, Fury made the right bet. Within minutes, Black Widow appeared in a supercar, drifting around corners and accelerating in a straight line along the way. The surrounding traffic seemed to be stationary relative to her speed, and only her car was moving forward. If Iron Man, Apocalypse, and others were here, they would probably recognize that this car was the car they won from Hammer during a bet in a small European country. Because it was sent by Apocalypse, Black Widow is usually reluctant to drive out on missions. After all, at the end of each mission, few cars remain intact. The situation was urgent at this time, so Black Widow had to drive over as quickly as possible. Fury was overjoyed when he saw Black Widow appear, thinking that his life might be saved now. Suddenly, a masked man with long hair and a silver mechanical arm in his left hand appeared in front of him, standing in the middle of the road. Facing Fury's speeding dash, he did not dodge or dodge, and threw a discus bomb at Fury from a distance. The discus bomb slid a certain distance on the ground and landed exactly on the roof of Fury's car. With a clang sound, it was sucked into the chassis. Fury sighed helplessly, "Fuck." Then, with a loud boom, the black giant was blown to the ground. Fortunately, the chassis has also been strengthened and was not blown through, otherwise Fury would have to give an account now. The Silver Hand Warrior rushed over and pulled the car door with his mechanical hand. The reinforced car door that needed to be broken with a door-breaking hammer was torn off by force. Fury was dizzy from the shockwave of the bomb at this time. He saw the Silver Hand Warriors close in front of him and secretly thought that it was not good. The Silver Hand Warrior was about to kill him when suddenly a ball of yellow light rushed towards him. The Silver Hand Warrior instinctively blocked the mechanical hand in front of the light. Oh! The huge impact pushed the Silver Hand Warrior far away, leaving a scratch more than 10 meters long on the ground. The person coming was none other than Black Widow. These days, under the careful guidance of Apocalypse, Black Widow has achieved some results in practicing her magical power. In addition, since the Battle of Big Fartby Blood Tornado and saving the 9 realms, there is a lot of surplus of recovery potions. Apocalypse gave Black Widow a dose of purple potion, which greatly improved her physical condition. The cultivation of Asgard's divine power is advancing rapidly. The current Black Widow is no longer the same strength as in the original plot. The Silver Hand Warrior took a look at the mechanical arm and saw a deep dent on it. He moved his fingers and it seemed that it could still be used normally. So, the Silver Hand Warrior walked slowly towards Black Widow and Fury. Seeing the Silver Warrior's dead gaze, Black Widow felt a chill in her heart and blurted out, "Winter Soldier." The Winter Soldier, or Winter Soldier for short, originally did not refer to a specific person. Instead, they are a group of super soldiers transformed by the X-Department of the former Fighting Nation Empire. Not only have their bodies been transformed, but their brains have also been emptied, and they can only accept specific instructions to do things. It's just that the X-Department later disappeared into the long river of history with the disintegration of the Empire of the Fighting Nation, and a group of Winter Soldiers that had not yet been fully transformed were also frozen and sealed. But Hydra lurking within the Fighting Nation took over the legacy left by Department X, including the Winter Soldier in front of him, Bucky Barnes. Bucky was originally from World War II and was Captain America's life and death friend. Still a skinny rookie in the captaincy, Bucky has become an officer. Later, after the captain was injected with serum and became the current captain of the United States, the two went through life and death together and performed various tasks. During the last mission to snipe Hydra, Bucky was hit by Hydra's energy gun, fell off the ice cliff from the train, and disappeared. Everyone thought he was dead. Unexpectedly, he was found by Hydra people and found that his body was very suitable for transformation. Since then, he has become one of the Winter Soldiers. Due to too many defects in the transformation process of other Winter Soldiers, they were either unusable or died in the execution of missions. Gradually, the Winter Soldier refers to a specific person, Bucky. For more than 70 years, the captain has been sleeping in the ice and snow, while Bucky has been active in all dark corners of the world as a killer. Because the time span was so long, everyone thought it was a ghost story, or that people from different eras used the same code name in the organization behind it. Among them, the one that had the greatest impact on the Avengers was the case in 1991 when Bucky assassinated Iron Man's parents. This matter was later discovered by Iron Man in Captain America 3, which directly led to the internal tearing of the Avengers. The reason why Black Widow reacted so much to him, it was because he was shot in the abdomen by the Winter Soldier when he was performing a mission in his early years. The bullet passed through her body and killed a scientist who was taking cover behind Black Widow. Fortunately, the Winter Soldier would only accept dull instructions, see that the target was killed, and the mission was completed, so he did not make too many attacks, and Black Widow was able to escape death. However, for many years, the gunshot mark has always been there, and Black Widow never wears a bikini because of this. In the original plot of Captain America 2, she specifically told Captain America about this. After all, in a woman's heart, pain may be forgotten, but it will be hated if it affects her beauty. However, now after taking the purple recovery potion, these scars have naturally disappeared. But scars can fade, but the Winter Soldier and Black Widow never forget. The Winter Soldier slowly moved his mechanical fingers, clenched his mechanical arm into an iron fist, and punched the Black Widow directly. Black Widow did not dodge, her hand glowed with yellow divine power, wrapped her palm, and faced it with a palm. Oh, there was a muffled sound, and both of them took a few steps back. The fake police killers around were stunned. Is Black Widow so powerful? You know, the Winter Soldier's mechanical arm can directly penetrate a steel plate more than 10 centimeters thick. There are not many people who can catch his attack head-on. The original plot had an American captain chasing the Winter Soldier. He threw his shield at the Winter Soldier from a distance, only to be caught by his robotic arm. Then he threw it backhand, and the American captain caught it with both hands, but he couldn't stand firmly and slid backwards against the shield. The Hydra people immediately reported, "Team leader, the intelligence is wrong. Black Widow is much more powerful than the intelligence indicates." A deep voice came from the intercom, "The Winter Soldier can contain her and shoot. However, the Winter Soldier will be accidentally injured. Don't worry, fire." Then, more than a dozen guns opened fire on Black Widow and Fury's cars. Black Widow rolled to the ground, picked up the car door that the Winter Soldier had just pulled down, and used it as a shield to temporarily protect herself. Although her strength has improved greatly now, she is still not able to ignore bullets. The Winter Soldier has been brainwashed to prioritize missions over his own safety. He lets bullets pass by and occasionally misses the bullets, so he uses his arms to cover himself. With the firepower of his accomplices, the Winter Soldier's attack was greatly advantageous. The bullets hit the car door, preventing Black Widow from exerting her full strength. Black Widow has to hold the car door to block bullets with one hand, so she can only fight the Winter Soldier with one hand. Even so, the two still fought equally. If there weren't a dozen guns around to restrain the Black Widow, the Winter Soldier might have fallen. "Fury, are you okay?" Black Widow urged. "That's almost it. Just hold on for a while longer." Fury was seen holding a laser in his hand, cutting directly through the carriage and cutting downwards. Seeing that it would take some time, Black Widow simply pulled out her most familiar pistol, and took advantage of the moment when the Winter Soldier was forced to retreat, and fired 1 or 2 shots in the surroundings. With intermittent bang, bang, bang sounds, several gunmen were shot and fell to the ground. The remaining gunmen were shocked. "I didn't expect that in such a bad situation, the Black Widow could still fight back, so I no longer dared to stand in the middle of the road and open fire unscrupulously, and everyone found cover." For a time, the pressure on Black Widow was greatly reduced. As soon as the bullets ran low, the pressure on the Winter Soldier increased. Black Widow held the heavy bulletproof car door and beat the Winter Soldier back. Suddenly, a sharp sound of "ha" came through the air. An RPG shell dragged the flames and rushed towards the Black Widow and the Winter Soldier. Although the Winter Soldier was brainwashed, he was not brainless. He hurriedly rolled to the ground to avoid the scope of the explosion. Black Widow's soft body shrank and she shrank behind the car door. Boom! A ball of fire exploded. The shock wave of the explosion threw Black Widow off the ground, and her back hit the black dash behind her hard. Even though his physical fitness is far beyond that of ordinary people, he almost lost his breath. Even if the clay figurine is still angry, Black Widow has been suppressed and beaten all the time, and she already has anger in her heart. "Fury, borrow a gun." As he spoke, a long gun was handed out from the car. Black Widow is a spy and is used to using pistols because they are easier to hide, but that doesn't mean long guns are inaccurate. As soon as the spear was in hand, with 2 bang-bang sounds, the RPG bombardier was killed. At this time, the Winter Soldier approached Tangle again. When Black Widow saw this, she simply stopped using the car door as a shield. With a long gun in one hand and a pistol in the other, they can be used as distractions. The long gun shoots at the outside militants, and the pistol attacks the Winter Soldier. The Winter Soldier had to move around, occasionally blocking Black Widow's bullets with his mechanical arm. The dozens of armed men outside were suppressed by the Black Widow with 1 shot each, making them unable to raise their heads. As soon as his head shows up, he will be hit with a bang shot and fall to the ground. For a time, the few remaining survivors no longer dared to move. He only dared to stretch his gun out from behind the bunker and shoot blindly in this direction. Black Widow can simply ignore such a threat. The bullets in the pistol quickly ran out, and Black Widow threw the pistol at the Winter Soldier. Taking advantage of the moment when the Winter Soldier dodged, he accumulated yellow divine power in his hand, screamed, and slashed at the Winter Soldier's neck with his hand knife. Black Widow's hands look delicate, but the Winter Soldier looks like she's facing a powerful enemy. He hurriedly raised his mechanical arm to protect his neck. Zhang! The physical hand and the mechanical arm collided, but it was like 2 pieces of metal colliding, making a loud sound. A large piece of the Winter Soldier's mechanical arm sank, and Black Widow could already hear an obvious knocking sound, and it became sluggish. Without the help of the mechanical arm, the threat of the Winter Soldier is greatly reduced. Black Widow was about to take the opportunity to kill her when she saw a dozen armed vehicles approaching from a distance.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500 plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.